We're kicking off content in 5 minutes. Please make your way to Great Gallery for our opening session.
there's no founder community of the best.
Thank you for coming out. It is good. I think this is the 5th SaaStr Europa. We did 2 in Paris. Before that little nasty bug went around. We did 1 in Barcelona the week after it reopened. Was anyone here in Barcelona? That was pretty fun. Yeah, it was pretty fun. They let us go to that venue on the beach because we were the first event in 2 years. And then by the time it ended, everyone wanted to come back to the world and they said we couldn't come back. So we came here last year. Thank you for coming to London for folks that traveled. And we'll probably stay here, lots of learnings. And so I was kind of thinking about the last couple of years when we got together in Barcelona. You know, it was kind of an interesting time in June of 2022 because everyone was still growing like a weed. But the little old stock market had fallen like 50% for SaaS and cloud stocks. So it was a weird time, 2022. And so the message in 2022 was like, no excuses, keep going. Like, sure, okay, sorry you can't raise it 27x ARR like Slack sold to Salesforce for 27 billion on $1 billion in revenue. Sorry that era didn't last forever. Like a lot of VCs were hoping it did, but everything was still pretty damn good in 2022. And then last year, the message was, guys, it's just harder. It's just like 2017, 2018 into 2019 was. And then I'm thinking, what's the message for this year? And I want to talk about it because I think there's just a lot of things going on. Some folks are actually doing great, which we'll talk about in a minute. There's a lot of doom and gloom on the social medias, on the X's, on the Twitters. LinkedIn's so B2B that everyone's a Debbie Downer on LinkedIn. I mean, if that was the only way I got my information from LinkedIn, I think I would jump off the roof here or jump into the Thames and call it a day. But it's actually much more nuanced. There are plenty of folks that are doing great. Even private companies, Netscope, which is a security leader, just put out a press release yesterday. They're growing over 30% at 500 million in revenue. 500 million in revenue. There's plenty of them. We're going to talk about that. Canva just said they're growing over 40% at 2.3 billion in revenue at their user conference the other day. So it isn't to say things are hard. They're just all over the place. And so the best advice I think I can give you, having been doing SaaS for longer than I want to admit, Christoph, how long have we been doing SaaS? How long have we been doing it?
16 years.
Maybe more. A while. Is just build. Just build. When the world ended in 2008, 2009, actually wasn't even that bad for SaaS. We could talk about it during this event. Just keep building. When things crashed in 2016, it was only 6 months, but you know, in 2016 there was a panic, and I wasn't even following the public markets. I'm embarrassed to say. We got into 2016. The SaaStr annual was in February 2016, and that week SaaS stocks fell 50%. In 1 week, it was a crash. Everyone panicked. People said no one's going to buy software anymore. The panic lasted about 6 months. LinkedIn panicked and sold to Microsoft really cheap. I mean, 25, 26 billion, but it was a profitable rocket ship with no need to sell. They were public, but everyone panicked. Everyone thought lasted about 6 months. Now this one's different. This one we're going into year 3. So I'm going to talk about the different things going on, but if I had to summarize all of it, you cannot control everything. You cannot control public multiples. You cannot control a lot of stuff in the short term, but you can control whether you're more competitive or less competitive. You can be more customer centric. You can keep building, and things will ebb and flow over time. We've been doing this, Christoph says 15 years. I think it's a little longer. They will ebb and flow, and if you keep your head in the game and you increase your competitive position, even if things are hard for you, they'll come back. So that's my best simplistic advice for these days is just build. I put this tweet together. Can you guys see it? Can you guys get the AV to work? Thank you. I thought this kind of summarizes what I wanted to chat about is 3 worlds that we're living in today. I don't know if B2B2C and B2B2B actually exist, but I'm going to use them going forward. B2B2C is folks selling to the real world, selling to the not to tech companies. They're doing pretty good, and we'll go through some examples. Canva was a great one, but there's plenty of others. The overall, I'm not exactly sure how the London economy is doing, but the US economy is close to record low unemployment, okay? It's not perfect over across the pond, but it's pretty darn good. There are, there's wobbles, and, we did just convict an ex-president. Not everything's like normal or great, but it's pretty good in the real world, outside of tech. 2021 was the opposite. The real world was okay, but boy, people bought software like 11 times an hour in 2021. Like tech was overloaded, but B2B2C is pretty good. B2B2B, I thought it would have bounced back by now. I thought what would have happened is, look, we've been through a cycle where a lot of companies just cut vendors. Maybe too much, because it's a trite VC saying, but it's true. You can't cut your way to growth. Cutting does not produce growth. And companies go through moments where they have moments of panic, which I don't think is really happening in a lot of companies because they sell to end consumers, or they just go through moments where there are zeitgeist, which is to rationalize vendors, to cut vendors. And big public successful companies not in tech are just cutting their stack from 200 apps or 300 apps to 150, or I'll give some examples. And that makes sense, and people overbought. So when you overbought in 2020, late 2020, 2021, it makes sense for people to say there's just way too many SaaS apps. Adam Gross was the interim CEO of Vimeo, public company at over 400 million. He came to our SaaStr Miami event. He said, one of the things when I started Vimeo a couple months ago was like, we had 100 SaaS apps. I didn't even know why we had them. So even though he's a SaaS guy, since inception, he's like, I'm gonna cut, well, I'm here as CEO, he just brought in the full-time CEO, I'm gonna cut like 50 of these because no one can even explain to me why we bought these. So it makes sense we did that, but I thought we would kind of bounce off that process. We would get through it, we would stop cutting, and we would get back to growth. I thought that, and I think a lot of folks in impacted categories, I remember I did an interview, you can see it on YouTube, maybe 6 months ago with Henry Shook, one of the great founders, CEO of ZoomInfo, and his point was, listen, we've bounced off the bottoms, we've got to go up from here. But we haven't seen that yet. It hasn't gotten better yet in a lot of B2B2B. I think it will, but I can't predict. I can't predict. I don't think any of us can predict well, is why we have to build. And then there's this thing called AI, and I just wrote WTF, because there's a lot of things going on in AI. It's terrific that we have 200x ARR rounds back. It's great. We'll talk a little bit about that, and we'll talk more about it tomorrow. But it's kind of warping a lot of things we think, and in some ways, 2021, the headlines, the funding rounds and everything feels kind of like 2021 done all over again, just different, but only for a subset, only for a subset. So this is my slice of the world. It's not monolithic. And I put this together, I put a few leaders here on the left in a tweet and did others. Here are some folks that are not selling to other tech companies that are doing pretty well. Canva, 40% at 2.3 billion. It's pretty darn good, profitable for years. Toast, selling to restaurants, growing 32% at 1.3 billion ARR. I invested in a company that's adjacent to Toast called Owner, which is like marketing for restaurants. They've crossed 20 million. They're growing almost 10% a month every month. It's a good company, but the point of the story is they haven't seen any macro impacts because their end customers aren't seeing it. There's some. Samsara, great CEO and great team. We've had a lot of the team. The chief product officer did a great session at SaaStr Annual on how they do 5 products, which is a great one to watch on YouTube. 39% at 1.1 billion ARR, and that's the one in the middle, or the one look at the top. They're aggressively hiring. They're selling to truckers and fleets and consumers that are doing reasonably well. 39% at 1.1 billion. Klaviyo, who will be here and talk about how they're going. If you haven't heard of Klaviyo, if you're in the e-commerce world, it is the most beloved app. People love Klaviyo. It's coming up on $1 billion in revenue, the #1 app in the Shopify ecosystem. Growth has come down a little bit, but 42% at 750 million and 30 some odd percent coming up on $1 billion. Those are end consumers. Monday's always interesting. A lot of folks probably don't use Monday because Monday does a lot. It has a lot of products, but we can think of it as an Asana or a Linear or an Atlassian for non-tech customers. They started off. We did a great session with the co-CEO Ron at SaaStr Annual last year. They started selling to churches and folks like that. And I don't think churches are having a down year. I don't think they're having an up year. Maybe they're having a down year. Maybe donations are down, but it's like not the same variability that our friends at Zoom and ZoomInfo and others have. So they're on the way to $1 billion in revenue. They're growing 34%. And then the whole world of security, If you're not in it, you don't get. In fact, I'm not a security expert, but it's evergreen. The threats keep going, and CIOs have to keep putting budget. Zscaler said they're growing 32% at $2.2 billion, and its smaller competitors, we talked about Private Netscope, over 30% at $500 million. CrowdStrike and others. There are others, but Wiz seems to be the fastest growing software startup ever, right, in today's market. So these are areas, I call them vertical SaaS is less impacted, B2B2C security, it's pretty good here. If you're not in a pretty good space, it may feel really hard, but realize it's not everybody like it looks like on social media. Now B2B2B had a rough week. And when I was starting to put this together, think about this deck a couple weeks ago, I didn't know we'd have a week like this. This was a blood, if you don't follow the public markets, and hopefully you don't as founders, I would encourage you to put your money into like VTI, the broad stock market, and just invest in your own stock, and don't worry too much because it'll come up and down. But this last week was nutso. Mongo down 23%. Mongo, one of the great cloud stocks, had consistently grown in the 30s. Or higher, great CEO, great team, everyone uses it. I mean, there's competitors, but everyone uses Mongo. Then just last week they said, we're only gonna grow 17% next year. Huge drop. UiPath, huge drop, 30%. Lots of issues with UiPath, which we love. Daniel Dine spoke here last year. Excellent session, just came back as CEO the other week. Growth is still good, but UiPath had no net new customers last quarter. No net new customers. Now they did grow because they grew a lot of their accounts, which is a way a lot of us are still growing at scale if we're not adding new logos. Their 5 million and up customers are at a record size at UiPath. Their 1 million is growing, but no net new customers. Think how different that is than Canva or Toast. Think how different it is. And then Salesforce, if you didn't follow it, good. Like you got other stuff, just go build. But Salesforce lost $50 billion in market cap. 50 billion, and what happened? Well, they missed the quarter by like a little bit. Who cares? What the team said is we're only going to grow in the single digits next year. Only grow in the single digits. And why is that bad? And I thought about it a little bit. One, obviously single digits is not great. Like it's not a growth stock. I mean, it's at the edge. But the real problem, and I don't think Wall Street thinks about this. Wall Street just reacted that the growth was in single digits. Salesforce has never grown this slowly in its whole history, but. If you think about it, Salesforce has gotten pretty enterprise. They have like 115, 120% NRR. You're supposed to grow at least 15 to 20% if you have 115 to 120% NRR. And so it's kind of a sign that something's, at least for the moment, kind of broken in the system. Like, and what they talked about at Salesforce, what's happening? The deals that they projected are closing, they're longer sales cycles, blah, blah, blah. It's harder out there, which we'll talk about. But also the deals are just smaller than they projected. Deals are contracting, and a lot of folks in tech blame deal contraction because of layoffs. It's not true. It's not true. There are far more hiring going on in tech even today than layoffs. So anyone that says, oh, we're contracting because all our customers are doing layoffs, it's an excuse. Even Salesforce says it's an excuse. It's not true. They're still hiring. It's just folks are managing their budgets so tightly. They're saying, we'll take less seats at Salesforce this year. Maybe our SMB team can just use Google Sheets, or I don't know what's going on. I don't know how you could contract, but they're contracting their spend. And so we're going to see some brutal NRRs, some brutal revenue retention, because what I think this overblown budget scrutiny, but brutal week. But it ain't going to be like this every week, but it's a big one. But that contrast to the Canvas and the others, it's super visceral. It's super visceral. This is a slide. If I wanted to kind of buck folks up, if you're in a tougher category, this is a slide that I saw the other day. I was the first investor in a company called RevenueCat, which automates mobile subscriptions on your phone. So about 30% of all mobile apps that have a paid subscription use RevenueCat to manage it. And why that's interesting is that they have over 10,000 what they call B2B2C apps, though they call it consumer SaaS, I call it B2C, over 10,000. So it's a pretty good slice, 30% of this mobile ecosystem. And what they saw, and why this is interesting is because consumer happens faster than B2B. B2B takes time, right? Even Salesforce, like it's multi-year contracts. Everyone says how great ServiceNow is holding up, which it is. ServiceNow, 15x ARR, 99% logo retention. but they also signed 3-year contracts at ServiceNow. Even if things were tough at ServiceNow, it's gonna take a while to see it, and then it would take a while to rebound. In consumer, you can cancel in 60 seconds on your phone. So what did they see if you look? 2021 was great, and then 2022 sucked. Look how flat, there was no growth. And then 2023 has been a rocket ship, right? And I can tell you as an investor, the revenues track that too. No downturn in this mobile economy. So one of the early things I wrote on SaaStr, and I think it's still true, is that B2B lags B2C by about 2 years. It lags it by about 2 years. So if 2023 was when everything rebounded on these fast cycles, maybe the simplistic way to look at it is 2025's got to be when it gets easier for a lot of folks in classic B2B. That's the belief, and I think this data at least suggests it. So that's my little sketch there. So I think we can believe that. But to be clear, and sorry to yo-yo a little bit, here's a few other quotes, just so you know it's not you. Here's Yamini Rangan, CEO of HubSpot this last quarter. Both actually HubSpot and Salesforce saw a bump at the end of the fiscal year in January 31st, but it didn't last, right? Even though HubSpot grew 23% at $2.5 billion, weaker demand, longer sales cycles, they're now having to do pilots at HubSpot, which they didn't used to have to do. They're having to sell to CIOs and multiple stakeholders. So they've done well, but it's not easier for them. And actually, HubSpot's NRR has fallen to 100%. So to grow 23%, they had to add 23% net new customers. I might be slightly off on the number, but it's almost exactly that. So in 2021, they had 110% NRR. It was like a record. You can watch the great session I did. I guess we did in 2022 after that, but we did it with Dharmesh and Brian, the co-founders. They were at 110, but the drop from 100 to 110 to 100 is a lot of extra work. So they haven't seen it gotten any easier. Here's ZoomInfo. We talked about Henry. As it relates to NRR, our SMB business is challenged. ZoomInfo's tech NRR is about 85% now. About 85%, down from triple digits to 85%. Their non-tech customers, I believe, are still growing north of 20%, but these sort of the tech ones are just, they're all getting around the room or the Zoom and saying, how can we buy less ZoomInfo? Can Mark and Jason share a seat? Will Henry find out? What can we do? It's not that they're canceling ZoomInfo, but they're so aggressively cutting the spend that it's hitting them. And then here we saw Mongo. Actually, they lowered it even more, down to 12% growth. They're modeling from 57%. And this is consumption. I mean, we kind of thought that your database, there's only so much you could do to manage the spend if you're growing. But again, Mongo isn't seeing more logo churn. Everyone's saying, how can we optimize workloads? How can we use Mongo just less to save money? And we talked about Salesforce. So I can't believe this will last. I can't believe large companies can spend their entire lifetimes trying to manage their workloads down on Mongo. We have to grow. But there is no, I would have thought all of these folks would be seeing a bounce back. Instead, I think the length of contracts and other things have actually mean we're sort of finally seeing things tougher that actually started maybe 18 months ago, but they're only appearing in the public market data today. And this one was interesting to see, to be helpful. Not that it's like good news, but if you look at the analyst call, everyone was really on message, but Mark Benioff just went off. He spent about 30 minutes talking about how Salesforce is an AI company now, which it probably is, but it's not like it lifted their revenue, and he went on. And then he was actually very candid about their pipeline, which I thought was very interesting. He said 2 years ago, 18 months ago, they needed 2x pipeline coverage. So for every dollar they wanted to close, they needed 2x in their pipe. It can vary for you. A lot of startups, actually, you're lucky if you have 5x, like if 20% of your pipeline converts. If it's 25%, that's pretty best of breed. But to some extent, it matters how you define pipeline, what you put in it, et cetera, et cetera. Salesforce has a good brand, and I think they're pretty specific about what they manage. But it was 2x. Now it's 3x. It's 3x. So forget about all the other issues, the sales cycles and the deal compressions. They need to have 50% more pipe to hit the same number. So if Salesforce does, you probably do too. But it's a way to kind of understand for classic B2B what it's like out there. Went on and on about how they need 3x. They need 3x. And it's harder on the sales team, harder on everyone. But it was great to get that level of kind of transparency across this. And here's where like AI confuses everything. Gartner, the other day, May 20th, so this is less than 2 weeks ago, raised their estimate for the amount of SaaS spend this year, raised it. If you've been around for a while, you can make fun of Gartner a little bit, but you know what? Gartner's the only one out there that is surveying hundreds and hundreds of CIOs and buyers every quarter. Like, no one else is really doing this. I mean, G2 and others that are great do a little bit of it, but Gartner's been doing it, I think, for over 130 years. They've been surveying CIOs every quarter. And so the changes and the pulse is pretty helpful. And it was super interesting. It's a little hard to see in this chart, and I'm also colorblind, so I don't know what colors these are. But what you can see is the one on the right is them lifting the model for SaaS. That it's going to grow 20% to $675 billion this year. So we're adding 120 billion in spend in SaaS. And that's not infrastructure as they define it. I mean, there's some overlap. It's a little niche, which we talk about on the right. But pure SaaS spending, 20%, to 247.2 billion on the right. So what's happening here, right? It's pretty confusing. Like, if we're adding 20%, where is this money going? And to some extent, it's not clear. Some of it's certainly endless price hikes, endless price increases. People are still raising prices everywhere. I mean, even yesterday, Spotify raised prices again for I think the third time in 3 years. So that's consuming some of it. But a lot of it is moving to versions of AI. And here I copy these from Jamin Ball. If you don't have to follow these details. But this is growth on the platform side. This is Azure and Google Cloud and AWS. But look at how much acceleration the spend has been on Azure and Google Cloud. This is all AI. So they bottomed out a year ago or a year and a half ago, but this AI spend, this amount of money, is fueling this here, right? Obviously, we've heard of this little company, NVIDIA, that's been around for a long time, that's had a good run, up 40 billion in one day. I guess it balances out Salesforce. But there's so much money going here into this. The question is, how, as a startup, how do you benefit from it? Salesforce itself isn't benefiting from it, even though it's building the applications. Dell actually got hit. Dell fell 15% last week. Dell said that, we're sort of seeing demand pick up, but also it's more expensive to provide servers for AI, so it's kind of a wash for us. So it's a little murky who exactly is benefiting it. But one thing we know, AI, VCs are all over it. So there's one thing that's crystal clear, and I think there's a session that we'll be doing on this tomorrow. I'm a little murky. I'll let you know later today. But I really call it the hunt for riches, and this needs its own session to dig into it. But if nothing else is happening, especially folks for fundraising, I mean, this is where VCs are deploying. It's one of the 3 places VCs are deploying money. They're deploying money into seed, like everything's great. We can chat about it for a minute. They're deploying money into their existing portfolio, they're winners. Even though maybe only 10 or 20% of their companies may be breaking out, they're flooding them with capital. And they're doing what appears to some of us old timers as crazy deals for AI, 100x, 200x deals. And why? Why could Elon Musk for XAI raise at 18 billion with no revenue and a brand new product? I mean, that seems high. It's high for a seed round, isn't it? I think. I don't know. Anyone from Crunchbase or Carta here that got the data on seed rounds? Great things like Scale.ai, but $1 billion. Excel putting in extra, already the lead investor, putting in extra $1 billion. Philippe will be here. He can tell us all about it. And why? What's going on here? I mean, obviously, you can see the dollars at this term hyperscalers, but at the cloud leaders, at Google Cloud and Azure especially, justify it. But if OpenAI is really doing $2 billion in essence in 18 months, like, that's the bet people want to make. This is how you make money in venture, is you try to get the one that's going to $2 billion in 18 or 24 months when there's a paradigm shift, and you might lose on all the others. So these are great. Do companies that seem epic, like Poolside, that are brand new and have essentially no revenue, are they worth $1.5 billion in 12 months? I mean, maybe if you've got the ex-CTO of GitHub there, maybe, but it's a bet. It's like a super speculative bet. But what's happened, the one thing that, why does 2024 in AI feel like 2021 a little bit with all the unicorns? One thing to just, if I had to summarize all of what's happening in VC is everyone became a decacorn hunter in 2021. People used to be unicorn hunters. Christoph's first investment was in Zendesk. What were they worth? 800 million when they IPO'd, something like that? Yeah, 800. Now it's got to be 8 billion to get out of bed, right? It's just not enough. The funds got bigger. Seed rounds, what was the valuation at Zendesk in the seed round? 2 million? A bit less? $1 million something? So if now the Zendesk would be 20 million, what's that? Series A was 3. Okay. 3 million, yeah. So great, so if it's 3 million then, and if it's 30 million for the A today or 50 million and everything's gone up 10x, the exits kind of have to go up 10x too, right? And funds are structured for this. Funds are looking for $10 billion exits. And it actually puts a lot of pressure on folks that are doing pretty good. That like the only way a VC can make money is not just if you exit for $1 billion, which is pretty hard. Pretty hard to exit for $1 billion, but it has to be 10 billion. Almost any VC is going to be looking at you and say, can you be worth $10 billion? So think about that lens. And so right now in SaaS, the problem, let me see if I have this on a slide. I might have it for a longer one I did, so sorry, I'll flip back. We may get into this tomorrow. There are SaaS companies worth more than 10 billion for sure. HubSpot's worth 30 billion, Atlassian 40 billion, maybe 30, they had a drop. There's plenty of them. Snowflake, Datadog. So you can believe they're there in SaaS and related. But there's tons of really good ones that aren't worth 10 billion, right? HashiCorp was the last IPO of the 2020 wave. IBM just bought them for like 6 billion, which is insane, but it might not be enough for a big fund to make any money, right? We've had I think I have a slide on here, but we've had 2 SaaS IPOs since 2021. Klaviyo, that's here, one of my all-time favorite companies and CEOs, $6 billion market cap on 800 million in revenue. Rubrik, one of the best founders, $6 billion market cap on 500-something million in revenue. Rubrik was growing 50% at IPO, Klaviyo 70%. Those companies aren't even worth 10 billion. And these sound like silly numbers as a founder, but you have to understand like that a lot of VCs are looking at those deals, the Klaviyo and Rubriks, and saying, it's not enough for my $2 billion fund. That's not enough for your Series B round at 100. You want 150 for your Series B, great, but like, if I want to make 20 or need to make 20 or 30 or 40x on that investment to work, like I need, and Klaviyo and Rubrik are you sure you're better than Klaviyo and Rubrik? So it's producing stress. So if the Klaviyos and Rubriks, which I think should be 15x ARR or better companies, I think they should be worth north of 10 billion. If they're not, where do you hunt? Where do you hunt as a VC? You hunt in AI. Even though you might lose all your money, even though people are going to lose so much money on these deals, in the way funds are structured now, they're permanently, at least US-style funds, I know there's smaller ones in Europe, but US-style funds are permanently focused on $10 billion outcomes. Even, I would argue, Roger Ehrenberg, who founded one of the great early seed funds, IA Ventures, he did, they did so many, they did almost 20% of the trade desk, which is worth 35 billion, Datadog and others. He just did this tweet response yesterday, is like, any seed fund north of 60 billion has to find $10 billion exits, even a seed fund. And we can walk through some of that math tomorrow, but that's why you see these crazy, you're scratching your head like, why are Sequoia, and these guys are pretty smart at Andreessen's, why are they doing these deals? No one's a dummy in venture. If you think someone's a dummy, they're not dummies, but they are making bets, and it's a hunt for riches in AI. The thing I would say to SaaS folks, and I pulled up this company, C3 AI. If you haven't followed it, it's Tom Siebel's old company who founded the original CRM that Salesforce displaced called Siebel. He went really early in AI. No one actually knows what this company does, but at least it's been AI since inception. It's down 45% this year. So being AI does not necessarily lead to riches. Salesforce being highly AI-enabled doesn't do it. Dell doesn't do it. So my main point here to founders is there's 2 things about AI. One, you've got to have AI parity with the competition, which is worth chatting for a minute. You've got to, or you're going to lose deals. But changing your TLD or your URL or adding a slide, you may trick an investor or 2. Like, give it a shot, but it's not enough. It's not enough to say you're an AI company today for a million reasons. It's not enough because everyone that needs to be an AI company should be becoming one. Everyone should be using APIs. Everyone should be enhancing their product. But there's a hunt for riches, but people aren't stupid. Like, it's got to be real. Whatever real AI is, it's got to be real AI. And if Mark Benioff can't convince Wall Street he's an AI company now with all their investment, you likely are not going to be able to to two if it's not yourself. Okay, maybe just a couple other things I want to hit, and if we have any time left, we could take some questions. This is a meta question that people are talking about, but should be talking about even more. This is the mystery. This goes back to the Gartner growth of 20%. It goes back, where's this budget coming from AI? And people talk about there being experimentation budgets. I met when I was in London with a wildly smart and successful VC asking me how big CIOs' AI budgets are. And every CIO I've asked for has no AI budget. There's no CEO went to their CIO and said, hey, here's a couple extra billion for AI. It's just not the way the enterprise works. But it's there, it's being repurposed. It's being repurposed. There is a company I invested in the post-sales space that they have one of their 10 largest customers is struggling a bit, but public company. They went in and cut 30% of their post-sales apps and bought one for $1 million a year as their AI bet. But where'd the money come from? They cut core apps. They cut 30 apps and brought in one to free up the budget, right? And this was a little question from RBC Capital and Bloomberg. I would question, if this money on AI is coming at the expense of expansion at Salesforce. It may be. It may be cutting back the extra products they'd buy at Salesforce for AI. And Dell said the same thing. And here, Viva, Peter Gassner, one of the great SaaS CEOs, Viva is a vertical SaaS company, only raised about $3 million and is worth $35 billion today. Very specific. I mean, the biggest pharma and biotech companies run their businesses on Viva. He actually used to be the VP of engineering or CTO at Salesforce. Even he's saying it's a competing priority. Like they're putting off buying more and spending more with Viva to manage their drug discovery and manage their processes for AI. So the budgets are being mixed up and returned. And just two things on it. This is what's happening. There is no magical AI line budget at big companies. There is no magical thing. Stuff is being cut to fund these initiatives. And why? A little bit of it is fear that you've got to be doing this, right? The companies have fear, CIOs have some fear, but some of it is huge efficiency promises. Huge efficiency promises. So I'll give you a quick example. I'm on the board of a company called Gorgeous, which is the largest contact center in e-commerce. And they've got about 16,000 Shopify customers coming up on 100 million in revenue. And they're very SMB. Like their average deal size is 5K now. It used to be 3K. It's actually 5K because of AI. We could chat about that. But they just closed their first 750K TCV deal, 250K a year for 3 years, 750K. That's a lot going up market. And where'd this money come from? Like, great. Well, turns out because of their AI, they're gonna lay off 400 folks in support. 400 folks. So 250K sounds like a lot of money, but it's a big company. It's 20K a month. If you lay off 400 folks in support and replace them with AI, can you free up 20K a month? I mean, yeah. The human impacts here are a little bit brutal. I remember in the early days of e-signatures, which was about efficiency, we went out to Comcast, one of our biggest customers, and they took us to a floor, which was huge. It was dark. They flipped on the lights, and there were all these empty file cabinets that were replaced with EchoSign, Adobe Sign. And there were 80 people they didn't need. It wasn't 200, there were 80 people they didn't need filing their contracts for broadband internet anymore. The money doesn't come out of nowhere. So there are some real human impacts to AI, right? Positive in that, I need a lot of AI people because I can't get anybody to do a lot of work. I can't get anybody to do our podcast or our YouTubes. Like I need help myself. But vendors are promising huge efficiency gains. Are they working? We're already seeing yo-yos. We're already seeing in the enterprise a lot of frustrated customers who are overpromised by vendors that are coming back and saying their initial 1.0 deployments did not work, expensive. We're seeing that all across the space. So I think we all know everything's getting better. Let's not read too much into that. But it's here. The related point that if I wanted to give some advice, I want to be crystal clear. And you can be a lot of us in core B2B can be a little cynical of AI, right? Is it really, for some of our apps, it won't make things any better, right? For some things, it's minor. But what is clear to me is if your competitors are out there promoting efficiency gains from AI, and you do not have feature parity, you're gonna lose this deal. you are going to lose this deal. People want, and I know the initial promises in 2024 aren't being met. It's frustrating customers, but they know this is a bet they have to make, and they do believe it's going to get better, or at least they hope it's going to get better in 2025 and 2026. They see it. And where I see the biggest unforced error for a SaaS company to say is when they fight this wave. They fight this wave. Now, maybe I'll be proven wrong, but this is so much money, so much energy. And I see so many of the smartest founders in SaaS saying AI is stupid, everything, my competitors have these dumb hallucinations, it doesn't work, I don't need AI in my space, it doesn't make my product better. Maybe you're right in 2024. Maybe you are right. I use Canva every day. I don't really use their AI stuff. I don't know if it's any good, right? I use Loom all the time. I don't know if it's really makes my Loom experience any better. I don't know. But you're gonna lose that deal 8 times out of 10 when your competitor that looks a lot like you goes in and gets everyone excited about efficiency for AI. So don't do what you will, just build, but don't fight this. If you're not AI first, don't be AI first. But I know I'm being a little redundant, but this is so important. Look at your top 5 competitors. Do a sheet. Be honest with yourself, your product team, your co-founders. What are they doing in AI today, and what are they promising in the next 12 months? Even if it's a check the box feature, you better darn check it. It's like going into a deal in the enterprise when like you're not SOC 2 compliant and they are, or versions of that if you've been in there, you're just gonna lose the deal. They're just gonna say, I just don't trust you. I just need it. I don't care if you're better or more innovative. I need the SOC 2. So I think everyone in the world should do that for no other reason. AI's become like, you're just gonna lose to the competition. This one we hit, but it's helpful to see it here. There's a few things that are just making everything also harder, which is that the public markets suck. they just suck on a bunch of levels. Multiples are low, but also like we've only had 2 real IPOs, and you look, if they were junky IPOs or struggling companies, would be one thing, but the only ones that bothered to IPO since HashiCorp in 2020 were really good, Klaviyo and Rubrik, 2. Everyone else is waiting. Stripe is waiting. Plaid is waiting. Canva certainly could have IPO'd earlier, $2.5 billion in revenue, growing 40%. They're waiting. People are waiting. But the ones that did have $6 billion market caps on their way to $1 billion in revenue with top tier growth, top tier NRR, top tier everything. This is just a drag on everything. It's a drag on every type of fundraising from Series A later, and it's just a drag. It's not going to last. This is I think Tomas Tungus just put out a good summary of the data yesterday. You can see it on LinkedIn or his blog. I think SaaS IPOs are at a 10 or 15 or 20 year low, or long low, or tech IPOs. So it's not gonna last. But it is tough out there. There is very little liquidity in the system. And it is creating subtle stresses. Like the bar is just really high. I mean, if you really have to get to 600 million growing 50% to IPO, I know most of you are close. But it's the most intimidating bar in my career. So it sort of is what it is. Maybe I blotted this one over, but the multiples are still met. I've been talking about multiples much more the last 3 or 4 years at these events in SaaStr, but here's my simple way of thinking about it. This is the BVP Cloud Index. You can track it on Bessemer sites or other places. The median public SaaS company is trading at 6x ARR, the median. Now some are struggling, some are higher. So a lot of the best ones, the Samsaras and others, are trading at 15. But this makes it really hard for VCs to make money. It makes it hard for a lot of things to happen in the system. And if I had to summarize all of this, a lot of old timers will say, hey, this is just how it was in 2016 or 2015 or 2014 or 2017. Maybe this there's different ways to slice the data, but I think it won't get easier for us until this is about 8x, until we see 20 to 30% reflation in multiples. And it may sound like just a number, but it's not. It makes everything so much easier. These valuations work, the capital raising works, the investment works. 6x is just, you're here, the average folks that attends a SaaStr event, I think, is around 5 million ARR, right? Worked so hard, it took you 7 years. You're worth 30 million, it's not that great. It's a bummer. You want to be, the good news is you're gonna keep building and growing, and you're gonna go from 5, and we'll see you at 10 the next year, and then 20 and 40, but it's tough for the world that we certainly got used to the last 4 years to operate well at 6x. So that's the one to look at. When this reflates a little bit, and is it really all interest rates? I'm no longer sure. Is it really all this? We're no longer sure. But 6.6, it's still a tough world. And then maybe just two things to summarize. And again, I think as a community, we over talk about VC, but it is important at many levels. If you're fundraising or just to understand the pulse of the system, every VC that I know wants to invest. There's new VCs that have only been in a couple years. They've got capital. They don't care about the past. There's folks like Christoph and others here who've got many winners, so they still want to invest. I don't know any VC that doesn't have winners that doesn't want to invest today. So if folks are saying VCs don't want to invest, that's wrong. Folks that have only lost or got fired last week, they don't really want to invest. But everyone that's been around is looking, they're always hunting for winners. But there is real stress in the system. I picked 3 recent examples. The one on the left shows rolling IRRs, rates of returns for VCs. And the way VCs calculate return is different than others. But what you can see is like in 2021, like VC returns went crazy, right? What is this, 80%? And this is why everyone raised like 3 funds that year. It was not, actually the real problem is that even LPs, the folks that give VC monies, kind of thought this was sustainable. 80% returns are not, what is it, who can tell me what 80% compounded over 20 years is? It's like a lot, isn't it? It's like infinity or something like that. I don't know what it is. But it's crashed, right? And so real IRRs, everyone is full of shit in venture on Twitter. Oh, all my investments are so great. I'm such a genius. I own 0.0001% of this unicorn. I made so much money. But the real IRRs, when you blend it all together, they're negative. So this is just stress. And VCs are getting a little bit of a pass from their own investors, limited partners, who are kind of saying, look, we're going to give you a mulligan in some cases on one fund, but it's just stress. It is stress. It is stress a little bit on early stage funds, but it's huge stress on growth funds, which did lots of unicorns, hundreds of unicorns, and it's going to take them a decade to figure out what to do with fallen unicorns. It's a decade. And here's just 2 other examples. On the right, what we're seeing stress is Squarespace. I don't know if you guys we use Squarespace at SaaStr for a lot of our sites. We use all these products. They're going private in a $7 billion transaction. Sounds great, $7 billion, but I think they're at 1.3, 1.4 billion, growing 20-something% a month. And that's a premium to where they were trading. They were trading at like 4x, maybe even less net of cash. So why go, like everyone, we're talking about going IPO to get liquidity, to do M&A, why go private? It is a sign of stress in the system. It's a sign that the public markets are not working for Squarespace for a variety of reasons. There's a whole bunch of things. There's the low multiples we talked about. There's also such insane pressure on public companies to be very profitable today. It's too much. Salesforce is pushing toward 40% margins. Everyone needs to be above 30. It sounds great. It makes Wall Street happy. But where are you going to invest if you can't hire anybody? So I actually believe a lot of public SaaS companies are in a quiet decay state because they're not hiring anybody new. There's too much efficiency. And so what do? One option is to go private. Give me 3 or 4 years to just invest. Instead of having to do 30%, 30 cents out of every dollar go to profits, I'll drop that to 10 cents or 0, grow faster, and then go public at 2 billion or 3 billion or something. That's the decision they're making, especially because the founder of Squarespace has been there since day one. And actually, he had an insane incentive package when they went IPO. It was almost like Elon Musk, if you read it. There's a SaaStr post on it, if you look at the first one. He had these tiered grants like Elon had it. And I think if he grew it to like 20 or 30 billion, he like doubled or tripled his equity stake. So to give that up and go private, it's a big give up that there's stress in the system. And then this one, boy, this one's a tough one. A whole bunch of cloud leaders, also before Squarespace, have gone private. Avalara, Pluralsight, Zendesk went public for 10 billion. I don't know all the details of all the deals, but a lot of them were fueled with cheap debt that now has to be refinanced at much higher prices. If you bought a company for 3 or 4 billion as a private equity firm, but you really only put in 20%, so maybe you put in 800 million or $1 billion, you borrowed 3 or 4 billion at 2%, and now you have to refinance it at 8%. The problem is a lot of these SaaS companies don't generate enough. They're profitable, but they don't generate enough necessarily to service the debt. So this one was a shocker, even though it didn't get a ton of news. Is this a canary in the coal mine? I don't know. Vista, which is one of the 2 or 3 biggest folks that buy SaaS companies, Vista, Thoma Bravo, a few others, they bought Pluralsight. They're writing the entire $3.5 billion investment to 0. Entire invest. I don't know what Pluralsight's doing today, but we wrote them up on SaaStr. I think when they were last doing public, they were doing 250 million or so, and they claim they had 27% profit margin, so they're generating 40, 50 million, 60 million of cash a year. But whatever happened here, it wasn't enough, so they're walking away from $3.5 billion investment. And I don't know how big this fund is, but I know it's sub 20. That's a lot to lose. If a lot of these deals don't work out. I was chatting earlier this week in London with someone that works at a Vista competitor or similar, and he was just saying it's just so stressful there. It's so stressful there because they bought all these companies that are good, but between the cost of servicing the debt and the revenue slowing down. So this is stressful for a bunch of reasons. These firms are not engineered to have multiple losses like this. Seed funds can lose 40% of their, even half of a seed fund's deals can make no money. It doesn't usually end up being half the money because your winners concentrate your money, but a seed fund, you can write off half your investments. The PE guys can't write off half their investments. There's no returns. And this is stressful in general, and I'll wrap up on this point if we're done with time. This has been one of the great liquidity options. You don't have to always IPO, and you don't have to worry if Adobe can't acquire Figma or other issues. You don't have to worry if Google won't buy you. If PE was there, and PE, all of my billion-dollar exits as an investor have come to PE firms, a lot of them from Vista, thank you. Another one of my early investments got acquired for $300 million a few weeks ago by a PE firm. They worked for years. Great company at 30 million, growth was good, but not great, but got bought for $300 million, 10x by PE firms. If this stops working, and it started working around 2012, 20, it's just more stress. There's fewer exits. It's tougher on us. So everyone wants to deploy money. Vista just raised another 20 billion. Like, it's there, but just understand that there's stress across the system. And sorry, I went a little long, so I'm just going to summarize these last ones. This one is it's just direct. I just put this up on SaaStr this week, but Emergence put together a bunch of data. Emergence, they were my investor, and they invested in a ton of the early SaaS leaders from Viva to Bill to Yammer and others. They actually went to, I think, 20 or 30 seed VCs and got data from over 600 SaaS startups that were venture-backed. So this is not normal. These are folks that about 20 really good VCs initialized, Cowboys and others, all gave all of their data anonymized. So these are good ones. And they redid the data for me. And the question is, like, how many of them are fundable? This is just one last takeaway here. It's tough. And so I asked them to redo it by top decile. And so there's a lot of data here, and you can look at the slides later, and we may be over. But if you squint a little bit, this isn't the top 10% of all venture-backed startups by top-tier seed funds. Top 10% venture-backed by top. How are they growing in today's macro market? Well, less than 1 million, 120, 30% a year, so try to do 120, 30% a year. But to be more specific for later rounds, from the 1 to 5, 166%, 5 to 20, the best ones are still doubling, and then after 20, only 42%. So this is top decile. So if we go back, and we will talk, if we have this session tomorrow, we'll talk more about it. VCs still need triple, double to make money. They need you to triple and triple after 1 million in revenue and double. It's okay if there's bumps, but that's what it needs to be to IPO in less than a decade. And so roughly you gotta be doing 166 or 200% in this first group, 100% in 5 to 20, and probably closer to 60% in the growth stage to be fundable. So looking at this, I would say maybe 10 to 15%, because this is a top decile. This is just enough to raise money. This is just enough to meet the venture bar. So be wary, because if you have raised a seed round, and seed round is almost as easy to raise as ever take. I'm not saying it's easy, but there's so many seed investors and so many folks want to do it. Realize your next round is almost certainly going to be much harder than you thought. If only the top decile of the top seed funded ones are at triple, double, the bar is really high, and so just assume the next round isn't coming. And if you don't know, ask your investors honestly. Don't put them on the spot. Ask them, am I fundable? Because this is probably the toughest level in my career. Top 10 to 15% that already have venture backed are in a position today to raise another round. Now I will say, I don't want to be too gloom. Almost every founder I know has gone through periods when they were unfundable. I had my 5 years. My last company before it was acquired by Adobe, I think 3 of the years we weren't fundable. I raised the years we were fundable. And then I went profitable because I didn't want to deal with the stress. Most startups are not fundable every year for a lot of reasons. But be very cognizant if you are. Don't waste energy, don't waste drama, don't overspend your cash if you're simply not in this top decile or better, because it's almost certainly not going to happen. It doesn't matter how likable you are. It doesn't matter how pretty your deck is. It doesn't matter how many people you meet for coffee. This is the bar, and it's harder to meet now than it has been. So that's sort of it. Let me summarize. Just build. B2B2C did come back fast. That's why I'm not like a good better, but I'm cautiously optimistic on 2025. I'm cautiously optimistic that if B2B2C came back 2 years ago, 2025, people are going to stop cutting everything and spend more. IPO and liquidity sucks. Vistalot losing $3.5 billion on Pluralsight sucks. 2 IPO, you have to be over 50% growth at $500 million to IPO sucks, but some really good ones coming. Canva, Stripe, Figma, and others. I think people are going to get excited. People are going to get greedy again, which we need. The final just point is, but there's stuff, multiples are meh, the fundraising is hard. A lot of this stuff you cannot control, so keep building. It takes 10 years to get anywhere good in SaaS, 7 to 10 years. Keep building, be cognizant of the competition, be better to the competition, and you get multiple chances at this. The pendulum swings back and forth. You can have it, but everyone has a year of hell, it will come back. And for many of us, we just have to push through some macro challenges we can't do anything about. So thanks, everybody. Let's have a good 2 days. Thank you.
My name is Robbie O'Connor. I'm the General Manager for Notion in the EMEA region. I worked in Asana, Dropbox, Google, Microsoft, standing on the shoulders of giants. We see Notion being customized in ways that we hadn't even dreamed of ourselves. We get surprised every day by our users. The way that people are working is changing. It's really important to have proximity to your customers to understand that Notion has an enormous international user base. 80% of our users, you're the voice for the company in the region, but you're also the voice for the region in the company too. Germany to France, Spain to the Nordics, little nuance in every different pocket. My strengths, my motivations are in the challenge of building things. What does the next 5 years hold for us? We're being pulled into these regions. How do we prioritize what we do first and where we go first? This is just such a fun time where there's so much potential and opportunity.
Please, welcome to the stage Robbie O'Connor, GM of EMEA at Notion.
Good morning. Wow, I didn't know there was going to be such a cool intro video. I feel like I could just leave it there with that little snippet. How are you all doing? Everybody settled? Everybody had some coffee and a few pastries to kind of get settled for the morning? Okay, excellent. Well, before we get started, I just want to learn a little bit about the room that we have here today. Can you put your hand up or say, hey, if this is your first time at SaaStr? Okay, wow, okay. And so by default, who has been at SaaStr before? Okay, so it's about 50-50, and maybe a few people with both hands going up there as well. Who here is a founder of a company or a co-founder? Okay, excellent. And who's on the other side of the line? Who's working with a founder or with a team? Okay, we got a very healthy mix, right? We got both sides of the line, fantastic. Who here is from the UK? Give us a yay. Oh, and who's not from the UK? All right. Any Irish people? Okay, yes, where we are. Okay, very good. You can probably guess from my accent that I'm Irish, which gives me a couple of unique abilities. One of them is the ability to speak incredibly fast. But every coach and mentor I've ever had has told me to slow it down. So I'm going to do my best here today to be really, really well paced. It's quite surreal to me to be here today because, like many of you, I attended SaaStr for the first time a number of years back. When I first started my career, I never really envisaged being in SaaS, never envisaged being a SaaS player. But fast forward 15 years or so, here we are today. It's been fascinating to watch early SaaS companies proliferate and seeing the general community of SaaS providers grow and develop as well. And something that I've always noticed as a common observation is that our community of SaaS players have always been there to help each other. Everybody likes to learn from each other. There's always someone who's 2 or 3 years ahead of you on the journey, someone who's 5 or 6 years ahead of you on the journey, who can help you provide insights and feedback and some suggestions and ideas of how they got over certain obstacles or how they got through certain challenges they were facing at the time. So I love the way that these communities naturally evolve. They grow into pretty special communities locally here in the UK, regionally within Europe. It's great to see that great international spread here today, and even globally at this point. You know, in this startup scale-up community, you could be in San Francisco, you could be in New York, you could be in London, you could be in Berlin, you could be in Paris, you could be in Tokyo and Seoul. But so much of the challenges that we're facing are common issues, and it's great that we have this global community that can share all of these issues. And I think SaaStr does an incredible job of bringing together this great group. So it's a huge privilege for me to be here today, having been an attendee before and a huge fan of this community, to be here to share some of the lessons that I've learned so far in my career. So I'd like to kick off this morning's conversation by talking about something that I think everybody in this room has, and that's a builder's mindset. This is something that I've scanned for a lot when helping to build out teams during my career. And it's been hard to ascertain whether a builder's mindset is natural, whether someone is born with a builder's mindset, or whether it's something that's taught, whether you can train people to have that builder's mindset. Now, I'm Irish, as I called out earlier on, and there's probably a lot of cliches that you would think about Irish people. One of them is probably that you come from a very large family. Terrible cliche, but it happens to be absolutely correct in my regard. I'm actually the youngest of 6 children, so I've got 5 siblings. And the interesting thing about being in a large family is it's a lot like a startup. You know, the dynamics of being the youngest of 6 siblings is quite similar in dynamics to having a large family. Negotiation is crucial. Resilience is really important. There's a high level of collaboration that's needed all the time. You know, we're a relatively middle-class family, but resources with 6 kids are always a little bit, scant. You have to really fight for your resourcing. You got to have a loud voice in a very competitive environment. But what I learned is that with a lot of older siblings there, I also got to watch how they did things before and learn from some of the great progress that they made and some of the mistakes that they made as well, as I was navigating my life as well. I think it's very similar to startups and to scale-ups and to organizations within larger teams. You get to observe from those who've come before you and take learnings from that and progress. Notion loves Lego. That's why we have this up here. In many senses, Notion sees its product as being a digital version of Lego. It's got a lot of building blocks. And I know many founders here and early stage team members in this group are building their teams. You're building your processes, you're building your product, you're building your go-to-market approach, you're building your teams. And so we always like to use the paradigm of Lego to underline the way that Notion operates as well. And so I thought it'd be a good idea just to share with you some examples of what I've learned in my career across the paradigm of building, which I think would be useful today. So to talk a little bit about my journey, I didn't really want to work in tech as a career when I was going to university. I actually wanted to work in the EU. I trained to be a European diplomat. I studied political science and I studied French with a view to having a job in Belgium. But like many people, as I got closer to the end of my degree, I realized that's absolutely not what I wanted to do. But I was so lucky that it turns out there's many transferable skills between being a diplomat and working in tech. You need strong communication skills, you need strong problem-solving skills, you need to be adaptable, you need to be a strategic thinker. And so I pivoted to the next coolest thing, which was technology. I got an internship in Microsoft when I was much younger, which was great. That helped me fall in love with the idea of tech. I worked for an American company for the very first time, and I understood the ambitions that American companies work with as well. I then worked in Google for 4.5 years, where I was part of the team that built the licensing application, the go-to-market model for the Google Maps platform. At the time, 12 APIs that needed to be turned into some form of a monetization strategy, which was a lot of fun. I got a lot of learning around how product teams and go-to-market teams interact, and I got to see a go-to-market team built from early inception in a very safe, well-funded environment to being a billion-dollar business over 4.5 years. However, 2 of my older brothers are entrepreneurs, and they're my heroes. They're the people I look to most in the world because they're really brave. And I always felt that I wanted to work for a smaller organization where I could drive a high level of impact. So working in tech, having some pretty good logos on my CV early on, and then wanting to drive impact, all roads lead to early stage startups. So I was really, really fortunate to have been the first European hire 3 times within Dropbox, within Asana, and within Notion. 3 very different stories, 3 very different journeys. Dropbox, about $200 million to $1 billion over 4.5 years, about 200 employees, up to about 2,000 by the time my journey had finished. The story of a product that had mass market appeal, that was challenged by having a strong consumer-based self-service model to trying to build a B2B model on top of that. A time where they were hiring world-class talent and trying to scale teams exponentially across the world at the time. Fast forward a little bit into my time in Asana, I worked with an incredible CRO, a guy called Oliver J. If anyone's read The PLG Trap, that was his work, based off many learnings that we'd had in Dropbox that we tried to transfer into Asana. A very different journey, a very, very niche category, and a small problem that a founder was incredibly passionate about that they wanted to bring to the world. You know, Asana's viral growth story was effectively bringing the power of lightweight project management and task management to the masses on the back of the proliferation of lots of tools spinning up within the workplace. Fast forward on to Notion then. I was a huge product of collaborative technology all the way through my career. And when I first got my glance at Notion around 5 years ago, I felt this is a product that could genuinely change the world, starting with innovators and starting with disruptors. You know, Notion was about 10 million users when I joined around 4 years ago, and today we're tipping around 100 million users today. The story in Notion is a little bit different. As opposed to product-led growth or sales-led growth, I think this chapters to date for Notion has been community-led growth, and that's something that we're incredibly proud of at the moment. So very, very different journeys. But I often think of scaling a journey as a real relay race, with one team often handing the baton on to the next team who takes the company into the next phase of growth. Each time that I've been joining an organization, there's been some real heroes who were there early, the first people on board, the first engineering team, the first product team, the first sales heroes who they bring on board, that they're passing the baton on to the next generation as they come through, who can take the company to the next levels. There's so many startups here in the audience today that are on the first lap of the track, and I commend you more so than anything else. Having worked in Notion for the time that I have, and knowing how popular Notion is with early stage organizations, I've had the fortune of spending a lot of time with founders and early leaders within these companies to learn what their aspirations and dreams are, how they think about strategy, and how they turn those strategies into reality. And I have to say, I've never been on that first lap of the track, so I'm actually in awe of all of you, those who have the braveness to set something up, to take something from an idea to a product, to bring a product to market, and to grow from there. I think when discussing what we'd present in terms of content for this presentation today, with those companies that I've worked for before, you know, you might get the sentiment that there is a golden formula to make this all work, to make this all happen, to bring it to the next level. But the fact of the reality is that there isn't really one. There's no golden bullet. Every company's a little bit different. Every product is a bit different. Every audience is quite different as well. But what I can teach you today, hopefully, is just some learnings across 3 different vectors that I've found to be a common thread through the companies that I've worked with. And my hope is that you're able to take away some of these learnings and bring it back to your companies. And I love to network as well. I'd love to connect with everybody here afterwards, and happy to give more advice on some of these teachings and learnings as well. So the areas I'm going to be talking about the scaling journey fall into 3 foundational layers. Building your product that works, building your go-to-market strategy and your operations as well, and as importantly as anything is building talent. You need a great product. Products need to work. Products need to be needed. You need a very clever strategy. You can have an awesome product and have a poor strategy to bring it to market and it mightn't work. You could have a great product and a pretty good strategy, but if you don't have the ability to hire and grow and develop the best talent, then those things aren't going to come together either. So let's start with the product, because that's at the core of absolutely everything. Before thinking about your sales motions or even your go-to-market motion, you need to start with your product market fit. There's many paths to building a product that really fits as well. And the most important thing that I need to keep on board is that it's important to build a product that's a solution to a problem. There's many problems out there, and there's a lot of founders here who've thought about what are the problems that they need to build a solution for. Some of those problems are mass, they're scaled, they're very obvious. Some of those problems are mass and scaled, but they mightn't be that obvious. There are some problems that are very, very, very specific and very, very niche, but I think founders and early teams will feel very passionate that there's a solution that's required for them as well. And then it's really important to understand if that product big enough that you can build a business around. As mentioned there are some products that are, or some problems that are relatively niche, and you might create the most elegant solution to address that issue. But if the problem is not big enough for you to be able to scale an entire business around, then it mightn't go too far. Timing can be everything as well. When I look back to my time in Dropbox, it was a very, very interesting period. Oh, actually, not going. The rise of the iPhone and smartphones meant that there was an exponential proliferation in the amount of user-generated content that was being produced. You know, users in the workplace went from creating 2 or 3 artifacts of work, a PowerPoint presentation, a Word doc, or an Excel per week, to creating 10s and 20s of them. We went from taking 3 to 4 photos every month that were produced in hard copy to producing hundreds of photos on your iPhone or your smartphone. And the problem that was created there was, where does all this data go? Where does all this information live? Companies were struggling with databases with mainframes. Phone companies were struggling to understand, where in the cloud are they going to store all this data? And then Dropbox took an old way of doing things, file sync and share, and created an elegant cloud-based simple solution. Started with a very user-specific use case, and then it grew into being a pretty decent B2C to B use case as well. As companies began to see that there's easy ways that you can store and share this information, Dropbox had to build a business model to support those businesses who were leveraging what was effectively a consumer tool. Look at Asana's use case as well. Again, the rise of tools in the workplace, the proliferation of SaaS tools, similar to what we see here today, meant that many companies were seeing information silos. The task of getting work done for product teams, for sales teams, for engineering teams became that little bit more intricate as you're pulling information from lots of different sources. Asana, as I mentioned, brought project management to the masses by producing a very simple, elegant tool. The founder in Asana, Dustin Moskovitz, who's very, very close to product. He's effectively a walking task list himself for any Asana users that are there. He just felt really, really passionate that this very, very niche way of doing things, creating a task management system, turning it into a project management system, would be something that would benefit the world. And at the right time, society decided that there was a strong need for that tooling as well. I think the most important part when you're designing out and you're building out your product, when you're thinking of the problems that you want to solve for, when you're thinking of the business model that supports those products, is that customer centricity and feedback loops and fast iterations become incredibly important as well. If you're lucky enough to found a problem that's big enough to build a business around, and you've put your first iteration of your product in place, I think there's a very strong way that you can put your users effectively on your team. This is where I think Notion has done a really, really good job. Excuse me. Notion was a tool designed by a designer and an engineer, effectively for themselves. They spotted a gap in how they were collaborating and how they wanted to centralize all the data that they were working on. And they built a really, really great tool to help them house and collaborate together. Very quickly, their first other users were their friends, were other designers and other engineers, people who shared a similar problem. And very quickly, it started the first initial feedback loop. So those first friends of our founders were the ones who were initially saying, now we should do this. How about we include a toggle feature? How about we include a new user interface? And very quickly, that started a process where Notion's community became part of the team. We know that designers and engineering teams are incredibly networked globally, and very quickly, Notion had this viral growth effect, where it became a must-have tool for designers and engineers. And what was most adored by that grouping was that as soon as there was a suggestion on something that could be changed or iterated on, that feedback loop went really, really fast back to our founders who were able to make changes on the fly really, really well. And I think that's always been something as we've been scaling that we've tried to keep as part of our own process as well. The story of Notion today might necessarily be product-led growth or sales-led growth. In fact, the chapter is really oriented around community-led growth. And that's been the essence of the viral growth model that Notion's been able to groom. On top of that as well, our community has become incredibly vibrant and has grown into thousands and thousands worldwide. Your community can develop advocates, people who are really advocating for your product out there in the market, people who are advocating for your brand, and we look to nurture that community as much as possible. We provide early access to our advocates and our community members to Notion. We give them direct access to our engineering and our product teams to provide direct feedback. We give them a 3 to 4 month initial early run on our product before we launch anything out to GA as well. I think there's a great story here on this customer centricity, on these feedback loops, and these fast iterations that we experienced in the last year alone. In 2022, we introduced Notion AI just before ChatGPT became widely known and effectively changed the whole market. When other companies were sharing future concepts and screenshots of what might be possible, Notion had a ready-to-use product that was out there in alpha in the market. But our quick launch required trade-offs, and we learned a ton from those trade-offs as well. Based on our experience that our customers should be helping create our roadmap for us, and that our community should be very much a part on how we iterate our product quickly, we made the decision to launch super, super fast our AI product, knowing that getting our product in the hands of users and customers would create so much more feedback for our engineers and our product teams to iterate on the product versus traditional methods of research and turnaround times and cycles like that. But it had a huge trade-off to it as well. In 2022, I don't think anyone really knew what they were doing when it came to AI. People had a general concept of what it could look like, but everybody was feeling in the dark across the board. I think many here will know what that looks like as well. We didn't really have a go-to-market strategy around how we would sell AI, how we would position AI. We didn't know how we would position AI. We didn't know what messaging we would use. We didn't have a ton of evidence of what the business value of AI would be beyond some general intuition. And I think where a lot of companies have waited or wanted to figure out exactly what that golden message was to enable your sales team or position your product, we took the decision to move fast. In this day and age, when there is groundbreaking new technology that gets released, being first or being early or being fast, it does make the difference. So we chose speed over certainty. And we launched quickly to learn from real user feedback. And we learned to kind of deal with those trade-offs. The next piece then that we learned was it's really important to listen to those customers. When you're moving fast and you're learning on the fly, You hear a lot when you're listening correctly, and that allows you to make changes as you need to make them as well. When we launched, we initially aimed for 200,000 users. That's what we were aiming for. But after 5 weeks, we had 1 million people on our wait list. Fast forward another 5 weeks, that had grown to 2 million users on the wait list already. So you can imagine the apprehension as we were ready to launch this when we had 2 million people who were ready to try the product, which is interesting. And when we did release it, so much of it was unfinished. So much of it was underdone. We were missing loads of pieces, and we got a lot of feedback from those 2 million users who came through. We didn't even know what pricing we were going to lever as well. I don't think anybody had figured that out, and companies are still grappling with this as well. I was part of the team that had an early idea that we should create a 3-tier pricing system where we would launch AI similar to a phone cell plan. We'd have a very low barrier to entry in, make it really, really cheap, but then charge on a consumption model based on how much people were levering the tool. We thought it was a great idea. We didn't think anybody should be paying for AI if they're not going to be using it. So it'd almost be like a sell plan. However, in our first few months when this was launched out, we got a lot of feedback from our community as well that if people are leveraging AI in their tool, they don't want to be looking at how many credits they have left. They don't want to necessarily feel like they've got some time on the clock that they're going to be using up within a little while. And ultimately, we found that pricing model was going to be restrictive to usage. We want people to be tinkering with this tool. We want people to be playing around with AI. But we found that our pricing model actually was going to be stifling and restricting innovation versus including more. So just a week before we went GA on our AI product, we totally changed the pricing model, and we went for a monthly flat structure where you can have all-you-can-eat AI within the tool versus the plan. So that created chaos and havoc internally. You can imagine the fin plan teams and everything going a bit crazy, but it was the right thing to do, and it helped us kind of learn on the fly. We also learned around how people were going to be using our tool as well. So we imagined that people would want to let Notion do the heavy work, let the AI product do the work. So let Notion take your first spin at creating that draft. Let Notion take the first spin at writing that blog for you, and then you can correct it afterwards. We thought it would be a huge productivity save for companies, for businesses who were leveraging AI. However, what we found is that in the early instances of Notion, of AI launches, people were using it for much more personalized use cases. They were writing poetry with Notion AI. They were building personalized plans. They were sharing it with their family and friends. They hadn't yet learned to lever this tool within the workplace. Fast forward a year, and I think companies are really only beginning to figure out now what their generative AI strategy needs to be and how AI can be part of the core workflows that they're developing as well. And so the last thing on this piece that I thought was kind of relevant to share in terms of our product is we should never stop learning. If you get a great product, you bring it to market, that's only the beginning. You need to stay on your toes all the time. You need to make customer centricity an incredibly integral part of what you do. You need to be able to iterate and learn on the fly, and don't be afraid to rip up the roadmap if you get feedback in the wrong direction. And ultimately, you should be creating, if you don't have one already, some form of strong feedback loop. Both informally, you should be keeping an eye on your Twitter feed to see what people are saying about your product. You should be listening to your users with your tickets that are coming through. Where's the product broken? Where's there consistently issues that are coming through? What are the people who are not buying your product saying? How can you take information from your sales team or from your marketing website of why people are not buying your product? And then you should also be listening to your really trusted customers, the people who are deep into your product and can help you understand what comes next, what needs to come next in order for you to retain them and to grow them as well. And if you get that balance right of those feedback points, then I think you're going to be in a great position to continue to curate a really strong product. Moving forward then, another key learning from the product side is that it's so important, it might seem obvious, to align your go-to-market strategy with your product. A huge learning that I've generated from my career, most recently in the last 5 or 6 years, has been that your product strategy and your go-to-market strategy must be incredibly complementary. I mean, there can be a degree of distance and a little bit of rub, but the tighter you can align your product vision with your marketing positioning, and ultimately your sales focus, the more that you're going to be able to unlock frictionless growth as well. And there's going to be some key tensions there. The 3 companies that I've been with have been B to C to B motions. We are initially trying to capture the hearts and mind of end users, hope that that product proliferates within teams, within functions, within divisions, and ultimately you're gearing up for a conversation with your CTO type or your heads of IT who are going to be backing your product or not. And there's going to be tensions there. Are you building the product for end users, or are you building the product for your CTOs and your heads of IT? Do you put a product team on making cool new features that are going to delight and please your end users? Or do you want to invest some engineering resourcing on those really critical security and administrative features that are going to really please the CISO at the end of the day? Do you fuel your PLG motion? Are you driving for revenue through self-service? Because your whole marketing site, your whole brand is going to be slightly different versus whether you're trying to generate leads for your sales team in a B2B motion. There's some critical tensions there, really, really strong tensions that are really important to understand and to lever. I think the companies that I've been part of, it's been a fun tension that's been there. Again, if we're pulling people to our website, are we trying to get them to sign up to get into the product? Or are we going to try and get them to have a value-based conversation with our sales team a little bit later on? And ultimately, all those conversations and trade-offs lead to you being able to put together a form of a product roadmap. A lot of that back and forth helps you understand what you're going to be building, who you're building it for, what's the prioritization going to be of those products as well. But you can get this wrong. If your sales team is out of whack with your product vision, if your sales team is in full-on outbound execution mode, but your product team is still trying to ascertain who are the end users that you're trying to build a product for, that's when companies can kind of make mistakes. I think that's when you can overgrow an expensive sales org, or you can have a product team that's kind of continuously moving in circles. So I think that's the major lesson on the product side that I found incredibly valuable. How best can your leadership ensure that your product vision is well matched to where you're pointing your guns from a sales perspective as well? So moving forward to go-to-market, I think it's really important to set a very, very strong foundational plan as a business leader to ensure that your go-to-market has a degree of clarity. This became incredibly pertinent to me during my time in Asana, where our founder, Dustin Moskowitz, and our CRO at the time, Oliver J., and our COO, Chris Farinacci, became very, very, very purposeful around something that they called the Pyramid of Clarity. Right, so many people have seen a paradigm like this before. You've probably written something down to this effect, or you have some doc somewhere that has a version of this. But I think one of my biggest learning has been how to build a robust strategic plan. And it's not easy to do, it's pretty hard. You need to be a really effective leader to make this happen. You need the smarts to be able to build a really good plan. Although if you use some AI products now, it kind of does it for you as well. A little plug for Notion AI there too. You need the hustle and you need the savvy to bring this strategy and this plan to life. You also need the self-awareness and the motivation and the finesse and the politics to communicate to a broad group of stakeholders, leadership, middle management, IC groupings as well, to keep this strategy alive, keep it surviving, and ultimately keep it thriving and keep it moving. Some really good advice that I was given by another mentor of mine, a man called Johan Butting. Johan was my leader in Dropbox, and he subsequently led Slack after that. He's a VC now, he could be around here somewhere. Was 3 things in communication: be brief, be brilliant, and be gone, and get out of there. And if you're in a position then to brilliantly, briefly, and gonely create a very compelling vision and mission that everybody buys into, if you can then underline that mission with a clear and concise strategy, not a generic one, but quite a concise strategy, if you can then tie your company-wide objectives into being quite clearly articulating how you're going to achieve that strategy, and then supplement those company-wide objectives with department-level objectives. I think many people here might use OKRs for something like that. And then you're regularly communicating what are the key results and the projects that are progressing to help drive those business objectives, to help drive those company-wide objectives, which ultimately is influencing how your strategy is performing. Not easy, In the early stage of a team, in the early stage of an organization, these things can often be muddled. Your business objectives might be superseding your strategy. Your mission mightn't be really clear to everybody. It mightn't be super inspiring. People might be mixed up for where it is. Your key results can be very hard to measure, but people might get overly focused on one specific key result, which might be overweighted and imbalanced. So that's why there's a huge, huge, huge skill to your leadership within your go-to-market organizations to being able to build a very robust and a very clear strategic plan. Let's dig into a little bit more around the strategy piece as well. So I think once you've built a product, you have a go-to-market motion. I found it really, really important in my career to be very, very clear around what the customer journey looks like. If you put your COO hats on at the moment, if you're covering all your go-to-market functions, from your marketing organization through to your sales teams, through to your support and retention teams as well, and every mini team that goes into those broad divisions, your brand, your communications, your digital marketing teams, your community and startups focused teams, in sales, your sales development teams, say you have a new business team and say an account management team, say you have a customer success team as well, all the way through to your CX teams as well, to your support teams, whether that's in-house or whether you're using external agencies as well. It's really, really, really important to continue to map all of those functions along what you're understanding to be your classic customer journey. Let's take Notion for an example. We focus a lot on ensuring that we have a very likable brand. We think that Notion has hit a trend or hit a nerve with many of our ICP, with people who are in disruptive, fast-moving companies, people who require less complication in the workplace and more simplicity with an all-in-one work tool. But very rarely do we play to the CTO or to the CIO. More so than anything, we want Notion to be incredibly valuable to users, to individual users, to people who identify with our brand. We try to find ways all the time to help people discover our product. We invest heavily in our community, we invest heavily in our brand, and we invest heavily in influencers that can help distribute Notion to the masses. How do we measure that successfully? Can we measure whether people have a strong sentiment around our product? It's very debatable. Any marketers here will always know that conundrum. Can you measure your market impact? Can you measure the number of tweets that you're getting? Can you measure your market sentiment? We do keep an eye on how many people are signing up for our startups programs. We keep a very close eye on our collaborations with VCs, with incubators, anywhere that there's new businesses starting. Ultimately, if we're doing a really good job at the top of funnel with these pieces, that should naturally pull people towards our websites, right? That should naturally pull people towards where we're having them land in our product. So we measure the amount of web sessions. From there, your digital marketing team should be in a good position to kind of track people, how they're behaving, what they're doing on your website. Are they converting? Are they converting into new users? Are they converting into paid users? Are these individuals? Are they smaller businesses? Are they larger businesses? What sort of websites and web pages should you be attracting them to? When you grow a bit bigger, what do you do with French customers? What do you do with German customers? How can you ensure that you're optimizing that journey? So we work pretty closely on knowing that there's a very specific way that our customers discover our product, and we try to play to that as much as we can. From there, we look at what I call the seeding motion as well. So how do you ensure that your early users, once you spend a lot of money to make them aware that your product exists and pull them into the product, how do you ensure that they have a great experience, that they stay in there? Anyone here who runs a self-service business knows that you can lose customers after the first 2 days if they don't get good value for your product almost immediately. So it's important that you have a very strong ability for people to get into your product. Your UX is cool, it works. Your growth marketing team and your growth product team are ensuring that there's stickiness in your product straight away. And ultimately that you're setting up these new signups for better monetization a little bit further down the line. In Notion's case, that's our self-service business. That's how we drive millions and millions of dollars of revenue in pulling people to our product and making it really seamless for them. That's even before a human has even touched them or has even spoken to them. This is where our sales teams comes into play. Again, a B2C to B motion. Our sales teams really only work with customers who are beginning to use Notion so seriously that they're going to require a lot more hand-holding, that there's a much more enterprise requirement for the way that they're leveraging the product. So we call it our land, our new business sales. We look to attract customers that are spending over a certain amount over to annualized revenue from monthly revenue as well. And it's here that we measure the ARR that we're driving from our sales assist business versus our self-service business. And once you get your product over the line to an annualized spend, the battle only starts there. With a product like Notion, it can grow wildly within an organization, or it can be kept in to a small pocket of usage. It's where our account management team, our expansion focus kicks into gear. How do we underline the value of the product as it's been utilized within teams? How do we help build internal business cases to justify that people should continue spending on your product and using your team? And there's a strong combination there between our customer experience teams, customer success, and our sales team that are looking to expand within accounts as well. And ultimately, what you're looking to measure there is how much utilization, how much adoption is happening in your product, and ultimately, how many of your customers you're able to retain as well as grow. So you measure your CSAT, you measure your usage metrics too. And that's just very specific to this company. That's just very specific to how this product is understood, to how this product is discovered, to how it seeds within organizations, to how it lands to more regularized revenue, and ultimately to how you retain and you expand your customer base as well. Final part I'll talk about, and by the way, we have about 15 minutes for Q&A after this conversation as well. So if any of these points that I've been talking about has kind of caught your attention, more than happy to discuss them live. We've some microphones around the room, so in time, just feel free to queue up there, and I'm very happy to answer any questions as well. So the last part I'll talk about in the golden trifecta of product, go-to-market, and talent is the talent part. And this is the foundation layer that I think you most need to get right. When sharing advice for hypergrowth companies, I oftentimes use the paradigm of Jedis and Stormtroopers. I'm a little bit nerdy. I really like Star Wars, and I did when I was younger anyway, so this is one that always kind of stuck well to me. And having hired hundreds of people across the different organizations that I was talking about there, it's become very, very clear to me that there's different phases in the company, and in terms of team maturity as well. And there's a lot of growth, or a lot of learnings that I've had from this growth as well. I find that in the early days, you need your Jedis. You need builders, people who can flex to cover many functions. And ultimately, they set the DNA for your team and ultimately your company. These Jedis are capable and they're curious. They can oftentimes make something from nothing. And more so than anything, they kind of enjoy the experience of doing that as well. They like to work in building sites. They really appreciate building as they're doing things as well. I've often found that smart people, curious people can be your best salespeople by far. They can outperform dyed-in-the-wool, well-trained salespeople in any case. That being said, Jedis can't stay in the same place forever. Jedis will want to be building the next thing pretty soon. As soon as there's structure and order put in place that they've oftentimes built themselves, it's time for a new generation or a new group of workers to come in place as well. And this is where your Stormtroopers come in. Stormtroopers are great. They're excellent. They don't necessarily want to do as much innovation as, say, your Jedis do. But I'll tell you what, once you have a structure in place for them, they want to go and they want to smash it. They really, really want to achieve. And there's a balance there in terms of timing. You keep your Jedis in a role too long, they're going to get bored, they're going to start looking for the next thing. You put Stormtroopers in too early into an unstructured environment, and they're going to struggle. They're not going to want to be able to provide a lot of that innovation. So there's a balance in terms of finding the next building site for your Jedis. And there's always going to be a building site within your company. There's always a new team or a new function or a new way of doing things that's going to need that builder mindset that you can push people towards. At the same time, once you have your structure well in place, once you've got a decent foundation to start from, that's when your Stormtroopers really start to deliver. Give them a quota, they're going to want to hit 150%. Give them a spiff, they're going to want to absolutely obliterate that and take that home. Mightn't be as motivating, say, for your Jedis as well. The next piece I'll mention, and it can be a little bit of a cliche, but I found it to be incredibly important as I've been building our teams, is to ensure that you're hiring for balance. Diversity comes in many forms. Who you are and what you think defines you. And it's not just a tick-the-box metric to ensure that you're hiring for balance. It's a way to ensure that you're setting your teams up for success. I think as a hiring manager, as a leader, you should be looking at your bench, you should be looking at your people, and you should be seeing where you have strengths, and you should be seeing where you have gaps. You should be hiring optimists, and you should be hiring realists. You should be hiring pessimists, and you should be hiring dreamers as well. You should be hiring some really, on paper, book-smart people who come with very strong credentials. And you should be hiring some hustlers. You should be hiring some people with real street smarts. Your intellectual people are going to be able to spin up a strategy doc really, really fast. It's going to be no problem to them. They're going to really enjoy the effort. But they might struggle when it comes to a sales conversation with a customer interaction. You might have some incredibly gifted, natural salesy people, and they just don't want to do that OKR or that end of quarter review because they're going to be focused on different things. So it's really important that you're hiring for teams that have a lot of different strengths that complement each other. You might get Myers-Briggs fans here, you might get Insights fans, you might get some other hokey personality test. I love them. I absolutely love them all. I'm a red-blue on Insights. Anyone can kind of guess that. So I'm a little bit spicy, but I like to reflect on things. I'm an explorer and investigator on the other study. I can't remember exactly what it is. And I look at my teams, I look at my leaders, and I look at their teams, and I ask them to deliberately go and hire people that are different to each other. I've had great experience in this in my career. When I was early stage in Microsoft, I worked in a team that was just all Irish people. And it was great, it was such a great place to be, what a great place to do an internship. But I looked around me, and there was a lot of guys. Pretty much everybody went to the same university. Everybody played rugby. And whenever a problem came up, we were thinking about things in almost the exact same way. And I didn't notice it. I didn't have a clue. I just thought we were going with the flow. It was great. It was only then when I was switched teams, or when I moved company over in Google, that I was in a very international environment. And I saw that when a problem arose within the team, we had our very skeptical German, who took a very definitive line on stuff, and a very appassionata Italian, who was thinking about things in a very different way, and quite a realistic English person who was coming at it from a very different angle. And you know what? We found the best solution. Because we had people who were wired a little bit differently, who were thinking about a problem and ultimately seeing all the potential issues, seeing all the potential opportunities, and able to navigate through that. It's not easy to do because hiring's tough. It's a very competitive talent market at the moment. But ultimately, if you try to instill into your hiring practices this from the beginning, I think you're going to be setting your teams up for success ultimately. I think it's really important for your leaders as well, if you're a leader yourself or you have a group of leaders, to ensure that they're threading a growth mindset within teams all the time. I can't underline the importance of building a growth mindset, particularly in your early SaaS teams. A growth mindset fosters adaptability, it fosters continuous improvement. Teams that are embracing that mindset are much more likely to innovate and to overcome challenges than teams that fall out of the cycle of having a growth mindset as well. I think being part of an early stage team and an early stage organization has trade-offs. It can be stressful. The plan mightn't always be there. You're going to be burdened with a lot more operational debt and strategic debt than you would anywhere else. However, that's an enormous blessing as well. I've always found that being part of early teams has been really like having a street MBA. I've learned so much about marketing, even though I'm not a marketer, by just having a strong level of proximity to early marketing plans. I've learned a lot around product, even though I'm not a product person, just by having a lot of proximity to how the product team thinks. And I think when your people are coming on board to your early stage teams, it's such a privilege, pressure is a privilege, to have this exposure to so many functions, where you could be in a bigger company, you could be in a much bigger company, and you're in your little swim lane, and you just got to execute on your little stormtrooper, you're going to execute on your goals, whereas you're in these early stage teams, you get this MBA effect by learning everything about the business and contributing to your part from it as well. I like to implement a 10% rule as well with my leaders. I like to ensure that our leaders are spending at least 10% of their time every month dedicated to learning and development programs for themselves and ultimately for their teams. If you're in a big company, you might have a really big L&D budget. You might be able to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales methodology or trainers to come in to work with your teams. Or you could be a bootstrap startup where that 10% can just be buying a book a month and ensuring that everybody reads that book and then creating space within that team to share learnings from that book as well. I think it's really, really important that from the outset, the quicker you start instilling this 10% rule of learning and development and growth within your teams, it just compounds and it pays dividends as time goes by. And if managed correctly, you're able to thread your growth mindset, cross-functional learning pieces with everybody's ongoing learning and development as well. So those pieces are always super important to me. So I think I'm just at time before we run into the Q&A. And just to sum it all up from my end, I think 3 foundational layers that I can impart onto all of you is, from a product side, building a solution to a problem, maintaining customer centricity and feedback loops, aligning your go-to-market strategy and your product. From the go-to-market side, building and communicating a strategic plan, such a vital skill. Don't let that go by the wayside. And then understanding your customer journey and aligning your sales and go-to-market motions against them. And then finally, your talent. Understand and be very mindful around that early team that sets the DNA. Hire for balance as quickly and early as you possibly can to double down on your strengths and cover off any gaps that exist within your teams. And then finally, to ensure that you're building from the very outset a growth mindset within your teams. Thank you very much, everybody. Really appreciate it. Okay, so we have a bit of time. I think we've got about 5 minutes or 10 minutes for a Q&A. So there's some microphones dotted around the room. If anybody has any questions they'd like to ask, or we have a floating mic as well. And there's a man over here with a question if we want to start with. Do you maybe want to jump up to that microphone just here? There's one just there. Sorry, thanks.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you very much. Dale Shepherd from Trinity Hawk.
Hi, Dale.
Might be a bit of a detailed question,
Yeah.
but you were talking around the diversity of the team, which I completely agree with. From early stage sales teams and go-to-market teams, do you have a view or any experiences or an opinion on, I guess, the structure of that team when it comes to literally the operating model from, I guess, CRO, VP, all the way down to BDRs and SDRs?
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess it's a great question, by the way, and one that I've grappled with a number of times. I guess it depends on the stage of the organization that you're at, and what your growth expectations need to be, and whether your company is going to be dependent on sales headcount as a growth lever. So in the very early days, you can start thinking, we can do $1 million with 10 AEs. Wow. Can we do $5 million with 50 AEs? How would that work? And there's usually a trade-off to happen there with your fin team, because you need to be building the leadership structures in order to ensure that you can scale those teams out, is the way I see it. Classically, I think another thing I would have is there's a balance between hiring the super senior leader who's got great experience, has managed large teams before, has seen it all, knows the playbooks, but maybe hasn't had too much in the weeds customer interaction for a while, or maybe hasn't been in the middle of a demand generation argument around the plumbing between lead gen and what SDR is doing and whatnot. So I think there's a world where you're hiring for your up-and-comer who's showing great potential, can have a very, very good conversation with your marketing team around how they're going to be setting up lead gen flows, is really interested in new tooling and is happy to look at the new must-have SDR AI tool and whatnot. But I think classically you'd want to start with a simple as flat structure as you possibly can, and then introduce more layering as time goes by based on the complexity of the needs of the business. We have a rule in the companies I've worked with about the rule of 7. So once you go beyond managing 7 people, you're going to start diminishing your own ability to operate strategically while also coaching people on the fly. And you do see managers end up with teams of 12 and 15, and you see they're just pulled apart. They're ripped in different directions. That's where I think your senior leaders need to ensure that they are 6 months ahead on an org design plan. People ops teams are always very useful to help kind of think that out. And then you're giving plenty of lead time towards hiring and putting that right leadership team in place.
Perfect. And that balance between strategy and execution. Perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you.
It's always a good one. Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Dale. I appreciate it. I think we have another question here. Do you guys want to jump up?
Thanks for a great talk. I really liked your distinction between the Jedis and the stormtroopers. I find it pretty clear how to identify the stormtroopers, but I have no clue how to identify these builder types, because from my point of view, it's not so clearly visible in the CV.
Yeah. Good question. I think I had a crash course in hiring when I worked in Google. And many of Google's hiring practices actually are not really allowed now because they had a very specific set of profiles they were hiring for, and one of those was education. That's kind of gone out the window. But in Google, every interview, anyone here, probably some people who worked for Google before, they knew there was, I think, 4 elements. You had to be incredibly smart. You had to be quite a strong role fit, depending on what the role was. You needed to show a high degree of motivation, but then you had to have a thing called googliness. Now, how do you test for googliness? I think what they looked for was just excellence. And that could come from your work experience, that can come from what you did in university, that can come from a club that you're part of, that can come from a hobby that you have. And what I've observed is that the Jedis that I've looked for have shown an enormous degree of passion to something in their life. They mightn't have the credentials on their CV or the universities or the schools that people would look to. They mightn't have had the experience of other candidates. But if you can ascertain during an interview process that this person is deeply passionate about something and that they can communicate complex things in a somewhat structured and linear way, that for me has been a pretty good proxy of how to determine who are these kind of builders. Interestingly, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, before you had this mass proliferation of a startup scene, graduates all wanted to work in some big brand or logo. Actually, it's very interesting. We're very strong in Paris, in France right now. France has gone through a renaissance, excuse the pun, of technology. 10 years ago, this was somewhat of a tech-phobic country. They didn't really like US tech companies, but all of a sudden, the tech ecosystem in Paris and France is so strong. Graduates from Les Grandes Écoles, they no longer want to go and work in Renault or work in LVMH or get that grad program in Pernod Ricard. They want to start a company. They want to create their own company. It's now, they've adopted the Harvard mindset. It's cooler to employ someone than be employed by someone. And I think most recently, we've had incredible success in hiring early career failed young founders, because there's no better Jedi than someone who's had the responsibility of a huge business as well. So I think these days you can look for talent within this incredible ecosystem of technology and startups, whereas back in the early days you really had to assess and test someone's passion for something in their life to kind of assess if they have that Jedi capability, in my mind.
Thank you.
Pleasure, real pleasure. I think we have another question here. Do you want to jump up?
Thanks for, thanks for a great talk. Super inside baseball question that has nothing to do with your talk, so I apologize. I'm really interested in Notion's kind of recent pitch towards project management, quite specifically, presumably trying to pitch people off Asana and so on into that one tool to rule them all. We've historically used Notion mainly as like our intranet and then just moved over for project management, and I guess I'm just interested in your thoughts around how you don't get into the project management behemoth too much from a product perspective, how much energy you guys are putting into that, and how you're managing that kind of transition as a GM team.
Yeah, it's a really, really good question, and one that we noodle on quite a lot. So I think Notion was initially designed to just be a note-taking app, a really cool place where you could document what you're doing. You could take notes from within a meeting, from within interaction with a colleague, you could write out a plan on it. And very quickly, with earlier stage companies, we found that the amount of content that they were creating was knowledge. This was the company's knowledge. This is where the life and soul of the company was living. So Notion grew into being, a knowledge management system, a wiki. And early stage companies that, were never in the Microsoft ecosystem or never in the Google ecosystem, this is where everything was living. And if this is where your knowledge lives, this is where your initiatives and your projects need to live. So even though we'd never initially intended for Notion to be a project management tool, we were receiving pretty vociferous feedback from our user base. Can we do more? We want to run projects. We want to run initiatives on Notion. Now, knowing that there's legacy tools like Microsoft Planner, knowing that many teams run their projects and initiatives in Excel spreadsheets and in Google Trixes, knowing that many businesses use something like Asana or Monday.com or something along those lines to manage their projects, we built a lightweight V1 of project management within Notion. Now, we know that it's lightweight at this stage. There's a lot more to develop there, but we feel that we want to provide as much value for our customers as possible. Ultimately, in Notion, we see that if we can reduce complexity for businesses, if we can reduce the trash that comes from so many tools, and we can build a tool that allows you to have Airtable-like functionality in your databases, that has Asana or Monday.com-like functionality in your project management, then we think that's incredibly good value for a customer to be able to pay one single SaaS price for one tool versus having to pay out 3 different license fees for 3 different tools if you can all live in one space. And the benefit is that all this data is there in one place. And if you thread it with AI, it makes these things even more seamless, and you've got this data and this knowledge that you're leveraging as well.
Thank you.
Pleasure. So watch this space. We'll get better in project management. We've got one over here at the side of the room. Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
I'm Hannah from Ceros. Your Jedi Stormtrooper analogy is very popular, so I'm going to keep it going.
Excellent.
So we're actually running into some of this at Ceros where, I mean, the metaphor is accurate, right? The mixing of Jedi Stormtroopers is a bit like oil and water.
Yep.
And I'm just wondering how you guys have, or how you've seen that work in teams where you start to have that transition where you still need the R&D work, you still need the experimentation, you still need those go-getters that are willing to go outside the process, but you also still need the executors. Like, what does that look like?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, a bit of feedback there. I love that question because it's really important to be super people-centric when you're building out your teams. The difference, I think, between Jedis and Stormtroopers is Jedis will often want to do this themselves. It'll be their inclination to spot a gap and to write something up to try to address it as well. I can't remember the amount of times that having hired a couple of Jedis into teams, we'd have a one-to-one and we'd address a whole bunch of areas. And maybe a day or two later, they come back to you, not just with a kernel of an idea, but I've taken a kernel of an idea and I've actually built the first 3 steps. Now, can you help me unblock me to do the next or go a little bit further? Stormtroopers, I think you'll often find, won't have that proactivity, or they mightn't have the ability to get past that initial kernel. They might bring you something early stage and go on from there. But I think by the time your Stormtroopers are outnumbering your Jedis within the organization, you're going to be in a position at this stage where you have developmental plans in place for everybody. You probably have layers and levels within the organization. You might be a 2 today, and you want to get promoted towards being a 3. And to get from a 2 to a 3, you got to get to 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4. And that's where I found your middle management layer becomes really, really useful, because you start helping people develop that nature and that proactivity by giving them 20% projects. Over the next couple of months, you mentioned that thing that you think is broken. I'd love for you to start writing up a plan here on how we should be addressing it. And you begin to kind of thread in that natural proactivity that people have. So by the end of a performance management cycle, people are like, well, I hit my target, I was really nice to everybody, and I completed those 3 strategic tasks that you assigned to me. Whereas the Jedis are going to do that anyway. In fact, you're going to want to pull them back a little bit from all the cool projects that they get their fingers into and get back to more core delivery on kind of core metrics as well. So I think that's where the balance is. By the time you have more Stormtroopers, you probably have a bigger people operations team, you probably have a middle management layer. Everybody's probably got a PDP in place, and within that PDP, you're encouraging people to start showing their colors a little bit more by giving them or assigning them and testing their ability. And not everybody's going to like that. They might say, I want to be more Jedi-like, or I want to do more things. But as a manager, you'll be able to ascertain whether this is something that's a super stretch for them or something that they've got more ability to tap into.
Awesome. Thank you.
Is that helpful?
Yeah, very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm afraid we're just up on time. But as I said, I'd love to connect with anybody. I'll be around for a little while or connect on LinkedIn. But it's been a real pleasure. Thank you so much for listening to me today.
I always want to be like an artist. You want people to be moved. You want to create something that is great. When you create a product that people rave about, when you create a company that people want to work for, that's the highest reward.
You know, I thought we were going to be successful, not that successful.
The software can just be this benevolent fly on the wall, just captures the customer reality without anybody having to lift a finger.
Gong is the highest valued private company in the sales stack. One of the fastest growing SaaS companies, period.
My brain can't stop. Most of the time is about Gong.
New York, Dublin, San Francisco, Tel Aviv.
I spend about a month a year on airplanes.
The next stage is doing everything autonomously.
Can it do stuff that people cannot do? That's the open frontier.
Please, welcome to the stage Amit Bendov, CEO at Gong, and Jason Lemkin, founder and CEO at SaaStr.
Probably here, unless you want to interview me, we could turn it around. So how many folks here use Gong? Show of hands. Okay, do you love it? Raise your hand, show of hands, so we'll talk a little bit about it. It's cool, thank you so much for coming. This was great. You know, it's funny, there's a bunch of things I want to talk about. We're so lucky to have you here. The theme from the opening session, we talked about what's challenging, what isn't. Salesforce had a slightly rough quarter. I want to hear your thoughts. But before we go, I want to go partially back in time. I was reading on the internet your Series A press release.
Yes.
Gong raises $6 million in Series A, a big Series A in 2016, to use artificial intelligence and machine learning to help sales teams. So give us a little context. Did you envision where in this crazy AI world we're in today? How did the vision back then, so early, right? I mean, my jaw dropped.
When I started thinking about it, it was like 2015. And the stupid idea was like, that was the year where Google AI beat the world champion in chess.
Oh yeah.
Like easily, humiliated them, right? And AI was starting to diagnose cancer better than a doctor. So I said, like, how hard would it be to understand customers better than salespeople, right? That was the idea. I said that they're spending like most of the time on drudgery that they hate, and we still don't know as leader what is going on. So the idea was an autonomous customer management system that automatically captures customer conversation, uses AI to understand what is going on, and turns out insight and action. Believe it or not, we struggled to raise money because people didn't believe in the idea that AI is going to be big one day.
No, I believe it. I remember in the early days of Gong, when back in the days when we were acquired by Adobe, one of our guys, Sam Blond, who then became CEO of Brex, they gave us 20 reps. We weren't allowed to hire our own reps, who never learned the product, never do anything. And he said to me, Jason, I'm banging my head against the desk. He's like, they're saying the stupidest things. I need a way to listen to their calls. And then when Gong came out, everyone who went through that experience, who had to manage some mediocre reps, right? It was just the biggest game changer, right? So that was the original vision, to automate this stuff. For us, like bread and butter SaaS people, is the whole generative element, has it changed things? How does it change things from the Gong perspective?
Yes, I mean, we always felt that AI was going to change the world.
Yeah.
But we always had to work with the limitations and possibilities of technology. So as founders, I'll tell you, don't build something that might work in 5 years. You always need to say, what works today?
Yeah.
So when we started, we understood, what are the capabilities of speech technology and text technology. We didn't know exactly when generative AI will be successful, even to the extent that's a positive surprise. But it is good, and it's capable, and definitely helps us fulfill much of the vision. And it's getting better every day.
So we're going to jump around in time, but one of the things we're all thinking about, in 2 years or so, what does the AI-enhanced sales executive look like? How is it, from your perspective, in the trenches, no Sony, no baloney, but so close to it, what does sales look like in 2 years with AI?
Yeah, so first, like, no drudgery. Reps spend about 75% of their time on non-selling time. If you measure the hours that they're customer-facing,
yes,
it's 25%, sometimes even less. Sometimes we see like 2 hours a week, right? The rest is spent on filling in forms, one-on-one meeting, forecast calls, sifting through leaks, all of that. Much of that will, ideally all of this goes away, but if not, then even if we cut half, that's huge. The second, I think, is blending of a role. There'll be no more like SDRs, CSMs, AEs, BDRs, XDRs, all of these. I see them converging into one role, essentially. As SaaS companies, the last 20 years went hyper-specialized, like where there are like very specific roles. Everybody has their own unique thing, which has its advantages. First, it's easy to train people on a small sliver of their job, and it gives focus. But it also creates not so great customer experience where they're being like handed over from one person to another. It creates inefficiencies in the company because it's hard to align the capacities of one group versus the other. But if you arm people with AI that can do a lot of the things, right? If you take a black cab, right, here in London, right, it takes like 4 years to get trained or something, right? It's insanely hard to do that, right? But you give someone an iPhone, right, and then all of a sudden they're a taxi driver, like overnight. They don't need to know all these things. So imagine if you equip like every customer-facing person with the capabilities, how to do prospecting, how to do proper discovery, how to manage customer success. I don't know if it's going to converge to like one role, but there'll be fewer, which is a good thing for customers and for companies.
So just to unpack that a little bit on sort of the life cycle of sales, the classic SDR and BDR, do you think AI will fully replace a lot of the humans in that role?
I'm 99% convinced.
I mean, that's what we're talking about,
yes,
right?
Yes, but again, nobody's, it's not that people are going to lose they're going to be unemployed, but they will be able to do as a function, right? Those of you who've been like out there long enough, there are no like BDRs, right? 25 years ago, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. It's a new thing, and it's mostly with tech companies. Most companies don't have it. It's the salespeople are doing everything. That's going to become easier, and just like you have like BDRs, they move to account executives, right? After a year or two or whatever. That's just going to be faster.
Yeah, and then replacing the CSM post sales. I have a lot of thoughts on that, but you think that the sales executive is going to be able to manage the whole life cycle of the customer with AI? They'll actually be able to follow up with a request, deal with onboarding issues, deployment issues, and all of that?
A lot of companies are moving to that direction. Especially with the kind of challenging climate for a lot of the technology companies, that it creates like a better customer experience. It's not, this fragmentation is hyper optimized for hyper growth, which is not happening right now. Now you can create like better relationship and maintain the customer. So there is a benefit. It's the same person that sold actually stays around to deliver and make sure that you're seeing, and it also gives an opportunity to sell more.
And do you think the big trend in AI really is, a lot of it's driven around efficiency. If you see the AE being able to become full stack or become full stack again, can we get away with less sales professionals permanently? Will it be? We haven't actually seen a lot of this happen in software, have we? We think we could have less engineers and salespeople, but it hasn't happened yet. Will it happen with AI? Will a sales rep be able to handle a $2 million quota, $4 million, $10 million with AI?
Yes, because with AI, we need to think about, like, if we zoom out, this is the biggest revolution that happens to humanity, like in all history, right? It's just like, the first was the agricultural revolution. We learned to produce foods, which changed not just the technology to grow grain or livestock, but built like empires, civilizations, cities. Then there was right here in England started the Industrial Revolution. We learned to manufacture goods, which brought to globalization, urbanization, all those things. Now we're learning to manufacture things in our brain, ideas, solutions that they'll grow the GDP like by a magnitude of order. So this is the potential. So we're not, I don't worry about like the jobs. I'm sure that there will be more jobs and we'll give people more things. So we can't predict exactly what it's going to be. There are jobs that exist today that no one could have like envisioned like 20 years ago.
For sure.
But there will be other things.
Is there anything that you think, obviously you're a bull from the beginning, but is there anything you think we're too optimistic on in the near term, in the next 24 to 36 months, that we think AI can do that it's not going to do, that we're too bullish?
Yes, of course. First, we don't know exactly. This is evolving at mind-blowing speed. Like every week, there are like new developments of the technology that are significant, not like small iteration, like substantial. Each one is like more promising than the other. So it's hard exactly to predict. But we need to, AI is not 100% reliable. Like everybody loves to talk about like hallucinations or accuracy, which is a real thing. There's a lot of talk about like agents right now that still don't work despite all the things. I think that they will, but don't work, the autonomous agent, not quite yet. But we need to look at the things that is actually, that an 80% accurate job is incredible. Right? I wouldn't put it like for things that are mission critical, that have to be 100% like a Mars mission, right? But there are so many things that if it works like 80%, it's way better than anything out there. So actually, the one thing most people don't understand is actually it's not very smart. If you've read kind of the book like System 1 Thinking, System 2 Thinking, right? So this is like AI, generative AI, System 1 thinking, right? It doesn't reason, it doesn't understand what it's telling you, just like get the piece of text and generate another. It happens to have like incredible accuracy, but it doesn't reason, it doesn't understand, it can't plan. It's not a panacea to everything yet.
Got it. And one related question from what you're seeing in the field, for your bigger customers, when you're talking with CIOs and stuff, what are their expectations for AI today, and how close is that to what we can deliver? What I do see in the support space, I think is the furthest along, like utterly changed it. But I also see a lot of vendors having overpromised, right?
Yes.
So what are you seeing there with what they're asking for and what we're able to deliver? Is there a delta, and what are you seeing?
It's incredible. It's incredible.
Yeah.
And I, come to think about it, you mentioned we started by talking about the AI revolution, but
Yeah.
actually it was like a second or a third degree level message in our marketing. We didn't want to talk about AI because it scared the hell out of people, right? We sell to business user. We said we don't want to sound like too science fiction. Now we have customers are calling us, well, my CEO got asked in an earning call, what am I going to do with AI to increase productivity, right?
Yeah.
So the CEO like, get me some AI thing, right? Do you have some AI, Gong? Right? Yeah, we have some. Like, here's two.
Here's our Series A press release.
People don't know exactly what it is, but they use GPT. They get pressure from the market.
Yes.
So they see the potential. They don't, and they'll look for opportunities. But specifically, the areas where, at least in our world, there are areas in healthcare, there's like in support, but definitely sales productivity, prediction with AI, forecasting now, especially in these times, like very hard, and scaling the team. That's a challenge that we see quite common.
Those in the bigger customers in the enterprise, when they're saying let's get some efficiency or some from AI. Is there such thing as an AI budget today, or is it repurposed budget? What are you seeing in the front lines? And if there is an AI budget, how big is it really at customers?
Some of them have like the CIO. So we at Gong sell mostly to the sales function. So they have their own budget, and it comes from existing budget. But CIOs also have budget to the large enterprises to try different projects and see what they can do Sometimes they're like fishing expeditions that are going around and talking to 20 companies and they see, okay, let's see what can help our business with AI. So it is real, and there is an opportunity for a lot of companies.
And is there just because it's such it is confusing where these budgets are coming from. So even in your bigger deals, I'm sure the CIO has to approve it, right? In a way, and the CFO, the way they didn't have to maybe a few years ago. But are you still coming from the same RevOps, revenue, CRO budget? Are you stealing from any AI budget? If you are, is it minor or is it impactful?
Well, the thing is we don't even think about, we use AI technology, we don't think of ourselves as an AI company. We're a revenue AI company, so our goal is to increase revenue and improve sales productivity, and that's for the budget. So you have to show outcomes, especially these days. It's not easy to sell anything, right? Those days are gone. So you have to show here's the problem that we're looking to solve, right? Here's what it means to your business, here's why, and here's what it's gonna cost. And you could do that with AI, right? Which resonate, now people believe that it can work, but it's still the same thing. And there are a lot of tools out there right now, in almost every category. With the rich funding, there are a lot of companies. Many of them are good, but some aren't as resilient. And people say, okay, let me show the things that people are actually using and can make an impact. And they move budget from one solution to another. They try to consolidate a number of solutions together if they're not mission critical. So that's where the budget is coming from. But the IT budget is kind of the same.
Got it. So it doesn't sound like in any way are you either cynically or optimistically jumping more on the AI bandwagon, even with your street cred. You're not trying to attach to this wave more than you did 18 to 24 months ago.
You can't sell hype. You have to sell real business value, right? That's kind of the long-term thing. Even though it's hype right now, and we think humbly we're at least as AI as other companies, but you're always solving a real problem for customers. There is an opportunity, right? That AI would be way bigger than cloud, right? I think we spoke about kind of the humanity revolution, but let's look at enterprise software. There are 3 generations. The first was the on-prem, just enterprise, Siebel, PeopleSoft, Oracle. Then came the cloud, right? Application, Salesforce, Workday, the HR apps. But that was an IT revolution. Cloud was an IT. When they said no software, it was for the IT people. There's nothing to install, there's no infrastructure. That's true, and it moved to revenue. But IT budget is 5-6%, right? The third wave is autonomous application with AI. That's going to dwarf everything. That it's going to be a much bigger than cloud because it touches into payroll, right? It comes from a different budget. We're not quite there, right? But think about if you go to a team and say, I can do 70% of what your team is doing right now, automatically at a fraction of the cost. Now you're taking 70% or half of that, 35% of payroll. That's like a BPO, right, with AI. That's a much bigger value potential for AI. That'll be bigger than anything that we've seen in cloud.
But implicit in that, and then I want to come back to the present, isn't that headcount reduction? Isn't that where you get that access at 70%? It's doing away with 200, 1,000, 2,000 people that do rote or mechanical work, isn't it?
Yes, we pay people 6-figure salaries to do mechanical work, but people their roles punching cards or filling expense reports, and I don't think anybody should be filling in forms in a system, whether it's after a job interview or a customer call and all of that. It's not why we pay people. And I think now I could just say hey, it was a good conversation, and the AI kind of understand what's going on, and the world is moving towards applications that are kind of a fly on the wall that understand what's going on and actually act on your behalf and remove the drudgery. So that's a way bigger potential than everything we've seen with cloud applications.
So let's talk to the president. When we did our opener today, We looked at some folks that were crushing it, some Canvas and Toast and others that are more to the end consumers, Klaviyo marketing, and then we did a little bit of a slide of our private of Salesforce, Mongo, and UiPath, which had a rough week, right? But you maybe 6 months or 8 months ahead of those earnings, which look back. So tell us from the ground, what are you seeing classic B2B sales last year versus right now in summer of 2024? What's the pulse on the street?
We're actually seeing like last year was very challenging to most companies, but it also brought like I think a well-needed moment of clarity to focus on the things that matter, and for companies an opportunity to get better. Like wake up! It's not like it used to be like very easy to sell. Now it's hard, which forces you to be like really good, right? When you go to the gym, the harder you work, the more pain and anger, the stronger you become. That's how you build a muscle. But now we monitor kind of like how many upgrades and expansion we're seeing and how many versus downgrades and all of that. So we're seeing a positive trend.
So NRR is up.
Not like 2021, kind of like right after COVID growth, but definitely growth we're seeing in a very positive, and quite a few companies are doing well.
And was last year just the maximum energy into rationalization budgets and cuts, and folks are through that rationalization and now they have to get back to growth? Is that what's driving it?
Yes, I think companies have kind of like overspent and overbought like in 2021, and maybe like overcut and underspent in the following year, and now they're rationalizing. It's more rationalized. It's not like, okay, let's like, nobody's doubling, like very few companies are doubling year over year. That's like triple, double what there. That's like the median growth, especially you get from public companies, like 20%. That's decent.
Yeah.
Right. Very few companies are over 20% year over year, but companies are growing. They're out of the shock, and the better companies that are working and are getting funded and are back to moderate growth.
And so just because it's really helpful to learn that Canva accelerating at 40% at 2.3 billion on the one end, but Salesforce said next year single-digit growth. Mongo, which to me it's almost like Gong, which is that it's beloved, would never let it go, never rip it out. They said they're going from 35, I think, to 17 or 14% growth in the year. Mongo, right? And UiPath. So they're more pessimistic about the moment in time and next year than what you're seeing. Where's the disconnect, you think? Is it just that you're... Gong's big. Is it just being earlier, or what is it?
They're at a bigger scale, right?
Yeah.
It's hard. There are a lot of things happening in the world right now. There's like, elections in a number of places, like geopolitics, there's economy with like mixed signals. So it's hard, and some public companies have to be more cautious in their outlook. So it's hard to tell. Plus, someone's like at 25 billion, right? It's really hard to drive that, over 10% growth. It's like 2.5 billion, right? It's like, how many?
It's only another 500 million?
Yes.
It's not
so walk in the park. So it is getting harder. Maybe it has to do with some kind of like market saturation or maturity. If there is no innovation, right? And you've kind of like maxed out your existing TAM or SAM, you'll start slowing down. So you always need to think about kind of next move and going on. Some of these companies grew by acquisitions, right? That drives kind of immediate growth. But then whatever you buy also has to grow in 20%, right? If they don't, then if you buy a company that kind of slowed down, that actually the weighted average is like slows you down.
Yeah, it's one thing. Salesforce, Tableau, Slack, and everything are still growing faster than the core, which ended up, I think, being good buys. So I want to talk about a topic that it's on a lot of folks, especially professionals' minds, which is convergence in apps. So you've got a whole enablement platform. It's grown. Talk a little bit about the journey from expanding from core Gong, like in the old days, right? Standalone app that everyone listens to their reps, to where you are today, and like what you've learned about when different segments of the industry overlap and converge. What have you learned on all this convergence?
Well, our vision has been all along, right, not to build like a platform. Of course, I think many people do. We're not the only one. We started by understanding what is it can we do today, but where can it grow? We didn't know exactly the details, but I still have kind of designed for a system like prediction and engagement and enablement from early 2017. We're really like screen design. It took us like a few years to get there. But it is important. There are two things that are happening that are kind of like conflicting with each other. There's like a consolidation and innovation, right? And it's important to keep your eye on both, right? So when we started, like some of the reasons investors didn't want to invest, right? They said, oh, there are like too many sales tools. There are like 100 at the time, right? I says, that's not, like in marketing, like 10,000, right? So they're not a lot. I said, they're too few, right? So the macro pressure right now, trying to see like, how can we save both like from seller productivity, can we have like one or like fewer apps that are doing more and also save cost, which I think is a secondary consideration. So obviously it's a good opportunity for us, but I think there's so much innovation out there. It's like we have like on that 2017 design still like 3 more big apps ideas that we still haven't started coding, right? So it's a motion that we consolidate what's there, but the eye is always like keep innovating and keep creating new categories that don't exist. But it's a great opportunity. Again, if you have to think about how do you expand and become something that's like substantial to the customer, not just a feature. Otherwise, over time, customers might try to standardize on other things.
When 1 year ago today, Parker Kreiner was here at Rippling talking about building everything from day one.
Yes.
What's your looking back on it? Any learnings from that? We can't all do that.
It is, it's a legit strategy and it's working. So I know some companies that have started building something massive. I don't have data, but it's an interesting question. I think that most of them like have not succeeded. Now, this is a counter example, a very good one. It's hard to, the key to app something is like, you really need to nail it, right? You can develop so much stuff, and then you become a user, it doesn't exactly work, it's not exactly, you need a lot of like fine-tuning iteration, right? And our approach, which I think it's not unique, like most companies do, you start with one product, like really narrow, make it really, really good, and keep building from that, so one success follows another, if you nail it right. We did learn that, we're now at a scale, it's not just kind of like a meet in a lawn, hey, why don't you add this feature, and tomorrow like our customers are using it. It's way more complicated, difficult to get like our sellers, that they have a product that they know how to sell and they love and it's working well, to get them to sell new stuff, right? And to equip them with the material. So the whole expansion to multi-product is a learning. Now we're at our 3rd product, and we see that it's actually getting better. We're still not great at it, right? And there's a good learning. So you should think about not just how to get the product out, but how as a company we learn to do like product 5 and product 6 and product 7. It's a playbook that you're developing. It's not easy. I spoke with a lot of founders like before that to learn about the experience. It's a challenge for most companies.
And I should know this, but I don't. I'll admit. Are you selling them distinctly, or are they all bundled primarily together?
Both. So there is a base layer, but then the others are add-on. And again, it's kind of learning. We had like one product and then another. And now we went a little more, did a more rationalization and understanding how people really think about it, and had time to take a pause and take a look back at how we should, we changed our whole packaging and pricing model. And we'll probably do it again in a year.
Now, I may have a slightly dated view, but when you start to have multi-product and compete with more vendors, but you have a core that is best of breed, like for voice, for others. I'm 99% sure even in 2024, Gong is best of breed. Others have some base functionality, but I know they don't have all the engineers, and I know it's not as good, right? And even if it were, I know sales leaders believe it's best of breed. Does the rest have to be best of breed?
Yes.
Does it have to be checkbox? Does it just have to be parity? Like, you can't be best of breed at everything when you're competing now in 5 or 6 elements of the category. Maybe you do. What have you learned when you have to be parity versus...
It depends who you are, right? So at Gong, people call us, and as the customers say, it's the Apple of sales. So we have a brand, right? That is a quality product, designed well, and that's what we sell. It's not for everybody. If someone like the lowest cost, and they're a successful company that are kind of low cost operator, it's a legit model. They could be like extremely successful. Quality is not the number one. For us, it is. So we launched Engage, which is like a customer engagement solution. Like in March 28, there are already like 500 customers now, which is like it's faster than the original Gong, way faster, right? So, and definitely the forecasting. The reason is because people think, okay, Gong is a quality product. They don't have a test, so we have a reputation, right? If we don't deliver, then we're toast, right? We have to make sure that now you can't necessarily compete with someone who's been something like 10 years, right, and come up with a new product that'll be better in every way. So you have to, and that's also a learning. You have to communicate what it does the same, what he does better, and what he does less, that you set the expectation. We're not better in every things, but the few things that we do have to have like a substantial advantage and be compelling to at least some of the customers. You have to make sure you don't sell to everybody, because some customers may not be like a good fit for you right out of the gate, but whatever we deliver has to be outstanding and create a high NPS score.
And you said, related to that, you said a couple minutes ago that some of this convergence in platform is not primarily about cost savings. It's number 2, like,
yes.
but it's not. So unpack that a little bit. If it's not to save money, is it really just vendor fatigue or simplification? Because we've always had best of breed apps since you and I started. What did you really mean by it's number 2?
Yes. So people call it the swivel chair. Like if I have a role, let's say I'm a customer support person, which apps do people like use? Okay, my reporting is this, but my dollar is here and my forecasting is here. So it creates some productivity loss for the people in the front. It creates like a big headache for the people that are in like either operations or enablement or IT, which personally, I don't think it's like it's a strong enough reason to do this. But these are people that own the budget, so I can't argue with that. Doesn't matter what I think, right? This is how they feel. Oh, I'm managing like 20 apps. I don't have time. I'm going to 3. Now, right or wrong, it's a brutal decision. I do think that there's something that people aren't thinking about today because it's still out there. But again, it's the AI revolution. So people still think in terms, I'm going to click here and click there. That's, according to me, right, if I'm right, it's going away, right? Because I'm going to say, like, it's all going to be like speech. I'm just going to talk. We're going to have a conversation. The apps are going to run in the background, and AI will orchestrate. You can see some of like Microsoft Copilot. That's their approach. There is no more like user interface, right? This is all ChatGPT-esque, right? So it doesn't really matter. There's still some operational headache for people, though, to manage administration, users, all those things, but it's not huge.
I want to talk about people and knowledge workers in 2024, but one last question on convergence before we get there. And maybe this is less of a big deal given the way that sales space is, but co-opetition. As you expand your surface area, partners become competitors as well. It gets confusing sometimes. What's the meta learnings about what you've learned and how to handle this sort of co-opetition as you expand?
First, people ask, now we have like more competitors, right? We used to, we were like 2 companies, right? And now they're like 4 or 5 or 20 if you expand the circle. So like, I'm going to be happy when we have like hundreds, right? It means that you have like a category is long. as the market expands, right? If you're fighting with like 500 people, who's gonna like dominate like a small hill? That's a problem, because that's a zero-sum game. Nobody thinks so. As long as the market expands, yeah, like let there be hundreds, let 1,000 flowers blossom, and I know that no matter what, and I always tell the employees, like every 2 years we need to be a new company. We almost have to like assume that our products are no longer differentiated, no longer matter. There'll be people that will copy whatever we are doing is successful.
Yeah.
It's not hard to develop software today. The question, like, what do you do? What are the ideas? What resonates with customers? And always have to keep moving. And your competitors can help you if you both educate the market. Sure, you hate them, you want to strangle them, you want them to die, right? Naturally, that's a killer instinct. But they do help you, they do make you better. And, you know, in CRM, there are hundreds of companies, right?
Yeah.
If you look at the grid, it's like hundreds. But yeah, Salesforce is still doing pretty well.
But for like Engage, as you're rolling this out, for your sales teams, when they're out selling it, but let's say a big customer wants to use another vendor for Engage, but loves Gong. And there's also a gray area in the middle. Like they're interested,
yes,
but is it worth it? And if you push me too hard to go with Engage, the apple may lose a little bit of its polish because, yeah, I'm with you, but I don't want to break. How do you handle that trade-off in there?
It's a natural tension, but we try, and I hope that we do a good job to help customers and do what's best for the customer. That's kind of the longer-term winning strategy. If it's us, that's great. If it's not, then not. But we do partner with like pretty much everybody. Gong integrates with 100. Oh yeah.
No, you do. You're integrated with them all too.
I integrate. I speak with the CEOs of all my competitors. We have dinners and lunches, and we know each other. They're good people. They're not evil, right?
But how do you manage the sales team? How do you get folks? Because they've got a national tension to maybe push it even further than.
They push. But hopefully as much as needed, but not an inch more. I mean, that's why you hire great salespeople. That
you got to listen to their calls.
I don't need to. Like, I'll hear from customer. It's not, as far as I know, and I think I'm pretty knowledgeable about this. Like, it's a non-issue. Like, you just hire the right material. You repeat to them. They can hear my conversation with customers. They know how I look at it, right? So they can learn.
So last one I want to talk about, some of the stuff we've talked about is like what fills my LinkedIn feed. The other one that fills it is a lot of folks in sales, I don't want to say complaining, but I mean complaining, observing how much harder sales it is today, how much more work it is. In the opener, even Mark Benioff said they need 3x pipeline coverage now versus 2x 18 months ago. We just said that last week, which was interesting. You and I talked about you brought in a new CRO to help manage some of this change. What did you learn? What have you learned from this just being a hard area? How do you deal with the people side of a harder environment?
It is harder, especially for most companies, but definitely like within like SaaS companies. But it goes because people just bought, right? People just called you, hey, I have like 100. I think next year we're gonna double, so I'm gonna buy like a couple hundred seats, and you bought it. You didn't have to be good. I think we're like pretty good like in our people, but not necessarily the most. Didn't have like the rigor or put the legwork or build like a ROI. People said, oh yeah, we need that, right? Now there are more approvals. In a cycle, the CFO would be interested in why should I spend money on this? So every dollar is like, actually the numbers, we see orders with like 37 seats, right? Odd numbers, right? Not 50, right? 37. Oh, like these people are not using it, actually make it like 33, right? So people are very precise. When they renew, you see odd numbers that people just buy exactly what they need when they need. So it is harder, but it's not a bad thing. It just keeps it real. We did have like we brought a new CRO that told everybody that we had new people. We had people that had been like in the crazy post-COVID growth. Like everybody, we're gonna need to work harder. I'm responsible for making sure you all succeed, but you need to put in the work. We put like weekly KPIs, right? And very like how much activities, what needs to happen. Every deal we track, like if you know what Medic is, right? Like every deal. And some people saw it as an opportunity, some people don't love it and says like, if you don't, we will not work together, right? But we're seeing the results. Like it is working, and it is what it is.
Got it. So a new CRO brought in this additional level of accountability for the team in tougher times, and some folks didn't want to be in it. Some folks, right, moved on, and that's the reality, right?
But it was a minority, right? Like most people saw it, maybe didn't love it, but now they're hitting their numbers and they see the results, and you make it fun, right? We do a lot of competition. We just had like last week there was like a Shark Tank where people like do like 2 weeks of just building pipeline. Salesforce, by the way, doesn't need 3x more pipeline. They need like better conversion. So just advice to Mark.
Probably, but
yeah.
Mark's
it's like throwing more. You just do better work, like it's selling. Like.
I mean, of course, I think he was trying to simplify, but it was interesting.
Yes.
He got on the analyst call and he interrupted, and he said, "We need 3x now," and every part of my sales org knows it's 3x, not 2x. But sure, converting better would help. Would help as well, right?
Yeah.
All right, last thing I want to come to before we run out of time, even though we already hit it, I think it's so important. The 37 seats, the changes. Into next year, 2025, is it getting a little bit easier in this core B2B2B? What are you seeing for next year? What are you seeing for next year?
Yes, we're definitely feeling it, and we're seeing customers that are buying and are growing. If they're adding seats, that's always like a good. We measure like how many companies add seats, right? So that's a very good. And we also look at cohorts like when they bought. So far, and again, we live in a very volatile world, so I'll be cautious. There are a lot of things that are happening that are with mixed. Conflicting forces, but overall we think that we're seeing growth in our numbers and our customers' signals, and as founders, obviously, there's always like a good amount of optimism, right? You always, but it's hard to predict exactly how long this will take, right? But one thing for sure, it's just a matter of time until the market bounces back. The AI is a massive opportunity that will fuel tremendous growth for many companies.
Yeah, it's just the weird, every little glitch or downturn we've been through, they're all similar but different, right? And I think for me, it's just the length of some of these challenges that is, well, 2021 was also, we hadn't seen this, right? But the length, I mean, if you're in an impacted category, we're coming into a third year of challenging times, that's different, isn't it?
Yes.
Right?
Well, if you look at, the dot-com bust, right? That was like a few good years. It was like, it took like a few years for the market to fully bounce, but that what separated the real businesses. There are like companies like pets.com or toys.com, and there are companies like amazon.com and Netflix, right? That were real companies, and they re-accelerated. So these are trying times, but you can make it.
All right, last question. We've just got 2 minutes, but what's on the roadmap for Gong for the next 6, 12, 18 months that you're most excited about? What's coming that gets you most excited as CEO?
Well, I think we're actually within a striking distance of our founding vision of an autonomous system for customer management that does most of the work that people do. You might not need, and again, these are all technically like extremely challenging work that we're taking on. Not need to update your CRM at all. Right, if you just the system already understand it,
that will be great.
Get your nobody's going to miss that. People does your prediction, will tell you, and will guide, engage customers on your own. Today, I'm actually using it like I don't write customer emails anymore. The Gen AI is is good, and I have a unique voice. So usually, like in the past, when I used it, you say, that's not good. I have to write it, or have my EA draft something. Now it's 90%. I just hit it, and the system will start communicating with the customer on its own. That's very exciting. The real-time interaction, the ability to just tell the system, I use the mobile app anymore. I say, hey, what's happening with this account? I was like in Chicago at a conference a couple of weeks ago, and I bumped into a customer that I didn't know who she was, or actually a substantial customer, and I was embarrassed. And I invited her to coffee the morning after. I said, like, hey, Gong, I'm meeting Brandy for coffee tomorrow. Tell me what I need to know, right? And he created a brief for me. I didn't have to call the poor rep in California and scare the hell out of them or talk to anybody. Like, nobody did anything, and yet I knew pretty much everything I need to know. So it's a pretty exciting future.
So let's see. The company was founded when? 2016, 2015?
2016.
Okay, so only 8 years to complete the 1.0 initial vision. That's not bad, right?
I used to say, I usually say we're like at 10% of our vision. Maybe now we're at 20%.
20%.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good. Well, let's break with that. I mean, this was so great. Thank you for coming. One of our hero companies, Gong. Thank you very much.
day so far. There's even more lunch and seating outside by the ships. Don't miss it.
So people are very precise. When they renew, you see odd numbers that people just buy exactly what they need when they need. So it is harder, but it's some game, nobody thinks. So as long as the market expands, yeah, like let there be hundreds, let 1,000 flowers blossom. And I know that no matter what, and it's, I always tell the employees,
helping make software development secure.
That's the core. That's the heart. We need to change our approach to cybersecurity to be developer-centric.
The value proposition is the multiple of the number of developers of the size of software development and the importance of security. The market size is huge. Going steeper and steeper, our growth actually accelerated.
And a million small details. Great developer experience needs to be earned. Amazon, Google, Salesforce, Twilio.
But 70% of the deals that we land have Snyk users inside the company.
I try to spend my time trying to see around the next corner.
You can grow your thinking. There are some things that you only learn by being an entrepreneur.
Snyk's platform is already powerful. We managed to break through.
There's the sense of there is no problem that is impossible.
We should think bigger.
Please welcome to the stage Guy Podjani, founder at Snyk, and Tom Hume, managing partner and head of Europe at Google Ventures.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. So I'm Guy Podjani. I'm indeed the founder of Snyk and Tessel. We'll talk about that more in a sec. And I'm going to ramble on for about 10 or 15 minutes and then call up the amazing Tom Hume to come and we'll have a chat. And I'm really going to cover two related topics here. One is talk about building beyond product market fit towards something that is sustainable power. And then in the second part, I'll give another mental model to consider that is around how to apply that to AI-related ideas, which is clearly a big topic right now. So am I sort of seeing the clicker? No? There we go. So I have founded 3 companies. I had 3 successful and hopefully increasingly growing founding journeys. The first company I founded was Blaze back in 2010, and we made websites faster. And when I founded that company, really what I thought about was around technology and product. You know, I came from the world of security, where I saw how we can use our ability to analyze applications to make the applications more secure. We came back to that. And thought, where else can I apply that? Well, I can apply that to performance, make websites faster. And who might use that? And that was a good journey. You know, it took a couple of years or so, and then we got acquired by Akamai. It was a nice exit, you know, a great home for the next 3.5 years. And then subsequently, I founded the company where the hype video was all about, which is Snyk, that has clearly done quite well. And when I founded Snyk, I thought about more than just the technology and the product. Also, was able to think a little bit more about the go-to-market and the community. How would the ecosystem interact with what we built? And we built a developer security company, a developer tooling company that tackles security, thinking about product-led growth within this world of security and big changes. And I think that has really helped level up the company in terms of the aspiration that it has. And I'm not talking about it too much right now, but I'm now on my 3rd founding journey in Tessel. This is a temporary logo of it. And beyond all of those learnings, what I'm spending a lot more time right now is thinking about things that I'm thinking about from a maturity perspective at Snyk as well, which is power and longevity. How do you build generational companies? So it's important to remember that product market fit is not the end, it's the beginning. We talk a lot about finding product market fit, and it is a necessary step. But it's just the beginning of the journey, including your product journey. You have to do a lot of things others. A non-comprehensive list includes that you have to survive scaling. You need to expand past the early adopters into the early majority. The whole sort of the Crossing the Chasm book is very, very good. Around that talks about the differences between the 2 audiences. But in general, you have new users that have new expectations. As you scale the company, learning through osmosis becomes harder, so you want to define some principles about what's important, what's not important. You accumulate debt as you move fast. I don't think there's any way to avoid that, and so you have to start paying down that debt as you accumulate new one. And you have to evolve your team, because it's not the same skill set you need at the beginning and in the scaling phase. Once you hit a certain amount of scale, you continue scaling, you continue growing. We've done that for a while at Sneak. But you also need to think about how are you agile at scale, which is very, very hard. So maybe before, at Sneak, we had a whole principle around one team, which was very, very valuable and still a part of the ethos of the company. But in certain cases, it slowed us down. It can't be one team. You can't have everybody engage with every decision. You're never going to make any decision. And so how do you mature processes? But how do you keep as much chaos as you can in the process of that to allow for innovation? You need to think about expanding your market. It seemed pretty big when you started. As you grow, there's a lot of growth to be had in it, but you keep searching higher. You have new competitors, and of course, you need to always evolve your team. I think a lot of those are getting a decent amount of conversation, but what's getting less conversation is the notion of investing in power. And so I'm going to spend the next kind of couple of slides talking about what that means as you grow. So I'm going to use the word power a fair bit here, and I use it borrowing it from the book 7 Powers by Hamilton Helmer. It's a really, really good framework that I really like. It is a concept. You don't really have to use the 7 powers themselves as they use them, but I find it very useful to just think about sustainable differentiation. What I most like about defining what is a power is the ability to create value above and beyond operational excellence. It's not just that you're moving faster and innovating the best and you thought about the best ideas. It's about what is it that allows you to create value above and beyond that. And for something to be a power, it needs to be superior, significant, and sustainable. So it needs to be truly better than your competitors, so superior. It needs to be significant, so it needs to be truly better at something that matters. If you're sort of selling ice cream better than everybody else, but that's not going to help your sort of B2B enterprise business, probably. And it needs to be sustainable, truly hard to mimic by others. And if you're lying about that, you're just lying to yourselves, right? This is your definition of it. So it needs to be superior, significant, and sustainable. In general, power is similar to the more kind of well-known term of defensive moats. But the reason I like it more is because it talks about value versus defense. It's not just about people are going to attack me, how do I surround myself with a moat, but rather about how I'm able to provide more value, and therefore people will use me or give me more pricing power. I'm not going to enumerate all the 7 powers, but just to make it a little bit less abstract, common powers, probably the 3 easiest to understand, are network economies. For instance, you can replicate Facebook right now and put it out there, and it will be useless. It would be, totally not valuable without the people inside of it. So network economies, cases in which the value to user n+1 is greater the greater n is. Scale economies, good example there is Netflix. Netflix can afford today to spend $100 million on some TV show because they will amortize that cost across many different users on it, while a new player can't really do that reasonably. They'll lose a ton of money. It's VC money, but you still care. And probably the one that's like my favorite on it, and described a little bit in sort of the innovator's dilemma, is counterpositioning, which is really the opportunity, and we'll come back to this with AI, it's the opportunity when there's a paradigm shift or when you have a different way of doing things, how do you position in a way that the incumbents in the market see and are incentivized to disagree with? And I'll use Netflix again as an example. Blockbuster, which was the giant at the time, they have invested, they had power, they had a cornered resource in 7 Powers lingo of all of this prime real estate. There was a Blockbuster store at every corner, and that was great, and that made them disincentivized to believe that DVD by mail and subsequently streaming was something that is useful, that would catch. They didn't want to believe that. Everything around them was built because that would have sacrificed and cost their power. And at Sneak, what we did with the dev-first security motion and the product-led growth motion for security was very much counterpositioning to the security industry. In the security industry, companies take pride in their CISO relationships and their sort of ability to go and engage and have these CISOs be fans of the company and make a top-down sale. Selling to developers, getting them to fall in love with the product, kind of build that up, and build a community around it, and then subsequently converting that into dollars is a very different motion, and that comes at the expense of, that requires accepting that you're sacrificing, you're not leveraging that power of your CISO network. So let's talk a little bit about power and why should you care, right? And so power lets you keep on winning when others have figured out that your idea is right. And this is especially true for counter-positioning, especially if you're coming in with, I have a totally different way of doing this. It's not just like I'm going to refresh it or anything like that. Then at the beginning, that is a new idea. You get the early adopters, you get the sort of the novel players, and that might be a good way to get you to start winning. At some point, it becomes clear that it's a good idea. When you hit that sort of $100 million in ARR, then people know it's a good idea. It's now proven, and they will do this as well. And so if you accumulate power, if you accumulate network economies, or if you accumulate any of these other powers, it helps you keep winning when it's no longer a secret that this is a good way to go. The second, and important, is that power gives you space to fail. I mean, when we grow the company, we fail many times, and agility is key. The reality is that when you are bigger, agility reduces, and because you need to align more people, you plan a bit more, you think about what bets you're going to make, and sometimes those iterations are harder to do. And when you have more power, then there's more tolerance for these types of failures. We see the Salesforces, Googles of the world, do sometimes blunder after blunder and still very much dominant in where they are. And it's because they had power. You're not going to go away just because they got it wrong. Versus companies that might rely on constantly delivering the right thing, otherwise they fall by the wayside. That's just too dangerous. So eventually, power unlocks longevity, unlocks a company that you can now start to make efficient, you can start to expand into a new space, and it would still hold the ground that it covered and maybe continue growing. However, it's important to remember that power is something that comes later. And so you should plan for it, but you shouldn't overinvest. Power comes after product market fit. If your product is not very useful, it doesn't matter how much power it has. It has to fit the needs of the individuals. So you should plan for it. You should think about it if you want a longevity company, but it should be a side conversation. It should distract the founders, maybe the top leaders, not the majority of the company. You shouldn't over-prioritize it. Not everything is a power. You should remember that powers should be very, very few. You have 1, 2, 3. We'll talk about that a bit more. But a power has to be superior, significant, and sustainable. You need to know which powers you have so that you invest in them, you double down in them, versus saying, hey, my button is green, which is so much better than red, and therefore it is a power, when in fact it's not sustainable, also maybe not superior or significant. And then as you grow, what is okay is to remember that powers can differ by context. So for instance, for Snyk, we built this sort of dev-first security approach. When you compare Snyk to any of the security companies in the world, our ability to relate to developers is far, far superior. Over time, the developer tooling companies came into this space. And clearly, when we think about whether you should use Snyk or GitHub security capability, the developer friendliness aspect of it is not an area where Snyk will clearly dominate. We're very good, we hold our own, but as compared to companies that come from the dev tooling companies, that's not our power. Our power is more in the cornered resource that we have around breadth of security analysis across many, many technology stacks and stages. So it's a different power. So they can differ by different context, by different competitors. So we'll talk more about power in the Q&A, but before I go there, I wanted to close off this section by talking a little bit about power and AI. And to do that, I'm going to take a step back and talk a little bit about how I think about AI when it comes to sort of solutions around AI. You're trying to assess where are they headed. So I think most AI solutions can kind of be plotted across these 2 dimensions: change and trust. Change goes from existing workflows to new workflows. How much is this new solution, this new AI capability, asking me to change the way I do things? And trust goes from attended to autonomous. It's around how much do I need to trust the system to get it right to be able to use it. The solutions that get the most adoption right now are in the bottom left. Not sure if you can see this, but it's things like auto-completion of text. I'm already typing it, and you're auto-completing it, and I can eyeball it and see that it's correct, and therefore, it's easy for me to say it is right or not. So low change, low trust. Similarly, maybe automatically fixing a specific vulnerability we see in Snyk. It's not change, you're already sitting there, you're about to fix it. It's just a change that's done for you. Maybe something that highlights a potential problem in an X-ray for a doctor. That's an example for something that is, you're already looking at that image, you already, you can look at what's been sort of suggested to you and decide if it's correct or not. So those are getting the most adoption right now, and they're also the most competitive. You can go up the trust vector, either with things that are require indeed more trust. For instance, automatic diagnosis of whether there was a problem in this X-ray or not clearly requires more trust to get it right, but also in magnitude of the units. So if I'm auto-completing a paragraph when I'm writing a book, that's one thing. A sentence, a paragraph, I can eyeball it. If you're auto-completing and creating a new chapter, I trust that you'll get it right. I can't really iterate that. How about a new book in a series? So those things require more trust as you grow. The slightly harder to imagine axis is the one around change, because it's change. We don't really know how to do it. To me, my favorite example here is really one on summarizing email threads. Right? I have practices I've built over years about how do I deal with my email. Today, there's a capability to look at a whole bunch of emails and tell me what has been discussed. And I don't use it. And I think it's cool. I think it's useful. I think I will use it, but I have a hard time doing that because it's a change. It's a new behavior. It's a new muscle. I'm not used to doing that. And so change is really the imaginative route. A lot of the natural language, the chat interfaces are sort of going towards that. And then the favorite is the top right. That's where sci-fi lives, right? That is where you have your AI doctor, you have your sort of AI therapist, you have books that never end and adapt themselves to yourself. They have the android detectives, that you see at iRobot. And so that's where the future is, when the technology has gotten good enough to earn our trust and the society has adapted to these kind of ways of working. And I think it's important to keep that mental model and understand where you sit when you build a company. And these are kind of the guidelines that I would have. First is that the bottom left is very competitive, but the top right is very hard to adopt. So if you build something in the bottom left right now, you're going to need to be fierce, fast, massive operator. If you build something for the top right, then probably nobody's going to use it because it requires too much trust and too much change. And so really what you want is you want to anchor in the top right, otherwise your solution will become invalid, like not important as the company grows. In general, startups should always anchor in the future. But you have to build a bridge to the bottom left. You have to think about how do you bring people along down that journey, otherwise you'll probably die on the vine before anybody uses your product. And if I connect this back to power, these are similar because you think about not just what is it that I will have today, what would be useful for me today, but rather what would make me powerful over time. Because in AI, it's really, these tectonic plates are always changing, practices are changing, it's a time of change. And so you have to think about what power you are accumulating. The first thing I would say, wrangling LLMs is not a power. The fact that you would spend a year working with soon-to-be legacy LLMs and getting them to do your bidding is going to be less needed in a year's time, in 2 years' time, not more needed. So that is not a power, which gets me to the second point, which I think about this really not so much as a first mover advantage in this domain, but rather as a first mover tax. You need to work a lot harder to get the LLMs to do something today than a future competitor that would come along in a year. And so you have to think about where else are you accumulating power? Are you accumulating network economies? Are you accumulating a true data asset? Are you accumulating other power that helps you justify this tax that you are paying? So that's it. I'm going to keep these over here, and I'll call up Tom Hume to chat a bit more about it.
I felt, given this sort of slight job interview setup, I thought I should bring my laptop purely to get some logos up there of our portfolio companies, including yours. Look, I've been learning from and with Guy for 8 or 9 years now, so I'd really, really encourage you guys to ask some questions. We will leave probably 15 minutes. I can see the timer. So yeah, we will leave 15 minutes. There's microphones on each side, so maybe in 5 minutes or so I'll give a signal, and if you'd like to just stand by a mic, I'll call on you. I really would take the opportunity to gather some of Guy's wisdom. And that wisdom is kind of hard-won. He's described his first 2 companies, Blaze and Sneak, and then obviously now Tessel, which we might touch on. But before we do, you made a really interesting point that kind of product market fit isn't everything. You found, it took a while to find product market fit at Sneak. How did you know when you'd found it?
Yeah, so it was quite hard. I think, so at Sneak we separated product user fit and product buyer fit. We found product user fit, as in the developer user, pretty quickly. We were so tunnel visioned around that developer user and how to get them. We built the whole company around that. And we've been pretty successful in getting developers to use the product early on. We had thousands and tens of thousands. Really, probably like great developer adoption for a security tool, kind of lackluster developer adoption for a developer tool, but we were pretty happy about it, and nobody paid us. And it took us a good 2 years or so to figure out the sort of the product buyer fit, to figure out what would the security team pay for, what was the difference between what a developer needed and what does a security person need. A lot of it really boiled down to breadth. You know, the developers like depth. They like something that really specializes in their ecosystem and is amazing at it, and they really don't care if you support, you know, another programming language that they don't use. Versus security people that need breadth. They need to cover a security threat. They needs to cover the stacks that they use. And so they are very much in need of that support. And other things required. How did we know that we have it? I think a lot of it is around demand. You know, a lot of it is around, do you get more demand, more pool than you can handle? I think that's a good sign that says you don't need to push it up and there's something happening. And I find that to be maybe the closest repeatable definition of what product market fit is.
Yeah, and I remember admiring the fact that you had good product-led growth because you had user product market fit. Yeah. They were pulling it into the organization, and you can never objectively say how much that was influencing the buyer, but it must have been a lot. You used to specify so often how many people in an organization were already using Sneak.
Yeah, and it was kind of a very kind of powerful motion, this sort of PLG, and I don't know if I use power in the right lens, but really this balancing, this ability to balance, and this might be process power, it's a bit tricky, developer and security needs and bring them together in harmony, even till today, is the sort of the key strength on it. Yeah. So I don't think any would have thrived with the same type of offering nearly as much.
I think that's one of the other mistakes that we often make in simplifying PMF. It sounds like a destination rather than a journey. It's not just a point where you suddenly find it and then you exploit the fit. You have to iterate over time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it never ends. And I think for us, a lot of the good indications to that was in new competitors, right? We sort of sit at this intersection. We're a little bit between build and operation. We're a lot between developer and security. And bridging those is very powerful, but it does imply different classes of competitors and different classes of use case as we expand. It does imply also like huge target markets because each of those are opportunities for us to expand. But you always need to sort of iterate and understand not just the next product market fit, but also how do you do one that relies on your existing powers so that you're poised to win it.
Yeah, I think so this is a really interesting point. PMF, I'm afraid to say, is really hard to find, but it's not enough to build a really big business. Nope. Actually, to have something really valuable, you need what Helmer calls these powers, which I think we see. I mean, first question is, there are some powers that are really well suited to being early in the life of a business, and there's some that you can't strive for, kind of at the point of finding product market fit. So maybe you could share just a couple of examples of, you know, great powers you go for early and then others that might develop over time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point, and Hamilton Helmer actually has like a chart where he suggests something. I think the obvious ones at the beginning are counter positioning, that you come in with a different approach. You have nothing to lose. You're trying a totally different lens to it that the incumbents should be disincentivized to adopt. And maybe cornered resource. Cornered resource, in the book, it describes talent, unique talent as that. And it's interesting, we had a bit of a conversation about sort of AI and whether a cornered resource of these sort of brilliant AI scientists and developers, you know, how unique is that? And I think the world is showing us it's not as unique. But still, you can think about what is unique that you have. Maybe there's some piece of real estate that you bought. Maybe there's some rights to something that you bought. And over time, you can also accumulate. So cornered resource is something you can consider at the start and start building out. You might right away get it, like some real estate, or it might be a data asset that you accumulate. At the very end, you get scale economies and brand. So you don't have scale economies until you have scale, quite obviously. And so you have to plan for it, think about how it would benefit you, but you don't have it until you're big. And brand, I really don't love when some sort of Series A startup says we have great kind of brand and reputation. I mean, you have the beginning of a brand. You're not yet, like, it's still fickle. If it took a year to build, it's not going to take long to unravel. And so brand is really only about you have that scale. In the middle is where you build the others. You build network economies, maybe process power that's a bit iffy around it. Kind of,
I think the other one, I completely agree with you that brand is also, of the 7 powers, brand is often the one that I'm least comfortable with, and I think the reason is they're incredibly easy to break. So with social media, etc., you can have what you think is a great brand platform, but if it collapses, it can move really quickly. And the other one later on is process power.
Yeah, process power and switching costs is the other one that we didn't mention, which also is like a later stage. You know, he divides it into 3, but switching costs, brand, scale, they only come at the point in which you have something that is well established. Brand is really when you buy a Tiffany diamond for twice the price as you buy basically the same diamond at the store next door because it's been proven to work. It's the nobody gets fired for buying IBM for a while as you build out. And so those are brand powers. It's when you can charge more, you can have, like, people make decisions to go to you because they trust, they love, they are committed. You know, Apple probably has great brand power. Switching costs is whatever, SAP or any of these like ERP companies that you're in it, switching is so expensive, is so hard. Salesforce is the same. But they're only relevant when you're already kind of at scale and have a lot of these customers that cannot switch out of you.
Yeah, I agree, because actually switching costs is often correlated with how hard it is to get someone on board. So it's tough to build too much switching cost in early. So look, I love the framework. The idea is product market fit is pretty hard to find. It iterates, but when you find it, to create real value, you have to also look for power in your business. And if it's early stage business, it's more likely you should be looking for cornered resources, you should be looking for counter positioning that sort of disrupts the incumbent, and that gives you the beachhead to build on, and then you can iterate kind of powers from there.
And I would just sort of emphasize that you do want to think about what will happen at scale around those other powers. You know, switching costs is a great example, right? It's today all the rage, and for a good reason, is in these kind of automatical product that you plug it in and they discover your enterprise, they find a lot of things through the APIs, and they make sense. Maybe with AI, maybe not, they make sense of what's around, and they give value very, very quickly. And that's great, but that does imply that the next competitor can do the same thing. And if you want your switching cost, if you want to make it hard for that next competitor to come along, you have to think about how do you continuously grow the value that you can provide the customer past that point. I think many companies just omit that, and then what happens is that sort of magical thing was just like a momentary innovation that gets replicated, and others use it later, reducing your pricing power, and really kind of commoditizing that capability.
Maybe let's move across to AI, and please start standing up with some questions. We would genuinely appreciate it. I know Guy would. It'd be more interesting than my questions for him. But let's jump into AI. So Guy shared that framework. I thought was a good reminder of actually, particularly with generative AI, very few of the solutions are perfect today, which is why often they're attended on Guy's framework. Is why you see them as co-pilots rather than complete solutions, because they are imperfect. I guess the analogy is kind of level 1, 2, 3, 4 autonomous vehicles versus going straight to level 5 like Waymo. Kind of different. Waymo in a strange way went top right straight out the gate, or top left, which is pretty difficult to do. But help us think about AI through this framework, through the power framework, and maybe you could break it up into kind of foundation models. How do you think about those businesses? And then we can talk about application layer.
I think, so let's start with foundation models, because that's easier. So foundation models, what's pretty clear is that there's a set of companies that have scale economies that others just cannot match, right? When Meta comes along and says we're going to spend $100 billion of this, or whatever commitments from Google, from Microsoft to these dollars, it's very hard to see newcomers come along and battle with that. And so that's like a scale power that is like, it's a clear manifestation of it. What's interesting is that power does not work between them. So if it's just about your ability to deploy cash and to use your existing kind of compute compute resources, it actually doesn't help Google differentiate from Microsoft, differentiate from other giants around it. So they're going to need to use other advantages over there. So I think at the foundation level, it's a very hard game for new companies to come along. I'm not a huge believer of being able to break through, because I just think the sheer value of capital in this domain is so high, and access to hardware. I think what's more interesting is in the application layer. The incumbent opportunity in the application layer is in opportunities where they had some assets or some capability that was superior and was sustainable. So it was way better, and it was hard to replicate, but it was not significant. You had all this data, and it was very hard to get all this data, but it didn't matter to your users because you couldn't deliver better value to them. And AI kind of unlocks now an opportunity for them to use that data to make it also superior, making it suddenly a big power, making it suddenly something they have and others not, oftentimes around organizational data. And so this is where you see the Salesforce with their sort of enterprise data, or I guess Google has been doing this for quite a while, so maybe it's an example of something that existed. I think the interesting opportunity, and the one in which we need startups to be bolder, is in counter-positioning for younger startups. And so I think the natural inclination is to be at that bottom left of that 2x2, or at least in the left half, thinking about how we do things today and how do you automate those processes or make them better. And I think what's harder to imagine is a totally different way of doing it if it is AI native. Now that you have AI, now that you have this sheer new power, how do you anticipate not just like a new product, but a new ecosystem, a new business model, a new sort of society interaction? And this is where existing players, they are disincentivized to want too much change. They have their distribution paths, they have their existing customers, they have their investments in past technology. And so they would not want to believe it. Of course, you have to get it right. So you have to believe your own thesis. You maybe need to be a little bit of a philosopher and sort of stop and think about it. But I think those are opportunities for startups to be bolder. I am less excited about startups that try to create a different coding assistant that challenges Copilot, or another whatever, character AI, type clone. Some of these would be fast movers, some of these would be valuable, some of these will get acquired and will break out. But I think the odds are not as good. I'm much more excited about opportunities to reimagine the world and think about how would you build something that the existing giants, those that rule the world today, right, or sort of rule those ecosystems and those environments, are disincentivized to believe will be true.
Sounds good. So I'm going to come back to the foundation model question, because I think it's really interesting to say what powers do they have. But before, I'm very grateful to this gentleman back here who I think has a question. So far away.
Thanks, Guy. I think this question for both Guy and Tom. First of all, lovely presentation about the power. It's like the Jordan Peterson of tech. So my question is, so I was in a leadership team in a startup. I was a B2C startup. And it grew, and we sold this for a couple of billions of dollars. And I thought that I knew what a product market fit is. Because like in B2C is so clear, like you know it when you see it, right? And then I started an enterprise software startup, which we've been running for 3 years. And in enterprise, the deal closing cycle is so long, it takes anywhere between 3 months to 12 months, and the feedback loop takes pretty long. And it's not obvious to me what product market fit is in a B2B enterprise anymore. Like it's so obvious in B2C. So I'd love to hear your take on this, and Tom's as well. Thank you.
Cool. So first of all, all of these are guidelines, right? At the end of the day, you do need to kind of have that assessment. So it's not a product market fit isn't a qualification that you've sort of passed the test for. I think I still hold by the comment around demand. And I think one of the primary kind of bits of advice that I repeat to startups is nobody cares about your product. They care about the problem that you are solving for them. And so I think product market fit really first comes from seeing how when you describe the problem that you are addressing, you get engagement. You don't just get interest. It's like, yeah, that's cute, but rather it's like, tell me more. I want to know. Yeah, I suffer. You get, like empathy for it, and then subsequently conviction that the way you are solving it is the right way to doing it. So again, you're kind of passing that very, very, very quickly. So you tell them about the problem, you tell them about your approach, and then the last thing is, and that's more about market timing, it's about readiness. And so, like for instance, at the beginning of Sneak, we would say, hey, we think with DevOps and agile development and all that continuous development, software is developing way too quickly. There's no way security can keep up. The only way to fix security is to build it into software development. And to do that, you have to build a developer first product. You have to build a product that feels at home on a developer's desktop and developers would want to use. And up until that point, we got to those tools. Like, yeah, this was a pain for them. This was a need for them. But then a lot of times the answer that we got was, but we're not ready for it. We think there, but we're not mature enough for it. We'll do it, like, come back in a few years, right? Like, not, and that was painful. And I think for us, a couple of years in, a few security incidents have happened, the Equifax breach happened, a bunch of these things happened, and maybe I'd like to think also we showed them the possibility and there was enough developer engagement that it clicked, it also captured, and at that point the pool, enough of these conversations, even if you had to get to them to have the conversation, immediately translated into wanting to try the product, which, the product didn't win all of those because it was still a nascent product, but those pulled. So I would sort of say that's that type of, you hit the spot and you drove the urgency, that indicates product market fit, even in enterprise.
I like that. And actually, just look, one point I'd make is you're frustrated B2C to B2B was a much longer feedback loop. You should try venture capital next. It's like a decade. Impossible to know if you're any good at it for that sort of period of time. But look, Guy touched on the three things for me. PMF is about have a definable segment, and you will have heard TAM, SAM, SOM analysis. It's like, are there enough customers? Is the engagement high enough? Big challenge in these long feedback loops is actually you don't know whether you're delivering value. And a common mistake in enterprise, I think, is people actually look to see if they've been effective on account renewal. There's usually many more leading indicators of whether you're driving value. Can you actually, if you were to rip this out of the product, the NPS equivalent out of the customer, how would they react? And the third one, for PMF, you do need a scalable go-to-market and acquisition approach. So you may only be able to see trend lines, but you should be seeing your sales cycles shortening. So they may be frustratingly long today. My question for you would be, at what rate are they decreasing as you sort of iterate different approaches? So those are the three. Is it an addressable market? Are you delivering real value for them so that they're willing to pay and you should see early signs of engagement? And then is it a scalable go-to-market motion? Those three together in B2B, I think, symbolize product market fit. Yeah. Thanks. There's a gentleman next to you with another question.
Thank you. Recently, Sam Altman suggested that the new versions of OpenAI's model will be so advanced that basically the companies building on the current ones will be, destroyed or whatever. What do you think about this from this position of the concept of the powers? Do they have a chance? What should they be doing?
Yeah, it's a really good, actually, Tom and I talk about that reference a fair bit. So if I understood it correctly, Sam actually said something a little bit different, right? Like the way I would paraphrase the comment he made, which I really liked, was to say, well, how would you respond if the models became 100 times better, right? How, are you happy or are you sad? Are you building something that is, that would benefit, or are you trying to race them in some specific sub-case, in which case you're actually upset by it? And I'm 100% in agreement with what sort of Sam's guidance at the time was, which is you should assume, we should all anticipate, at least for a while, a fast-paced, continued exponential improvement in these LLMs. And I think that doesn't mean that the LLMs will just do everything out of the blue. A lot of solutions require the workflows around it, require certain unique data to be able to apply them. And again, they might require totally different ways of approaching a business. I think, I really like, I don't have a perfect solution to what is or isn't correct. I think in general, if you think further out, if you think to the top right, you think about the change and the trust, improvements in the model will help you gain that trust, but they wouldn't really do anything around the change. So you have to think about what is the new reality that you think, thanks to the trust, thanks to the power of AI, how can we do things better? And specifically, I like the perspective of outsourcing as a role model. Like, think about if you had infinite humans that you can give a task to, what would you still need them to do? It's not just their brains. You also need some methodology for them. You also need some access to specific data. You need a certain amount of interaction with their customer. And so I oftentimes, I find it useful to say, if you had, maybe I'll plug. So I'm an angel investor in this company called Parcha. They do an outsourcing solution that basically replaces the outsourcing of a know your customer and your business type entity, which is a great example of it. It's a complicated action, but it's quite sort of encapsulated. It's a thing companies already outsource to a different entity, and then it has its own unique specialized of understanding how these regulations work, which resources are trustworthy, which ones are not, but also a lot of process, some liability, there's a whole methodology around it. So I think that's a good example of a lens that's directly, this is outsourceable and you can do.
Yeah, so I love the question to ask. If you're an application, if the model's improved 2 orders of magnitude, is that good or bad news for you? If the answer is it's bad news for you, you don't have enough power. And I think often the reason is a lot of founders will think that their cornered resource is some sort of technology layer on top of an LLM. I would argue, and I think you're hearing guys say pretty clearly, that's probably not your cornered resource, that's commoditizing. Your cornered resource probably has to be data or distribution, and then you have to scale fast. And then if you scale fast, you might have the advantage that you have lower switching costs over time, or you might have the advantage that you actually have a network effect, but you have to move incredibly quickly. Most companies, he said something along the lines of most of these companies are going to get wiped out, and that's absolutely their intention as they kind of integrate forward. So these thin wrappers around LLM, I would be skeptical of. It sounds like Guy would be skeptical of, unless there's truly a cornered resource, distribution, data, quickly getting to a network effect, some of this stuff. There's someone with another question over there. Let's jump to that, and then we'll continue talking about OpenAI if it's interesting after.
Yeah, I was just wondering about timing. So you talked about the readiness, and especially in the enterprise area. So we talk a lot about AI and then bringing new AI workflows into products that maybe exist already or is branching out into different areas. And I was wondering, because it feels like very early days, and many of the conversations that we are having is people don't really know what to expect and where to put. So they are basically anchoring in the lower, the bottom left of that quadrant. And it's really, really difficult to understand if it's is this just a phase and we'll get past that? That's what I'm personally starting with right now. Or can I basically pull them up into the top left quadrant by educating and helping them? Or is it just do I just have to sit it out, which is a capital problem, right?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, and it's the tough problem. It's ask all these sort of 2000s kind of .com solutions that eventually became massive businesses a decade later. There is a notion of how are the practices embraced. I think I believe that the right lens in general when you build a company is big vision, small steps. So you have to have the big vision. What you shouldn't do is say, hey, this is a cool thing I can do for the bottom left corner. People are going to use this right now. Where is it headed? I don't know. Let's continue to build and run it. I think your odds of getting to a good place there are relatively small, at least if you want to build a big company. If you want to get acquired, maybe it works. So I think you should have a hypothesis around where is it headed. And then you should have a small step that you're happy to get stuck in for 2 years. When Snyk started, I think the original plan was to have Snyk open source be 3 months. In 3 months, we're going to do JavaScript, and then 3 months, we're going to do Java. And then we'll move to runtime protection, which we never did. 3 years later, we launched the second product. Even today, these steps took a lot longer, but they were truly valuable, and they continue to head down the sort of the vision that you have to have. And so I'd say you have to paint that vision. You have to have conviction about it. Of course, you have to adapt it as you learn more. But you absolutely, in terms of your steps, need to think about what is useful today and start just bringing them along and accept that sometimes it's a long journey. If you don't do that, the flip is probably going to happen too quickly for you to respond to.
Yeah, another framework I'd add to that. I totally agree with it. It's like, what's your beachhead? Or sometimes people say, what's your wedge into the market? I think a lot of the risk for the Gen AI-based companies that we see out there at the moment is they're essentially just concept cars to their customers. And every board that is not negligent right now has to say they're doing something in Gen AI. I really worry that that something in Gen AI is just talking to startups with no real plan for the concept cars becoming production cars. So the stuff I would be looking for to understand that it's not just a concept car is actually willingness to pay. Like, they should be paying for it. Highly suspicious when these organizations are not willing to sort of contribute. They should be setting up success criteria. Like, if this works, what does it look like and what's the ROI? What's the economic payback? They should be able to articulate that. If they're not, it's probably just a sort of concept car approach. And then with that lens, they should give you feedback. So my big kind of amber flag here is just make sure you're not a concept car for these buyers who need to look like they do something until they understand where the market settles. Similar point.
Yeah, and just a small, like cloud has a whole bunch of examples of that. People that build a serverless security product or a container observability product or something like that. It's like, that's not a destination, that's a wedge. That's a starting point, that's what your path. You have to think about where is it that you're pointing, where is it that you're headed, if you want to build something that sustains.
Guys, we're exactly at time. Thank you for the questions, most importantly. Thanks, Guy.
Thank you.
Hi everyone and welcome to SaaStr. I'm an AI avatar generated by Synthesia and I have an important job to do today. It is my pleasure to introduce you to the most interesting session you'll attend today. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage Synthesia CEO and co-founder Victor Ripperbelli and Excel partner Philippe Bottery. Synthesia has a great story, and for this session, Victor will deep dive into his lessons learned and unlearned around how to build an enterprise-focused, generative AI company and scale it from 0 to 55,000 customers. Thank you, Victor and Philippe, for joining us today. Let's give them a round of applause.
Please welcome to the stage Philippe Bottery, partner at Excel, and Victor Ripperbelli, co-founder and CEO at Synthesia.
Hi everyone, it's my pleasure to be here with you today with Victor. I think we've been properly introduced. So I'm curious, like, how would you rate the quality of the avatar? Like, if the avatar didn't say it was an avatar, how many of you would have thought that it was an actor speaking, a real human versus an avatar? All right. One person. Well, that's not. Well, it says a lot about the progress that AI still has to do. All right, that's a good start. So I'm Philippe Bottery. I'm a partner with Excel. So we're a global venture fund, and we do a lot in software, B2B, and AI. And we can do anything from a $1 million seed to a $100 million growth stage investment. And I have the pleasure to be here today with Victor, with the founder of CEO of Synthesia. So you kind of got a preview of what Synthesia does. But to get started, I'd love to start with your entrepreneurship journey and kind of how you went from skateboarding and punk music in Copenhagen to start, one of the great generative AI company out of London.
Yeah, sure, and great to be here. So I think my journey towards founding Synthesia started in my childhood years. Always loved computers, loved sci-fi, and kind of in my late teens, I guess, figured out that I could turn it into a career. On a personal level, I've always been more interested in like fringe ideas, and I think the internet is a great place to find a lot of fringe ideas, interesting perspectives that wasn't around me physically in Copenhagen where I grew up. So I think that's just always been like a kind of a personal interest in mine, and maybe in my earlier years that was around like skateboards and punk music and weird music in general, which is still a hobby of mine today. But then in my kind of late teens, after figuring out that my interest in computers could become a career, I started building websites for local businesses, small things like that. I graduated into working in the Danish startup ecosystem, which I did for 4 years or so. Mostly in like product and growth roles. I'm kind of like technical, but I'm a terrible developer. So I always found the sweet spot for me was thinking about the product, but also kind of like how that connects with the customers and the business side and the kind of technology side. In those 4 years, I definitely learned that I wanted to build my own company. I love building products, but I also learned that I just wasn't super passionate about building accounting tools or business process software. I wanted to kind of combine it with my interest in sci-fi and kind of like the fringes of technology. So to make a very long story short, moved to London to kind of pursue that because Copenhagen didn't feel like the right place to build frontier technology. Spent a year on just kind of finding my feet, meeting lots of interesting people, did a lot of VR and AR, and eventually met my co-founder, Professor Mathias Niesner, or one of my co-founders, Professor Mathias Niesner, who'd done a research paper called Face to Face, which was like, I guess, the first research paper showing a neural network generating highly realistic video. And when I kind of saw that, I felt like I saw magic for the first time, and I had sort of 2 thoughts in my head. The first order effect of this is going to be that producing video content is going to be possible to do from behind your desk. No cameras, actors, studios, microphones, and all that stuff. Just like you can make music from behind your desk, you can write and publish a book from behind your desk, right? Like most other types of media, you can already do entirely in a digital workflow. And then the second order effect, which I think is what we're slowly getting to now, is that once that's possible and video is generated via code, it's going to change video as a format. New technology always breeds new type of media formats. And for video, what that probably is going to mean is that it's going to be less linear, it's going to be personalized, it's going to be interactive. And intellectually, I think that's very exciting, and it's also a great business opportunity. So that's the short version of kind of how I got to found Synthesia.
And how do you go from, well, AI is a fantastic tool to create video, and we can get rid of all the hardware, all the camera, to produce like great original content, to focus more on avatar and business productivity?
So I think we did what conventional wisdom will tell you not to do, which is we kind of fell in love more with the technology and a vision of what's going to go in the future. So kind of once we decided to start a company, the question was, okay, great, we think this is going to be possible in 10 years' time. How do we sequence a company along the way, right? How do we build a product we can sell to people so that we can raise money and have customers and all that stuff? And the first thing we did was we sat down and we thought, okay, what do we think we can realistically build and sell within 12 months, because that's kind of what the runway determined that we had to. And we ended up on doing this AI dubbing idea, which was pretty simple. You give me a real video and we'll dub it into a different language by changing the lip synchronization and of course the voiceover. That has had a huge resurgence now because the technology has matured, but back then it was 2 PhDs spending 10 days and making just like a 30-second clip, right? So we went to video production professionals, agencies, we tried Hollywood with this technology, and it didn't fail completely. Like there was a decent business taken into consideration. We were like 8 or 9 people at the time, but it was very obvious to us that we were selling a vitamin, not a painkiller, right? If we disappeared off the surface of the earth the day after, people would be like, oh, we'll just put subtitles on, right? And we also realized that because of that, we're not in control of the go-to-market at all, right? Like we did a famous campaign with Beckham, for example, where we translated him into 9 different languages, and obviously the bulk of the work around that is like convincing Beckham to do this campaign with this company over here, and all the stuff in between is not just the AI part of it. So after doing that for a couple of years, we sort of sat down and said, what have we learned? And do we think this is the right path for the business? We didn't think it was the right path for the business because the path here would be we become a visual effects studio with a proprietary technology. That's not what we set out to build. And then what did we learn? Well, we'd actually learned that the people we were trying to sell this to, their house wasn't on fire. They're making lots of awesome video content every single year, right? They're working with Beckham and Lionel Messi and Snoop Dogg, and they make awesome videos. But what we learned was that there are actually millions, maybe billions of people in the world who are not making video today. And they're desperate to make video. Their house is actually on fire. And this ranged from, you know, just any kind of random person off the street who wanted to start a YouTube channel but didn't want to show their face, to the world's biggest companies where someone really wanted to make video content but just couldn't get the budget because it wasn't prioritized. And so the thesis was, if we focus on all these people who are not making video today, we give them a much, much faster, much, much more affordable solution to make video. They'll probably be okay with the quality of the videos being slightly lower than what you get off a camera. And that led us down this path of developing the avatar technology, which we're famous for today. We released that kind of 3 years into the company, and that was the sort of inflection point where we clearly really hit a nerve despite the product like almost barely working, being very low quality. There was just such a big pull for the market. People really wanted a better way of making videos without having to use cameras. And we looked at all that traffic. We figured out who's doing this because it's cool and fun and wow, I want to show my friend, and who's doing this because they actually have a real business need for us. And that sort of took us down the path of building a B2B SaaS platform for video creation. And today we're the biggest one in the world doing this. We help our customers both create the content using our AI models and our video editor, collaborate on it, and share it with the end user. And what we learned was that the business opportunity here, which I think is very common for startups, right, was more sort of a market expansion. It was like enabling all these people to make videos. So if you're a big fast food company and you need to train a lot of people to work in your restaurants, instead of doing it with a 40-page PDF handbook, you can do it with videos, which is much more effective. If you have 2,000 salespeople and you're a Zoom all around the world, and you want to make sure they understand what's going on in the competitive landscape that they're in with pricing changes or whatever, then instead of sending them long emails that no one reads, you can make these bite-sized videos, which has much higher information retention engagement. And so that was kind of the unlock, right? It was enabling people who used to create slides and text, enable them to make video, and And that was the big unlock. And I think what we did well in that journey was being very realistic and very intentional about what are the technology in its current stage actually good enough for, and not trying to get ahead of ourselves. And I think that's a lot of AI companies, I think that's the struggle people have today with, where can it go in the future and what can it do today?
But did you have a sense when you started the company in 2017 of how fast the technology would progress in the coming year? Like, did you already have a vision saying, well, yes, the avatar from 2018, 2019, the first version, it's very gimmicky, it doesn't look like a human, but soon we're going to get there? Or do you say, well, there is a journey, but there is already a market for something that's not perfect?
I think it was a combination. So we said back in 2017, I think in the first investor pitch, investor deck we had, right, we said that in 10 years, it's going to be possible to create a Hollywood film from your laptop, not needing anything else. That's 2017, and at current rate of progress, that wouldn't really surprise me. So I think we got the timeline sort of like ballpark right, but of course, in between, what's going to happen the next 6 months and next year is harder to predict. So I think it was more case of the latter in terms of like running the business of being like, yes, these avatars may to the average person on the street not look great, but what is it we're trying to replace here, right? What are we trying to better? And the realization we had, especially in the early years, was that actually the market for Synthesia videos is like the world's 90% worst videos, right? Which are not even videos, it's like a PowerPoint being screen recorded or something. Yeah. And I think that's the kind of thing which was not obvious from the outside.
Nice. So to get the company started, you obviously had to raise funds. So I don't want to spend too much time on the fundraising, but there is one anecdote which I found very interesting. So can you tell us how you got Mark Cuban to invest as an angel in the company?
Yeah, so in 2017, when we tried to raise the first round, we went through, we kind of, when we got the idea and we made the first pitch deck, we were like, this is amazing. It's going to be so easy to raise money, right? We clearly have an insanely cool idea. We have a great team. People will love this. And of course, no one loved it. People thought we were batshit crazy, I think. So we got turned down by like 100 investors, something like that. There was not a hot space. The technology was very, very early. I'm not technical myself. I think back then, when VCs look for founders, a lot of VCs look for like the researcher to be the CEO because it feels like they all then built the tech. And I think that can be valuable, but I think back then they looked at me, they're like, this business guy is trying to create like a deep research lab to make AI video. Not really gonna fly. So we almost, classic story, like we almost gave up. My co-founder Stefan, we had this list of interesting like business angels, and Mark Cuban sat well in the kind of Venn diagram of like media and technology. And Stefan sent him a cold email. He responded back within 5 minutes, and then we had this like 14-hour exchange with him over email. He doesn't do calls, and 14 hours after maybe 30 emails going back and forth, he agreed to invest $1 million at like 4 a.m. in the morning UK time, which was very, very surreal, but that's kind of what kickstarted the company.
Yeah, just a cold email can lead to $1 million financing. I think that's such an amazing story. It shows kind of the grit that you need to have as an entrepreneur and think that nothing is impossible.
And also, I actually think what my biggest takeaway from that is, especially if you're doing something which is not in the sort of current Overton window of what people like to fund, you really need to find someone who already shares your thesis. Like, it's very difficult to convince someone cold about your thesis. Mark Cuban had actually implemented this paper himself at home. He already believed that the same things that we believed. He was more looking for a team to fund it, right? And I think that's what made the process a lot easier, whereas a lot of the other conversations we had, we're almost starting at like, what's AI and what's a video? And, and then it's very, very difficult.
Nice. So shifting gear a bit, let's talk about why an AI software company is different from a traditional SaaS company. So in a software company, I would say there are two things that matters. You need to build a product and sell the product. In an AI company, it's different because you need to build a product, but before building the product, you actually need to do the research. So it's not only an engineering team, but it's a research team that you need to have, which is a different budget, different type of people to manage. So I'm just curious, like, how did you apprehend the setup of the company at the beginning to make sure that you could address this shift the best way possible?
So back when we started, we were very heavily focused on like purely the AI. And the reason we're purely focused on the AI was because if we couldn't make that work, we probably couldn't really make anything else work. That was like that was very much the core of the company. So in the beginning, it was basically me and Steffen on the kind of business and product side, and the rest of the team, which was, I think, 8 other people, were all researchers. Once we kind of built the first product, we hit the inflection point. Actually, only then we hired like a team to build like the whole SaaS platform and what traditionally would kind of start off with. I'm not sure I would do that again. If we had raised more money back then, I probably would have started the product engineering side earlier. But what is very unique to building an AI business, and I think you have to be very intentional about, do you actually want to do the science? Especially in the market where now where these technologies are much more mature and much more accessible. Do you actually want to do the science? If you want to do science, you should do so because it unlocks a fundamentally new market. Would be my take. The issue with research is that there's so much uncertainty, right? It's so difficult to put timelines on, and you're kind of per definition trying to do something which is really hard and may not succeed. So you have this division in your company where the DNA of a researcher is so different from the DNA of like your traditional SaaS hacker, early stage engineer who just like wants to get stuff done. Researchers are scientists, right? And they have to be scientists because otherwise they can't solve the problems. But it can be quite frustrating. I think a lot of AI companies are still trying to figure out what's the right interface between those two teams. How do you run the research team? And I think what we have found to work well, and what other founders that have built big AI companies, from my experience, have found works well, is that you almost need to take a VC-style approach to your research. There is some problem you're trying to solve, and there is many different ways people are trying to solve that problem, right? That could be like different architectures, could be different data sets, could be a whole bunch of different things. And because it's research, you don't know which one's going to work, right? There's a lot of people who try to do things similar to LLMs that just didn't work, but LLMs actually did work. And so the way we've approached it is almost like a spread betting portfolio, where you have a few teams working to solve the same problem, but they approach it from different angles. And that works well because you get the kind of wide coverage, you kind of hedge against you not picking the right direction, which is a very big chance of you not doing. But you have to be very good at then killing your darlings, right? So when you see one direction take off, shut down the other projects, pull them into that project, and that's just very different than how you would do like a traditional SaaS app, right? Like you wouldn't have 3 different teams trying to build a billing system, and then the best team gets to keep the billing system, because you're dealing with much more uncertainty in these kind of teams.
And what does this mean in terms of culture and performance for a research team? Like what are, I mean, you said something which is very interesting, which is, you know, people are searching, you don't know if they're going to find, right? So it's very hard to say, well, you need this discovered, you know, in 6 months. And so like, oh, you haven't found. So I mean, you're good, you're bad. Like, so how do you evaluate the team?
That is really hard. It's really hard. I think I mean, you can still look at things like velocity, for example, right? You can look at, are they smart about how they do things? And that can be on an IC level, but I think also very much on a manager level. You need to make sure that, like, a lot of researchers will naturally be drawn to the hardest problem. And the hardest problem is not always the things that's the most valuable for your business, right? Let's say with Synthesia, we're building avatars, and the research team has built something that kind of works, but they figured out that for people with a big red beard, sunglasses on, and a pirate hat, the technology doesn't work. A lot of researchers will be, that's very interesting. Why does it not work with a pirate hat when it works with a normal hat, right? And they might get drawn into that and be like, oh, let's try and solve this problem, and how do we do this? But obviously for your business, it doesn't matter, because you could just tell people, look, you can't make an avatar with a big red beard and a pirate hat and sunglasses on. The technology doesn't work, right? That's such an edge case. And so I think measuring like how well are they at thinking about the product in the choices they make in their research is one vector. And the other one is, I would say, is velocity, right? Even though you're doing science, how many experiments are you running per week or per month, right? How good are you at evaluating those experiments? Because otherwise you run the risk of running like a high school science lab with no oversight. But it is very difficult. I don't think anyone has like the perfect answer to this yet.
Yeah. And how do you think about strategically about where to focus the research? I mean, there are a lot of things that are being developed in AI. There are a lot of things that could be off the shelf that you can use, and there are things that where you really want to push the boundaries of the science. So, and that's obviously costly. So how do you think about this, this balance? And I think what advice would you give to the entrepreneur in the room who are kind of dealing with the same question?
So for many years for us, there was no choice but to build it ourselves, right? There simply just wasn't anything else on the market, and the open source community was working on like very different things than what we needed. I think today you want to be very intentional about what narrow slice of AI you can be uniquely the best in the world at. And that's a pretty high bar given how much investment and how many great companies are already trying to do things, right? You're probably not going to be the best in the world at building a fully generalizable LLM model today unless you're like Anthropic or OpenAI or Google or whatever. For us, we think, well, we're not going to be the best in the world at general AI video like Sora style from OpenAI. But what we think we can be the best in the world at are people presenting to the camera. And that is a huge category. And so if we focus all of our efforts on just being the best in the world at creating videos of humans talking to the camera, I think we can win that. And the rest we can partner our way to. If our customers want to create a video of a dog running on the beach with a plane flying in the background, let's integrate that from someone else. So for us, that means we build device technology, we build the video technology, we build what we call our director module, and all these different components of the system are tuned for that specific use case. And I think if you have 3 different systems that are all tuned towards a specific use case, that does build a lot more competitive differentiation. But I think in the world we're in right now, right, you want to be very careful about making that slice as thin as possible.
And how do you think this is, where do you think this is going over time? Like, do you think that over time all the OpenAI and the hyperscalers and Anthropic, et cetera, will develop enough technology so that you don't really need research anymore and you're just going to use things off the shelf? Or do you think that there's always going to be some area where you can continue to do something specific that's better and giving you a competitive edge on the market?
I believe the latter more. I think that for the world is messy and complex, and when you build systems that work in production, right, there's a million different things that they need to be able to do. So I do think that there is going to be value in research for a long time. I think you want to be also intentional about, do you want to be an infrastructure layer where you truly have to be the best in the world at something, or do you see yourself more as operating in the applied layer, right? And I think if you operate in the applied layer, there's sort of one extreme version of the world where you say, all the research we're doing because it's a go-to-market advantage, because we can take our products to the world first. But maybe over time it matters less if you can replace it with an API call from OpenAI or something like that, right? But you had the advantage of taking that product to market 6, 9, 12 months before your competitors, and that in itself is hugely valuable, and it's probably worth spending millions of dollars in research on, right? But you're building your product in a way where the sole value of what you're building is not just the AI model. And to give an explanation for this, like if you take ChatGPT, right? ChatGPT is like an interface to a model, and obviously OpenAI needs to be the best in the world at that specific thing. But if you're building a customer support chatbot that needs to be able to respond to customers' inquiries, that piece of technology is very important, but you probably still have some kind of an agent flow. You have a knowledge base. You have some tech that helps a customer support team make sure the model doesn't. There's so much scaffolding that sits around that, and that is actually more your product than the AI model themselves, right? And I think if that's the situation you're in, I think it's actually pretty good, right? Maybe someone comes out with a better LLM in 3 years and you can just replace it. But for your customers, they're not just buying the interface to an AI model, right? They're buying the full solution, the full platform that sits around it. And I think that's when you look at a lot of the AI companies people have been building the last 12 to 18 months, I mean, that's where you really run the risk of being steamrolled by an upgrade to GPT technology, right? Because you build like some little thin layer on top of GPT-4, and it's very cool at the time, but it eventually gets eaten up, right? Yes. So I think the traditional rules of building a business doesn't really change. Like you want to build a platform that solves a problem for your customer, doesn't just give them a piece of technology, unless you're an infrastructure company, in which case you are selling just the technology, right?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So to develop AI, you need research team, you need algorithm, and then you need data. Yeah. To what extent do you think that data can be a competitive moat in today's world? And what did you do to go after sources of data that are more unique or proprietary?
So data is definitely going to be very, very important, and it's probably going to be more important than the model layer, in my opinion, over time. We're definitely seeing this play out right now, where people train these massive models. They're very powerful, they're very capable, and now people are trying to figure out how to make them really good at specific tasks. And most of that work that's going into that is saying, okay, you need to curate the data that you train maybe even the base model on, and you probably want to fine-tune it on data that's very specific to whatever task that you're trying to accomplish. And it is just so that the world's publicly available data and information, which these models are trained on, there's a lot of stuff that's not in there, right? There's probably not 1 million MRI scans. There's not a bunch of confidential spreadsheets from a really big business. So that's all the data that people are now figuring out. Okay, this data is very valuable. It's not available on the public internet. And obviously, if the model hasn't seen the data, it's not going to be able to learn whatever it needs to learn from that data. So I think that's going to be very, very important moving forward. And I think there's two parts of this. There is existing data that you can take and prepare for training, and then there is acquiring new data, which is also something that's growing. So for us, we're quite focused on acquiring new data. We have a big studio here in London. We captured thousands of people, following a specific set of instructions, which serves as the base for some of the foundation models that we're training right now. So I think that is going to be very important. Of course, it matters if you're a medicine, a pharmaceutical company, where probably there's a lot of private data. You could argue in the customer support world, maybe it's less important because everyone's knowledge base is already public, so that's easily scrapable, you can put into the model. But it definitely seems like curated data is how we're going to see the most progress in all modalities for the next 12 months.
Yeah. So that's what it takes to build your core AI engine, and then you need to sell it.
Yeah.
So it's been very interesting to see that Synthesia managed to develop a large footprint with the Fortune 2000. So to some extent, it was one of the early AI products that started to get broad adoption.
Yeah.
So how do you make that happen?
So obviously distribution is as important, if almost not more important, than actually building the product. And I think it feels like I've been in tech now for more than 10 years, right? And there's always one sort of channel that's significantly better than all the others. And that changes all the time. That's kind of a window that moves, right? So when I started out in tech, SEO, for example, was huge. And there was many, many billion-dollar companies that was built with SEO as just the primary way of driving traffic. SEO is still great, but it's very competitive. People search less and so on. In AI, it's very clear that channel is word of mouth. AI has this sort of magical element to it, right? It has a huge wow factor. People feel a little bit threatened by it, so they want to try it and understand how to use it. They want to look cool on LinkedIn by posting the latest and greatest AI technology. And so this is one of the things we've seen the last 12 to 18 months, right? And so when you see something like that, I think it's about, okay, how do you utilize that for your business? And I think we've been pretty good at that. You want to make your product super accessible. You want to make it fun. You want to make it shareable. And if you're good at those things, you can actually build this sort of crazy word-of-mouth groundswell. And I think most of the AI companies that are very successful today have used an element of this because that distribution channel has been incredibly strong the last 12 to 18 months.
But how do you make the two work? Because usually when you have this bottom-up engine, it's mostly suited for kind of prosumers, small businesses.
Yeah.
But how do you get from that kind of individually driven traffic to get to a Fortune 2000 account, right?
Yeah, so obviously every company is different. I think for us, what we realized early on was that all these people who work in the enterprise and who have the problem of wanting to make videos, which is rarely the CEO, right? That's often someone in the organization who has a job to do and they wish they could make more video. All these people are also on TikTok and Instagram and whatever social channels that we're on. So actually, if we focused on those and drove just a very, very kind of big top of the funnel, then there would be a lot of people in that top funnel who will not be relevant to us because we're looking for that one person in a Fortune 2000 company, but that person would also be in there. And then it's our job to get them into the funnel, get them to the website, help them make a video. We of course identify this is someone who's interesting, and then basically building more kind of a filtering machine of take this top funnel, figure out which ones are the most interesting people who came to us and made a video, as opposed to the other way around, right? Of like cold outbounding would probably be the opposite of this, where you kind of filter at the top, right? You only talk to the people that are super directly relevant to your business, and you do everything you can to find those. So we kind of flip that model around. Let's just get it into as many people's hands as possible, and then from that, we'll kind of sift out which ones are the interesting ones.
So that worked very well at the beginning. I mean, this bottom-up motion, I think, is what kind of made the company very well known, because I think one of the benefit of all the prosumer behavior that you get to be on social media, and that kind of drive also awareness, which then kind of feeds the enterprise business. But then at some point you need to also do the outbound, right? So can you walk us through this journey from inbound to outbound, and how it has worked so far?
So for us, we went through like sort of different phases, right? We hit this kind of first moment where it just took off. It was just this force of nature, people just coming to us, using the product, they wanted to pay for it, and it was very, very exciting for us, of course. But we're also very aware that in that batch of people, right, there's a lot of what we call AI tourists, which are people who, you know, are very willing, which I think is very unique to AI, is that people are actually very willing to pay to try something out, both in enterprise and personally, much more so than the kind of previous generations of SaaS. And that's great, that's revenue, it's dollars in your bank account. But it doesn't necessarily mean that these people have a long-term use case, right? They might just be trying out. So like, first thing for us was like, okay, let's filter into who actually have a use case for this. Then we started on the product side, let's build for them. Let's make sure that when people come to the platform, this is what we tell them that they should do these things. We do the right templates for them. We talk to them. We kind of build a business around that. I think that was sort of the second phase, right? We got all this viral moment, figured out who's actually the interesting people in all this sort of viral stuff. And then the more we learned about who are these people that are really using the product and love the products, the more it also made sense for us to say, okay, let's begin to go a bit more outbound. Let's do some paid campaigns where we try and target our specific ICP, right? And then you can kind of go deeper and deeper down. Up until today, where we're doing like actual cold outbounding, because we know who the right user for the product is, we know what value they get out of it, it means that we actually can do this, right? But that would also have been more or less impossible to do in the beginning, because we had to learn what they were doing with the product, right? And what was valuable. And I think that's the sort of interesting thing with these products, where they're very open-ended. For us, like, I mean, you can use video for a million different things, right? You can use it in sales or marketing or training, or to send a birthday message to your friend, or like the very general technology. It's a bit the same with LLMs, right? Like they can do a million different things. They can teach you about history. They can help you write an email. And so I think that is a bit unique to AI, right? In that these things are so open-ended that you need to sort of curb that before you can build that outbound engine.
So as you move from one motion to the next, I mean, what was there a particular aha moment that you had that kind of drove kind of the next wave of growth?
I would say the two big aha moments was, the first one was like, people are not replacing video production, they're replacing text. It was very fundamental to our understanding of like why this product is valuable. And the second aha moment was when people, if everyone in this room kind of close your eyes and think of video, probably the videos you think of is like the Netflix show you watched yesterday, a really well-produced YouTube video, or like all the great content that floats to the top of YouTube or TikTok or wherever we consume content, right? And so if that's what's in your mind and you look at a Synthesia video, you might say, well, that's not a great video, right? And we had to overcome that bias by saying, that's true, but that's not the videos we're targeting. There's like 99.9% of videos in the world are not beautifully made YouTube videos. They're like some really crappy learning video in a big American bank that everybody hates watching, right? And that's our opportunity. It's making that video slightly less worse, even if the final result is not like, wow, this video is amazing. And that took a lot of kind of like adjustment in the team to figure out, like, people are not replacing video, they're replacing kind of text. And when we then go into the enterprise, the sort of videos that people are trying to create with us or other tools are already crappy, and it's our opportunity to just make them better, which has real impact for them. But that was so non-obvious from the outside. I think for many years, it was kind of our little secret that this was actually such a good business, because a lot of people would look at it and be like, oh, it's kind of a fun, cool idea, but it's a toy. Like, no one is actually using this for anything.
That makes sense. So we talk about inbound, outbound, bottom-up motion. What about channels? Like, what do you think are the right channel for an AI business and your business and Synthesia in particular? And when do you think is the right time in the company journey to kind of start looking at this as a new vector for growth?
I think as soon as you feel like you have like actual product market fit, you need to start thinking about how do you build a scalable distribution engine, right? And the reason you want to do that pretty early on is you don't want to be in a situation where you hit that moment, right, where people are just coming to you. It's crazy, your website is getting flooded. There's so many people that want to talk to you, everybody's using your product, and it's just amazing, it's one big party, right? But that's going to end at some point. Maybe a month, it may be 6 months, maybe a year, it may be 2 years. But at some point, most likely that moment is going to end, right? And so what do you do when that moment is going to end? You don't want to be left with no inbound for your sales team to pick up. So you want to start thinking about what is a distribution strategy for a company before that, right? Because then you're in control of your own destiny. For AI, I think in many ways, like I don't think the rules change that much from like other companies. If you're building something that people are searching for, you probably should start doing SEO. If you're building a new category, you should probably also begin your SEO, even if it be less impactful in the short term. But like what we found, for example, is like owning AI video was less valuable 3 years ago. It's very valuable today, right? So I think you look at all the different channels that we're all aware of already. I think the big thing is this word of mouth, which is, I think, is kind of very unique to AI, right? There's so much public interest in these technologies, and it's your job to really kind of harness that. It is kind of a double-edged sword, because it can also be easy to kind of be pulled in too much by the hype and end up focusing on like short-term experimental revenue versus short-term valuable revenue, right? Short-term revenue is a lot of like consumer-driven, self-service. People come in, they have big ideas of what they can do with the tech. Like people come to us and be like, I'm going to make ads for Facebook. And we can already tell them like, look, it's not good enough yet. Like the quality of the avatars is just not there. It will be there at some point, but I know you're going to churn, right? But you get 1,000 people in there, and then you get like some enterprises who are interested in, like for us, training content, for example. They're tire kicking a little bit. What should you focus on? I think if you focus too much on the short-term thing, you might be left in the dark when those people churn because they didn't find a use case. So balancing the kind of short-term pumped revenue versus the long-term enterprise revenue is very important. And the long-term revenue is just, it's more painful, right? It's like much longer sales cycles. You have to talk to the customers. But I think it's very important to invest in those and will not get carried away by the hype.
And what about channel partners? Like you're doing a lot of I mean, one of the use cases is internal training. Are you working with internal training company, educating them on the technology so that they can distribute it to their customers or use it, produce content? Like how are you thinking about alternative channels?
I think partnerships for us I think every business is very different there, right? But I think partnerships in general are quite, for us at least, been quite difficult in the sense that outsourcing your sales and your customer success to someone else, and for us, the most obvious thing that a partner could do is like help our customers make the videos. It's like a new discipline that they need to learn before they can sell it, right? And they need to have a good incentive to partner with you, and that's not like making $5,000 off a referral on a 50,000 enterprise deal. For us, what has worked well is actually going much higher up the partner stack. So we work with a lot of the world's big consultancy agencies, like EY and Accenture, for example, where we've gone in with them and really spent a lot of time on like building practices around Synthesia. So how can we help their customers communicate better and have a good value proposition where we, of course, have the technology and our partners have all the know-how in terms of how do you communicate to a 10,000-person strong organization, right? Who's going to make and maintain these 400 videos as part of like your new training library. So that has like worked pretty well, but I wouldn't say that partnership for us has been like a kind of a channel we've invested like that much in so far. because it's generally just been hard to, in such a new category, find partners who can take that to the market.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Clearly, you need a bit more maturation before you get there. Yeah. So we're reaching the tail end of the discussion. So let's look into the future. Where do you think, what's in store for Synthesia? Like, where do you think the technology can go? I mean, do you think that next year, if we sit here, like half of the room will raise their hand when we ask if it is a human or an avatar?
Yeah, for sure. I think so. We've always looked at Synthesia. One of the kind of key things we've always had a thesis around Synthesia is that ultimately our TAM is rate limited by the quality and the capabilities of the avatars, right? And what we've been good at along the way is figuring out the right market for that particular point in time of the technology. Right now, we're training our foundation models. In the next probably 3 to 4 or 5 months, we'll see that hit the market, and that's going to be like a 10x, 15x better product than what we have today. I'm really excited to see what people are going to start creating with that. We've already seen just the last 6 months, as the avatars have gotten better and better, huge increase in the types of use cases people do, much more external-facing content, marketing, sales, for example. But I think it's pretty obvious that if you, with AI, can generate something that looks and feels like an Apple keynote by just typing it out, that's going to have a very big impact, right? A bigger impact than the sort of stuff we're seeing today. So.
And what about the latency? Because with better quality means more data, more processing. Is the latency going to go up, or do you think that over time we'll be able to have, a Zoom dialogue with an avatar who is basically interacting in real time?
Definitely. I think it's only going to go down. And I think we're also getting to the chapter of Synthesia now where we really begin to say, okay, up until now we've built this great platform for making videos. But ultimately what we're doing today is we're helping you make MP4 files by taking the camera out of the equation. And that's very powerful, right? But where this gets very interesting is once video evolves into something that's different. Today, video is a broadcasting medium. It's one-to-many, right? You upload your video on YouTube, and the same video is watched by 10 million people or whatever, how many people watch it. And in a few months, we're going to be making some big announcements around trying to evolve video into a type of media format that's much more interactive. It's personalized. It's eventually going to be something you can conversate with, kind of like you would have a Zoom call. And I think that's actually where most of the potential lies over the next 5 years. And I think this is almost going to evolve into becoming a new type of interface. That's, of course, very different from text, but also very different from video as we know it today. And that's very exciting.
You think 5 years from now, we could do an audio Zoom that looks like a video?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, that would be quite interesting.
It'll definitely be interesting.
And scary at the same time.
Yeah.
Good. Well, it's about time to wrap up. And the last question I would like to ask you is, what are the 3 key pieces of advice that you would give to the AI founders and entrepreneurs in the room? But just before you answer, let's have Alex come back on video and see if she can do a better job than the first time. I think that's the cue to project the video.
That was a great session. Here are some of my key takeaways. But it would be great to hear from the humans on stage too. Anything I missed, gentlemen?
I think that was great. I mean, when you see a short message like that, come on, like if anybody says, no, like I know it was an avatar, like I think you're not being fair. But Victor, do you want to elaborate more on these 3 key points?
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of covered them, right? But I think the first one is like focus on driving utility over novelty, as we say internally in Synthesia. Short-term revenue is great and can be very positive for your business, but make sure you don't lose sight of what's actually valuable for your customers long-term. I think a lot of AI companies have been struggling with that the last 12 to 18 months. The research versus implement versus buy off the shelf touches on just being very intentional about when do you want to do the science yourself, because you need to do the science yourself. When are you going to implement something that may be available open source, or it's kind of a solved problem, so you can put more of a timeline around it? And when do you want to buy off the shelf from another provider, right? Getting the balance between those things right is very important, and especially with the way that the landscape looks today, where now there is actually a ton of AI companies doing all sorts of different things. It's very different from 12 months ago, and it's certainly very different from 3 years ago when there was like very little infrastructure available, right? So sit down also and think about what do you think is going to happen in the market, which kind of technologies is going to have specific players just doing that you may be able to tap into, not today, but in 3 months' time. And then the last one is just like, every new market, I think, has these like growth hacks. And the growth hack right now is making people talk about your product, which means make it accessible, make it fun, make it shareable. And if you nail those things, then you can build this kind of like force of nature, which is just incredibly powerful. I mean, I think the biggest growth tactic right now in AI, right, is just announce a bunch of stuff that may not actually be ready or work in the product. I think we'll see how that pans out over time. That's the sort of extreme version of this. I wouldn't necessarily advocate for that, but I think it's an interesting data point, right? Like almost every company right now is just announcing things that don't actually work because that builds that groundswell around that particular company, which if you use it right can be very valuable.
Well, you did a nice hack with GPT-4o real-time dialogue.
We did actually.
That was fun one. Great. Thank you very much, Victor.
Thanks for having me.
It's a fun discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
When I grab your body, pull you close, I need you more than you need me. And there's no shame in that. When you put your arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. Oh no, I don't wanna be all on my own. It's like slow-mo when I grab your body, pull you close. I need you more than you need me. And there's no shame in that. When you put your arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. When you put your arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress.
Please welcome to the stage Paige Bozen, VP Customer Success, EMEA at Cloudflare, and Alonso Bustamante, Senior Director.
Greetings. Welcome, everyone. I think we're getting close to happy hour, so thank you for those of you that are hanging in here with us. My name is Paige Bozen, and I'm the Vice President of Customer Success for Cloudflare. I am a 25-year veteran of the industry. Most of that time has been spent with enterprise companies like Salesforce and Microsoft, but this is my very first SaaStr. So I'm really happy about that. This has been a wonderful experience, and the community is wonderful to be a part of. So in a moment, Alonso, my colleague here, will introduce himself, but I just want to set up our session. First question we're going to answer is, what is Cloudflare and what do we do? It's okay if you don't know. And then we're going to take you on the journey of 1 million customers. You're going to hear some stories and tactics that have allowed us to grow and benefit from having such a wide base of customers. We were founded in 2010, so our approach to customers and customer centricity has obviously changed over time. But I invite you to listen to the red thread of the values that have guided a lot of those decisions and those important moments in our business over its history. So without further ado, please welcome Alonso Bustamante.
Thanks, Paige. Fantastic to see everybody here. I was just telling Paige that the last time I was here at the Tobacco Docks, I wasn't on stage. I was actually behind the sound booth being the voice of God, saying things like 5 minutes to happy hour. So it's kind of nice to be on this side of the stage. Let me tell you a little bit about what we're going to be talking about today. Paige kind of laid out the outline of Cloudflare. And first, I want to tell you just a little bit about what's going to set the context for our conversation today. A little bit of scale for those of you who might not be familiar with the organization, which is going to guide the conversation about how we approach customers. About 20% of the web uses Cloudflare today. Most of you probably have used Cloudflare without knowing it today as you were trying to get your sports scores or trying to connect to your corporate resources or you were trying to check out what's going on in the latest election somewhere around the world. About 30% of Fortune 500, Fortune 1000 customers are using Cloudflare on a day-to-day basis. And about those, we've got tens of millions of users amongst the freemium service, and about 200,000 of those are paying customers. Scale, lots of scale, and we're going to be talking about how we've built that scale, but also why that scale is important as our approach to customers goes on. We have an incredibly broad customer base. I just talked about scale, now I'll talk a little bit about the diversity of that customer base. And we consider that not only a privilege, but we also consider that a superpower. The diversity of this customer base is something that is a strategic superpower that we think about on a day-to-day basis as we think about how to grow the business. And I'll tell you a little bit about that. A few months ago, I was sitting in a speaker dinner after a similar conference to this one in Georgia, the country, not the state. And I was sitting next to a marketing consultant. He's like, hey, I don't know about your business. Tell me about who your target profile is. And I said, our target profile for our customer base is anybody who uses the internet. So everybody. And he kind of interrupted me abruptly and said, that is a horrible positioning. That is just a horrible way to approach targeting. Customer targeting needs to be about being niche, about being specific, and about trying to focus on a specific sliver of the market. And I think he was trying to sell his consulting services. I kind of told him, well, let me lay out why we see the world a little bit different. At the end of the day, we're a cloud connectivity company that's focusing on anybody who uses the internet, whether it's a mom and pop shop, a developer blog, large Fortune 500 companies, as I mentioned. These are all our customers in terms of, we think of this customer base as an incredibly diverse one. We've got customers in every single corner of the world, in every geography, across every vertical, and across different sizes, as I mentioned, from our free user base all the way to very large enterprises. So that impacts how we think about our strategy when we're building product. And we're very deliberate about how we build product. And we think about this idea of serving everyone as one of the core missions of how we build product. And this diverse customer base helps us in terms of creating innovation flywheels. Today, I just want to spend a second talking about our product innovation flywheel. Serving everyone, core mission for the organization, really important. But how do we approach that? And how do we think about building product when we try to serve this very diverse customer base? Well, what we do first is focus on the user experience. Try to build something that's incredibly easy to use with very little friction for the user. If you think about the things that we're focusing on security, we're focusing on cloud connectivity, we're focusing on networking, we're focusing on privacy, we're focused on developer tooling. All these things tend to be very complex. In the past, you used to buy boxes, you would buy managed services on top of that. These would be very complex deployments that would take years of digital transformation. Well, we've tried to take a SaaS approach to this. Ease of use is part of our UX, it's part of our design, it's part of how we think about product. I was recently in Madrid talking to a CTO of a transportation company who's a user, and he told me, well, actually, ease of use is one of the things that I've really recognized about this product. I've never actually touched your product because my team does that. I've never actually gone into the dashboard, into the console, but I had a crisis. I had a security issue that I needed to tamper with my security configuration, and my security manager was on honeymoon somewhere in the Maldives. So he couldn't actually call the security manager. He was trying to be a good manager. He told me he logged onto the console, and within 10 minutes, first time he touched it, he was actually able to figure out how to use it, how to deploy a new security rule, and his peace of mind was all good. And ease of use is one of the things that we really tried to focus on when building the product, because the less friction you have, the more customers are willing to adopt your product, the more customers that can touch your product, and that allows us to get to this global scale that I've already talked about. The global scale also has another important piece of this product flywheel, which is we spend very little money on quality assurance, we spend very little money on QA testing, and that's not because we don't pay attention to that. But when you've got this very diverse, very broad user base in different countries around the world, in different verticals around the industry, these people can help you test your product, just like they do us. Every time we release a beta product, obviously we don't go straight to the enterprise customer. We start with the free customers. We move on to the next tier of customers, so on and so forth. And people are eager to give us feedback, eager to give us iterations. They're eager to give us, tell us what's working, what's not working, how we should improve, what we shouldn't be improving. And that creates an innovation lifecycle that helps us then again serve everyone. Release more products, release better products, get them up into enterprise-grade reliability. So a superpower that we're really proud of is this diverse customer base, and again, creates an innovation flywheel for us, which is incredibly important as part of our organization. Now, culturally, one of the things that I want to talk to you about today is how we approach this diverse customer base and how one of our corporate maxims. Paige and I, as we were preparing this talk, we were talking about, well, we don't want to spend the entire conversation on culture, but we do want to spend a couple of minutes just saying, what are the guiding principles for the organization and how do they relate to how we treat customers and how we engage customers? Well, if you look at some of our corporate literature, one of the first things that you'll notice is in terms of mission, vision, and who we are, communicating clearly, directly, and transparently is one of our corporate maxims. We do this internally with our employees, but also very importantly, we try to do this with our customers. And let me tell you a story about that. Code Orange. A few months ago, we had a bad data center outage. A bad data center outage basically means electricity went away in one of the data centers where Cloudflare servers are located. Millions of websites use Cloudflare services. When we go down, customers goes down. That's unacceptable. We need to behave like critical infrastructure, and that's our goal. So when we're not down, some of the services that you offer might be down. That's not what our customers expect from us. That's not what we expect from ourselves. However, data centers losing power is something that we should plan for and we should expect. So what happened? About thousands of websites went down during this outage. It took us about 72 hours to restore full service availability during this instance. Keep that number in mind, 72 hours, because I'm going to come back to it. Our CEO goes on our blog, which is one of our primary mechanisms of communicating with customers. CEO, by the way, CEO and founder, writes about 2,500 words explaining, here's what happened, minute by minute play by play of what happened, what went wrong, what we're doing to fix it, and what are the systems and processes that we're going to institute to make sure that this mistake doesn't happen again. Over the next couple of months, we established something in the organization's code that was called Code Orange. Code Orange essentially was an internal fire drill where we empowered one of our senior engineering leaders to be able to have a blank check to dispose of any engineering resource in the organization to make sure that that data center failure and that type of problem would not happen again. Complete autonomy, complete empowerment to make sure that the processes were built so that that mistake doesn't happen again in response to not serving customers in the way that we would expect to. Fast forward 5 months, guess what happened? The same data center, same power outage, power goes out again. 7 minutes, services mostly restored, about 10 hours, services completely restored. We learned from the mistake, we tried to fix it. I talked to customers a couple of months after that incident, and they say, one of the key reasons that I stay with you as a customer is because you are so clear, direct, and transparent in communicating. Not only when you release shiny new technology, but also when you make mistakes, also when you fail, you tell us what went wrong and what you're doing to address it. That direct, clear transparency builds trust, and our customers tell us that often, and that's one of the things that I want to leave you with today. Now, becoming a customer-centric company is not something that just happens. You're not born a customer-centric company. It requires changing over time. You don't start mature. It's an ambition. So let me tell you how we have evolved as we've tried to become a very customer-centric company. As Paige mentioned, we're about 14 years old, and if we think about the different phases of the organization, I would try to bucket them in 3 phases. The first 7 years, roughly, we were focused on being a best-in-class engineering organization, the best technology, the coolest next-gen technology, just really making sure that we were doing cutting-edge stuff. And I'll tell you how that impacts how we thought about customers in a second. The next 7 years, I think we really realized, well, we need to package all this cool engineering and all this cool technology, become a better product company, not only a great technology company. And I think right now we're in a phase where we're really focused on layering on top of best-in-class engineering, best-in-class product, best-in-class sales, particularly enterprise sales, so that we can continue moving into the larger and larger businesses. Now, as I mentioned, you're not born mature as a customer-centric company, you evolve. So let me tell you how we were creating customer feedback loops as we evolved the organization from that engineering to that product to that sales mindset. In the early days, the first 7 years, I would say some of the primary ways that we were engaging customers. One, contact with the free users, as I mentioned, a lot of interaction with the free users, quality assurance, beta testing, feedback from them. I cannot tell you the number of times that I've spoken to product managers in the early days who use social media as one of their primary ways of interacting with customers. And that's fantastic, right? Smaller customers are very willing to engage via Hacker News comments, via Discord channels, via social media, Twitter at the time, X now. You know, as the company evolves, we need to add other layers of customer feedback loops into the organization so that we can listen to these customers. Then we established things like Cloudflare Connect. Cloudflare Connect's our flagship user conference, like a Salesforce would have a Dreamforce, or many others have customer conferences, where we could interact with the customers on a yearly, a couple of times a year, and hear from them directly, fly in executives to make sure that we would listen to them. We started to establish QBRs to make sure quarterly business reviews, to make sure that we are hearing from customers directly on a quarterly basis, not only to say, hey, here's your usage, here's your billing, and hey, by the way, it's renewal time, but also to hear feedback that we can feed back to the product managers. This is what the features that the customers want. These are some of the things that they want built. These are the things that we're hearing in the market. As we're evolving into a larger enterprise-grade organization and get more of those customers who want other ways of interacting, we've added on top of that things like customer advisory councils, where we fly in customers flagship customers from across each region in the world, sit them down for a day, maybe 2, sit in a casual setting, fly in our executives from around the world, and make sure that our CEO, our Chief Product Officer, our COO, our CFO, and many others hear directly from the customers what they're hearing, what we're doing right, but more importantly, what we're doing wrong and where we need to improve. In addition to that, things like our touchpoint strategy, which Paige has been instrumental in establishing, and you'll hear more customer stories in a second, creating real-time feedback loops where every time that we interact with a customer, whether it's prospecting, whether it's a quarterly business review, whether it's a contract renewal time or a contract that does not renew, trying to send real-time feedback surveys so that we have a real pulse from customers into what they're thinking and how they're thinking about us as an organization. So as you can see, embracing this change as the company evolved was incredibly important to our growth. Back to our corporate maxims, one thing that we always mention to new employees is people who succeed at our organization are people who are curious to learn and curious to grow. And we particularly pay emphasis on being curious with our customers and how they're thinking about this. So now, let's talk a little bit about where these customers can take you. Over the page.
Thank you, Alonso. So the first question I want to raise to the room is why bother? Why bother building this highly diverse, huge customer base? And the quick answer is, this is your rocket fuel. Customer obsession and constant focus on your customers and what they need to take their business to the next level together with you is rocket fuel from a process engineering perspective, from a growth perspective, you name it, it's the key. And we have a value, a very well-established one, around customer obsession within Cloudflare. We define it as creating the best possible experience for our customers, working tirelessly to exceed their expectations. And a little bit of pride in my voice here, it's a company-wide way of working, but I would put forward to you that our customer success organization is one of the best within Cloudflare at walking this talk. And for anyone that doesn't know what customer success is, it's a business strategy. It's aimed at ensuring that customers achieve their desired outcomes while using a product or service. So the ROI, basically, that they want to get out of investing with you and your company. And the first golden rule, if you will, of success that I want to share is the golden rule, the do unto others as you would have them do unto you mantra. And after so many decades in leadership roles and really looking at what it takes to make a customer success organization tick, you need to look for leaders and team members that are others-centered. These are people that are going to be deep in your customer environments, and they are people that are going to set goals and objectives with those customers, and when they're achieved, they're going to celebrate wildly together with the customer. They're not celebrating themselves. So it's, of course, something we do internally and every company should do, but the best in class that I have seen are absolutely excited about celebrating others. Another Cloudflare value we have is empowerment, and that's why this particular choice in building your CS org or even transforming your CS org, empowerment is about our employees owning their work and all the decision-making associated with it. And that also means joint decision-making with your customers. So again, it all ties and ticks together. Just to give you a flavor, this is my team's current vision, right? I think we're always changing visions within companies, but the elements of this are always quite sound. We're the voice of the customer. We're providing unrivaled expertise, and in many cases, we've built that over time as we've gotten deeper in certain industries within our model. And ultimately, it's about building these long-lasting, mutually beneficial partnerships. And I often say that customer success begins and ends with partnership. It's a strategic asset within an organization. It needs to be properly aligned to a revenue-generating organization, toe-to-toe with sales. And the reason I put that forward is because it's important as we start to dig into more of the principles here on what customer success magic looks like. The first principle, as you'll see on the next slide, is defining what customer success is not. And it is not a break-fix team. If you want to use it as a strategic asset, it is not your technical support. It is not a team that builds QBR decks and hands them over to AEs, and it's definitely not a team that chases invoices for customers. Those are important functions, but that is not the way to get the most out of your customer success model. What is the most important is that this team understands how to build strong customer relationships by putting the customer first, and then, of course, delivering continuous value. So, where does this start? It starts before the sale. The last 3 companies I've been a part of had this very American named, I didn't mention, by the way, I'm a Dane, so I think I'm allowed to say things like that, a very American named concept called AE as a quarterback. I think we've renamed it here in Europe as the orchestra conductor nowadays. But the idea is the AE owns the account, and the AE has a dotted line relationship to their entire account team sitting around the virtual table as we operate nowadays. And they need to get the best out of that team. And the smartest AEs understand that CS leaders, CS team members can get better results in their partnerships with our customers in many, many cases. And that's just simply because everybody knows what sales wants, right? More revenue, and I'm also a former sales leader, more revenue, more growth. But CS, as a partner to sales, tends to be a guiding light within our company in terms of how we want to grow and what the customer really cares about. After the signature comes, it's time for business value engineering. And the reason I'm such a fan of business value engineering is simply that it ends not only by crystallizing the ROI that customers are looking to get in doing business with us, but it also brings in the C-level. The very end of business value engineering is a readout to the C-level. And having the C-level involved is not for the obvious reasons. Again, I've done this for a long time now. The main thing, the number one thing that the C-level sponsorship comes in handy for, okay? They've signed a contract, they're transforming their business with us. But guess what? They have 10,000 other priorities they're also trying to manage as a company. So it's pretty typical to call the C-level up and say, we're not progressing according to schedule, you're gonna have to help us get back on track. And that's why I subscribe to business value engineering, for many other reasons as well. And then it's about onboarding. And I've met a lot of people that say, this is where CS comes in, right? Isn't this where CS starts? Yes, it's important to deliver great onboarding. But I also think onboarding needs to be a combined effort, not just hand-holding the customer, but also giving them digital responsibilities and a chance to play on your platform as a part of the process. Because no matter how good your teams are, we're never gonna be as creative as the inside customer view on what more our platform is capable of. And then, of course, this all ends and continues with continuous acceleration of adoption. The more you adopt, the more value you achieve. And of course, the more you can grow with a company. But again, my favorite thing is probably what's holding up adoption. It's not unusual for my team to get a lot of input from customers about delays in adoption and take it to the product organization and talk about how we can improve. The final CS principle I want to share with you, moving to the next, is our become the voice of the customer. You saw that in the mission statement. And this is where CS gets pretty advanced, mainly because you become instantly unpopular. In any company, anywhere, if you're going to challenge the status quo because you're getting all that frontline feedback that Alonso was mentioning, you need to take it all the way to the top. For example, if the company is not invested in the right strategic projects. It's a way to get very unpopular, but it's also a way to test the strength of a customer-centric culture. When I was with Salesforce, I had joint ownership of the P&L with the Northern Europe CEO. She was my partner in the business. And there were many instances where I had to talk to her and say, this deal looks great, but it's not setting the customer up for long-term success. And so we had to back away from it. And that's really tough to do, to go re-engineer a deal when the numbers aren't great or you're really struggling with other business priorities. But this is what it's like to be the voice of the customer. There's also a bonus secret, which I'm not putting on a slide, and that's just be a savvy analyst. There's a little bit of art and science in proving the ROI of your CS organization to the top. But just like our customers need ROI for their investment, so do your founders and leaders for their investment in CS. A couple of principles we work with a lot. One is growth rate. So a good way to test the effectiveness of your CS organization, look at the accounts where you have CS resources in place. Look at those where you don't. It's not unusual to see where you place CS, if your model's working well, 10x, 20x, even higher than that growth. And not to be worried, if that's not the case, you can always reorchestrate or transform. That's a big reason I came to Cloudflare, was to help to transform our model. And finally, we also look a lot at DNR, which is dollar net retention, one of the metrics that we use quite often for the street. And it's about, are you retaining your customers? Are you expanding your customers? What's the health of your overall SaaS business? So I'm going to re-emphasize on the next slide the point that we started with. The success of your customers is what brings you success. I say often, your success is our success. If you're doing all these things well, if you're using your CS organization in the way that I'm describing, you will eventually, together with your broader teams, not only become a partner, but become a mission-critical partner, and that's as good as it gets. So I'm just going to tell you a few stories before we get to Q&A about how this progression has happened, even in recent times, at Cloudflare. Delivery Hero is a food service delivery company. Wow, we all think this business is so simple, but when you dig into it, you find all kinds of things. All kinds of payment systems, multiple countries often involved, lots of legacy infrastructure. I don't think I've ever seen so much legacy infrastructure as I have in this industry. But the reason we've succeeded together, and this is kind of phase one, is the company has given us the feedback that they felt supported every step of the way to clean their infrastructure, to make things easier, to consolidate. And they said that about our account managers, our customer success teams, our technical support teams, right? So that's that account teaming experience being delivered. And in addition to that, they always said someone felt like they were always on hand to help us achieve our business priorities. And that's as simple as we spoke in their language. So a very, very important conversion point is when you get those goals and objectives, make sure they're in the customer language. Soft Swiss is an iGaming company, which is another way of saying an online gambling company. And this is where our partnerships step up to the next level with a little bit of this story. They are a white label company, so if you want to launch a gambling brand, they give you a package with everything from games to licensing to marketing intelligence. And we have a close working relationship with their deputy CTO. And we found that during COVID and this time period, they've been with us well before COVID, that the demands on the industry got quite steep to scale and deliver for their customers. And the things that they felt helped them succeed through that time period and beyond was our deep knowledge of the iGaming industry, the great products that we had, and also our competence overall in the gambling sector. So as you look at trusted advisor status, it gets earned with industry expertise, and the authenticity is kind of the icing on the cake. In the case study that I'm quoting from, and these are all available on our website, by the way, if you'd like to read more, they talk about how they felt that they were dealing with real people and not with scripts. And they really saw that we put our customer first. So you've seen the build. Delivery Hero, we delivered teaming, we were there for them in their language. Soft Swiss, we delivered more of that industry competence to build on that. And now I'm going to tell you one last story about how we really unlocked partnership with Invest Tech. If you don't know them, they're a bank. A few years ago, they expanded into the UK. They're very well known for their being established in South Africa. That's when we became partners years ago, actually in 2016. And we didn't have much of a business in South Africa at the time. And we found out very early on that we shared a lot of corporate values. And we decided to build business together. So it wasn't uncommon in the years that followed that we did joint marketing and prospecting events. We used their facilities, and we would sit around tables and talk about their bigger ambitions as a company. And one of the things that they brought to us was that they wanted to build a customized, scalable, modular back-end payment system, which basically means simplify back-end payment systems for their customers so that instead of going to different vendors and different solutions, they could click on what they wanted from a single pane of glass, as we like to say, and voila, it was interoperable and working for all of their customers. We architected this together. I still remember the stories from South Africa. We looked at how we might do this in our platform. They, in turn, influenced our roadmap. Some critical tools came to the table, Cloudflare Pages and Workers, which are very critical in scaling and deploying websites. And in the end, we had a very successful launch of not only this back-end payment system, single-stop shop, but it became a full suite of financial tools, right? So banks could customize and personalize their offerings. And it even pushed their model a little from B2B to more B2C in the process. And this was so cool that they wanted to do it again. And we found another one of our shared values, which is a big interest in supporting entrepreneurialism, another big reason that we're here today. And what we did, in short, in South Africa, a lot of the entrepreneurs are young, very young, and South Africa wants to help the sector grow because it will help their economic situation tremendously in the long run. And as a result, they have now launched, which you can see through another single pane of glass, which is our back-end platform, a youth entrepreneurship program where you can go and get involvement in their startup school, you can get involvement in their finance readiness program, their market readiness program, but probably most exciting, we've created this ecosystem of entrepreneurs together in the region. And we like to say that this was a project by game changers for game changers. And just to close us, I believe with all my heart and soul, after doing this for so many years, that business is the greatest platform for change. And that's where I find customer success and customer obsession in any business environment so exciting, because we can partner with purpose. And I want to close, before we go to Q&A, and just ask you a question for your departure, which is, how will your startup change the world? And please remember that Cloudflare would love to be a part of doing that with you. Thank you for listening. And now we're going to Q&A. This is talk show style. There is a microphone here, if anybody would like to join and ask a question, and there's a microphone here. If nobody asks, we'll both be at the happy hour, so you can always ask us questions there as well.
Happy hour it is. All right, thanks, folks.
Yes, thank you.
your arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. Oh no, I don't wanna be all on my own. It's like slow-mo when I grab your body, pull you close. I need you more than you need me, and there's no shame in that. When you put your arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress. When you put your arms around me, I don't stress. Go and lay your head right on my chest. If you are in my life, I worry less. Without you, girl, I don't think I could rest. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress.
Content on the Great Gallery stage will be kicking off in 5 minutes. stage will be kicking off in 5 minutes.
You want to build a product, a digital experience. That's what we do for a living. Data, when harnessed the right way, can give you the key. You know exactly what drives the behavior of your users. Once you have the answer, you can calibrate everything. Digital product is at the core of the transformation of companies.
Even traditional companies are buying from us. Burger King bought from us. You run Amplitude so that you can generate growth and revenue.
Every industry and vertical,
we're on a journey with our users.
For as long as I can remember, marketing's primary objective was acquisition. The launch of our PLG offering, retention is at the center. PLG changes your perspective on the role of marketing. The vision for the future, it is a new chapter for Amplitude, for sure.
Please welcome to the stage Tifen Danokwan, CMO at Amplitude.
Hello, good afternoon, and congratulations for making it to the last session today. My name is Tifen Danokwan. I am the CMO of Amplitude. I'm really glad to be here. In fact, you may detect it maybe with my accent, but I'm from France. I've been living in California in the Bay Area for a couple of years and outside of my home country for almost 2 decades. So it makes it extra special for me to be here today with all of you. All right, so let me start with the first question. How many of you have heard about Amplitude? Wow. All right. Well, that's great, and hopefully we'll have meaningful conversations together, but it looks like it's a known audience already, which is very exciting. And you probably saw it during the intro video. What we do is our mission is to help companies, hopefully many of you, build better products. and digital experiences. Why does it matter, is the question. Well, so here's the thing. You may have built a great app, a great digital experience. Your website is revolutionary, yet you don't see the results. You can't see what your customers are using, what they like, where they're getting stuck. So you don't know what to fix, how to improve, and what will make the experience of your users better. And this is where Amplitude comes in. What we do is we see patterns in data, behavioral data, customer behavioral data, and we offer insights into those experiences and showing what kind of actions and decisions you can take for them to come back and truly realize the revolutionary idea that you had in the first place when you created your website, your digital product, or your app. So, how does it tie to what I want to share with all of you today? Well, today, digital products are major revenue levers for businesses. They're not just a channel anymore, they're a revenue. You heard it, Burger King is working with Amplitude because their online digital experience is at the core of their competitive advantage. This means that product and marketing teams must work better together and more closely. In fact, we've actually asked 70,000 people on LinkedIn to describe the collaboration between product and marketing. Want to see the stats? Okay, let's get ready. All right, I'm letting you see the stats directly here, but clearly we have some work to do. More than 50% of product and marketing respondents said that at best, their relationship needs improvement. And at worst, it's combative and unhealthy. Well, that's not really good, isn't it? And for many reasons. Obviously, it doesn't make up for strong working relationships. But in the digital world we live in today, there are much larger implications here. Simply put, if companies do not fix this problem, they're putting their digital growth at risk. So, when I've asked anyone who has successfully crossed that divide between the two teams, what did you do to bring product and marketing together? The answer, believe it or not, is pretty much the same. It revolves around three key axes. The first one, align around the entire journey by creating a common language that both teams understand and can rally around. Number two, unite your teams around a central system. One system that is going to operate seamlessly as a source of truth for all of your insights, compounded insights after insights that you can use to drive decisions and ultimately drive actions. Last but certainly not least, and that's going to be probably the hardest for marketers, is to invest in prioritizing retention. In fact, I ran myself a survey a couple of months ago to marketers, marketing leaders, asking them, what do you prioritize? Is it acquisition? Is it monetization? Or is it retention? Most of marketers prioritize acquisition. Only 20% are prioritizing retention. So I'm going to tell you today, think again. Think about it, especially when you are running and driving a digital product experience. So the key is, how do we drive this successfully? And who's done it also successfully? All right, so let's start with that common language between the two organizations. So the major alignment usually starts at the top. The CPO and the CMO need to be best friends, or what I call the new power couple. So let me ask, real quick, who works in the product organization? Engineering? Marketing? All right. So do we know what CPOs care about? And do we know what CMOs care about? All right, well, let me summarize it with this photo montage. So on the left side, this is François. François is my CPO, is my colleague. He wants to become a guitar hero. All right. Well, that's his part-time job. The full-time job, his one obsession, his one goal as a CPO is to build amazing products and delight customers so that they can generate revenue and become a growth engine. All right, in the middle, that's me at MAU Vegas a couple of months ago. And I'm talking with Henry Shi. Henry Shi is the CEO, founder of Super.com. I don't know if any of you knows this company, but they are designed to actually make travel booking easier and cheaper. And like any CMO on the planet, my obsession, my goal is to capture the voice of the customer and turn that voice into a revenue and growth engine. So obviously what we have in common, François and I, is we are passionate about customers. And we want to make sure that we turn customers into revenue. So that common passion is really exciting. But here's the thing. We need, number one, to establish some common rules. It doesn't matter how much you like each other. I love François, don't get me wrong. He's a great partner, and he speaks French, which is very practical, but it's never gonna trump the one thing that we need in order to establish a common language, which is North Star metrics. We have a bunch of metrics. I'll share the one metric we're sharing, him and I, together into our PLG offering, which is the number of customer logo count. That's the one North Star metric we share. For many of you here, marketers and product, when you work together, have you identified the one top metric? Let me tell you why it matters. I'll give you the example of Amplitude. In October, we launched our Plus offering. This is our paid offering with the swipe of a credit card. François has a team called Growth PD, the product team in charge of growth in his organization. I have a growth marketing organization in my team. In order for those two teams to come together, we had to create a scorecard, right? We have a bunch of metrics, as you can imagine, across acquisition, monetization, engagement, retention. But the one metric that we look at every day when we wake up is the amount of customer logo count. That's the one metric we obsess over by clicking 10 times a day on this dashboard. It also helps managing conflicts, because when decisions have to happen, such as which feature are we going to prioritize? Should we improve signups? Should we improve other elements? Onboarding, maybe? You're going to have to go back to that North Star metric. So my recommendation to many of you here, if you haven't done so yet, sit down with your counterparts, get in a room, and don't leave the room until you have identified your North Star metric. Do a workshop if needed, lock that room, and come to an agreement and a handshake in writing. It will save you so much time, so much effort, and it will set your teams for success. All right, let's go back to our headline here. So we talked about the common language. We talked about CPOs, CMOs, rallying around the customer, defining metrics. It's all great. Now, how do we drive growth together? So, when I mention the customer journey, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Are you thinking linear? Are you thinking vertical? Are you thinking like a loop? Well, here's how a lot of people think these days, B2B, B2C. Top of funnel belongs to marketing. Awareness metrics, web metrics, traffic, all the way, qualified leads, qualified accounts, you get it, right? And then typically the bottom of the funnel is either with the product teams when you have an in-product experience and you have an offering online, or sales teams. The problem with this picture is that it creates silos. It inherently puts teams apart. And matters get worse when their system of reference is different, when they're using different metrics, different systems. So, the reality is, in our digital world, and many of you probably know that already, growth is not linear. It is circular. And we could avoid that situation. Why and how? By connecting product and marketing and measuring growth as a loop within a single system or platform. When we do that, growth becomes sustainable over time. So how does it work? Let's take an example. You have your website, you want to drive acquisition, so your goal is to drive signups. You can do it through a free or a paid mechanism. It's up to the way you've set it up. Then users are moving into onboarding. The onboarding phase is actually a very tricky one. That's where we see a lot of drop-offs, right? If your onboarding is easy and seamless, then great. If it's not, you see drop-off. One way to get them to stay and engage is by getting them to their aha moment. Anybody knows what an aha moment is? All right, well, let me explain the aha moment. I'll give you the example of Facebook. It's a very famous example. The reason and the mechanism that helped Facebook hyper-accelerate their growth, not just accelerate, hyper-accelerate their growth, is when they realized the one metric, the one moment, behavioral moment, where they could see some stickiness with their users. One metric. And the story was, if a person on Facebook can have 7 connections within a week, this is when they're actually starting to see some stickiness. They know that this person will come back, start creating content, inviting more people. So they looked at the data to really come to that moment. It's almost like a revelation. And when you see it in stats, believe me, you literally have an aha moment in front of you. I did it myself, and I actually used Amplitude for the first time with my own team. And I realized that I had maybe a few problems on my front homepage. I saw the data and I was like, that's it. That's the reason why they drop, right? So the aha moment can be a good revelation, could be a bad one. And I'll give you an example right now. TicketSwap, European company, the largest ticketing marketplace in Europe. Well, their marketing team actually saw that there were dropouts in the sales flow. They would see some struggles in the completion of the sales flow. So what they did is they looked at the product data and the insights. They used Amplitude for it. They discovered that these users were facing technical difficulties, preventing them from completing the purchase. So they looked at it by really looking at the various flows. They had heat maps. They looked at all of it. The aha moment was identifying what was going on, what was wrong. The negative side of a revelation still is a good one when you're trying to actually fix it. By tracking the error messages, they uncovered which users experienced these issues. And what they did after that, they went to their marketing team and said, hey, we have an issue, we're fixing it in the back end, but meanwhile, can you send some very specific targeted paid or search activities, emails, at that moment? And what happened when they did that, they saw their conversions increase dramatically. And this is what put them really into that hyper-growth element. So the story about Ticket Swap, having that revelation, I hope many of you experience it as you build your digital products, your apps. It could be a good or a bad revelation, but the key is you're using these insights and you work as a team, leveraging the channels that you're on in order to just really rectify the flow, change the behavior into a positive one. All right, let's quickly shift now to the last one, which is putting retention at the center of the equation. So this one, like I said, may be a little bit more challenging for marketers. Marketers usually are incentivized on acquisition. But, well, let me tell you why it matters for marketers and product teams really work together and put this at the center. Think about a plane powered by an engine. For growth loops, retention is that engine. And we all know the stats. The majority of online users churn in just a few days. So that means that from the moment your users are activated and onboarded into your app or your website, you have to do everything you can to get them to stay. Repeat their purchases, come back, build the habit, right? You need to make sure that they stay in your application. You may have brought them through a free or paid offering, trial, whatever it is. The goal is to keep them in your experience. You keep them in a controlled environment, right? The longer they stay engaged and complete purchases, the more likely they are to create a habit. Remember the Facebook habit. 7 connections within a week, you create a habit. It's the same thing for your experience. But of course, it doesn't work alone. When you have a retention as the engine, acquisition is the fuel, you're going to have to work with your marketing team to make sure that they are sending prompts, notifications, emails, paid ads that are connected to the engagement and the experience the users have online. How does that work? Well, you share insights among teams. Remember those metrics, right? You connect, you experiment together, you iterate together. So I want to talk here about another example called Gathern. Gathern is a Saudi Arabia company. It's a vacation rental platform. And they had a problem with their conversion rate. The conversion rate was going down. It was just half the industry average, really bad. So what they did is they really collected insights, cohorted insights on what their vacation renters wanted and started to really aggregate this across teams. What they did also is they created hacker teams, one in the product team, one in the marketing team, and they started to put a lot of experiments together, just really look at paths and ways to do it. But it was based on the same data. It's just that they activated separate channels, but they used the compounding data that came out of that experience to really work together as one team. So they combine retention-specific data, engagement-specific data with acquisition strategies. And when they did that, you can see here the stats here. They significantly increased their retention rates, and they reduced their customer acquisition cost by 60%. Incredible achievement for this company. All right, so before I go into questions, hopefully we'll have a dialogue. I want to reiterate our key takeaways for this session. First, start from the start. The best way to align product and marketing is to agree on a common language with very clear KPIs a North Star metric and a solid relationship between your CPO and your CMO, your head of product and engineering, and your head of marketing. Relationships matter, really important. Second, adopt a growth loop that is part of a single system to remove silos and improve product and marketing partnerships. That united, unified platform and system of record will allow you to have so much more speed. And speed is really the key differentiator these days. Last but not least, put retention as the center. Flip your funnel. Start by retaining your customers. And I understand that it cannot work alone. Your acquisition strategy will be the fuel to the retention of your customers. And with that, that's it for me. And for the time that we have left, I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you. Questions?
Hi. Can I? Here. On your right.
Here we go.
Okay. Question on the growth team that you mentioned. First, I mean, in the last 5 years, we saw a lot of growth marketing people coming up, or growth hackers coming up, based on the stage of SaaS you are you ARR 5 million, 10 million, whatever. The question for you is, at what moment of time did Amplitude involve growth PM, so the growth product manager, and growth marketing? And a follow-up to that is, what is the key metric that they are responsible for, each of them?
That's a great question. So we actually, Amplitude launched its paid offering in October last year. So Amplitude is well over, I would say it's public standing. We are generating almost 300 million ARR annualized. So our PLG, our paid offering, came in quite late. It doesn't mean that it's a standard for the enterprise and for the economy and the industry. I think it came in late due to Amplitude's makeshift and their own delays. Has nothing to do with anything else than that. You have to have a couple of things that come in together in order to really launch that kind of offering. First of all, you need to have a CFO that really believes in it. You need to have a use case for it. You need to have a model, financial model. And you need to have experts, growth experts. And that is probably, if you're not a digital native, if you're not born necessarily in that native space, which was frankly the case for Amplitude, all of the engineers and teams were not growth teams. They were really hardcore product teams. To make the shift to a growth, hyper-growth mindset, you gotta bring the experts. So we started hiring PLG experts, training PLG experts in order to get there. So I was very clear with our president and CEO, we cannot launch unless we have a financial model with a very clear view, and it's a horizon, right? You have good, better, best scenario, have to work through that, an adequate team, and obviously the budget that goes with it. And remember, when you start investing in PLG, you start to invest for the next 3 years. That's the benefit of it, but you have to have very strong executive commitment. Your board needs to be on board with your approach. Your CEO, your founder needs to be on board. You need to have the local expertise. I wish Amplitude had started way earlier, but I'm glad they did it and we accelerated it, and right now it's becoming a critical growth engine for our own company. So that's the first question. The second is, what are the key metrics? Our North Star metric is logo count. We had a lot of debate about it. Is it ARR? Should it be ARR? Well, actually, the best practice when you launch a PLG offering is just you gotta have logos, logo counts. Why? Because our offering is based on a single platform. We don't have a multi-product strategy with an SMB or PLG product that is different than our enterprise product. It's a single platform. We just have different entry points to it. So for us, the goal is logo acquisition. It was very, very clear. It mattered more for the teams than ARR. And by prioritizing it, it really helps us look at what defines our acquisition strategy when it comes to logo. Awareness investments, web investments, product acquisition strategies and experiments. It changes everything, right? We almost for a few months were also ambivalent to ARR, but we quickly went back to acquisition. It really allowed us to also tie our free offering to our signups. So these are the key metrics that we have. So the marketing team is, in addition to logo count, is responsible for the ARR number. So that's the marketing remit, but also signups, amount of signups. The product team is looking at onboarding flows and monetization. We have a marketing team that does product-led sales. So we have a mechanism for upgrades from one plan to the other, which is one of the key goals we had into our offering. It was supposed to be a staircase all the way. And the platform is a staircase mechanism, so we have also some PLS engagements. And the last one is, when it comes to engagement, is the amount of declining orgs weekly active users. We're trying to reduce that amount on retention and churn.
Thank you.
Just to double click a little bit, you answered a little bit of my question there on the North Star metric, but it still seems like that's going to bias the product roadmap to acquisition and away from retention. Do you find that that's the case?
Yes, it's hard. It is. Because you have to bring revenue. So the mindset is you have to flip your funnel. Has to be a conscious effort. Here is the other metric that matters in order to reconcile it. This is the LTV to CAC ratio. Anybody familiar with the CAC to LTV or LTV to CAC? That changed my career when I started to use that metric. That was a Dropbox. That's the only way to run a business, frankly, when you get there. And that's the way to get the teams back in line into retention, because you really need to look at that lifetime value, compounded value, and really, really monitor the cost of acquisitions that you have. Product teams tend to be far more interested in that, in retention, because their KPI on onboarding and optimization of onboarding flows and features. Marketers, they've done the acquisition. You got to push. As a CMO, that's what I push. I push my team to do it, to prioritize it, and make sure that they have an intentional element. The way to measure it in reality is this LTV to CAC ratio. Are we making improvements quarter over quarter? Are we looking at channels of retentions, channels of acquisitions that are actually eroding that CAC ratio? These are the key elements that can help the teams do it. But it's hard. It's very hard because the mindset, a lot of the mindset of marketers, and me first, 2 decades of driving acquisition, it's very hard to make the pivot to retention. But in fact, when you start talking about retention, that's when you start talking the language of the product teams. So you're gonna have to practice. Find those common use cases around retention that really allow you to win. What are the conversion rates that you're setting yourselves to improve? Not just top of funnel conversion rates. Like how many orgs with declining weekly active users have you identified? How many of those are you trying to just really get rid of? Do you have a plan? Are you working on it together with the team? Are you running lifecycle activities? Really tackle that adoption, that engagement, that retention? Are you fixing the onboarding flow with your colleagues in product so that you don't have your retention problem? These are the key conversation that must happen. But I'm with you on this, it's a tough one, so I try to do it myself with my colleague Francois, and get the teams to speak that language. I overemphasize myself on the product language to make it a point to my team to embrace that language.
Got it, thank you.
All right. Everyone, thank you so much for your time. And I hope that you get a great end of the day. Thank you and see you at the cocktail. Bye-bye.